Ladies and gentlemen, those are the words of the Federal Minister for Finance and Revenue of Pakistan, Mr. Mohammad Aurangzeb, properly bilingual. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Abid Suleri, Executive Director, Sustainable Development Policy Institute, SDPI, because it's time for a fireside chat from ambition to action. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to moderate this discussion, let's welcome on stage Fatima Arshad, who is Global Corporate Affairs Head at Unilever. Fatima. Let you take over.
Assalamualaikum everyone. Dr. Abid, thank you so much for being here with us today. The last time we were on stage together was when we were launching the results and recommendations from the last year of the Pakistan Climate Conference. And before we get into the questions, if I can quickly just ask you, because globally and locally things have moved significantly in that one year. From where we were with the last climate conference to where we are today as a country on this subject. What is the top line? What is that what you think is the biggest difference?
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum. Indeed, great honor to be here with all the industry leaders and thought leaders. Thank you very much. Very pertinent question in 2026. When one looks back at the discussion on climate change, one thing is quite clear, and it's the third time United States sabotaged the multilateral climate agreements. The first time was during the George Bush era when United States withdrew from Kyoto Protocol. Second time was the first presidency of President Trump, and now again with this withdrawal of United States from UNFCCC and other multilateral negotiations. Now we have three options. Option one is that all of us first start following what America has already done, and I think that would be a collective suicide. So if we just follow what great power, great economy has decided to do, then we'll be collectively pushing the planet towards its ultimate end. Second is to take a pause and wait for some changes in U.S. administration, which would mean another 2.5 years. It would again will be doing harm to our collective goals and collective agenda. And the third one is while there is a vacuum now from United States administration withdrawal due to EU now rightfully diverting its budgets to avert a war on its forefront. I think that's where countries like Pakistan and private sector, they need to step up and they need to take a leadership role. So that to fill in the vacuum, and while the geopolitical situation improves, I hope that EU would get back into this climate pursuit. And one is very hopeful that after the next elections, US would also realize the importance of multilateralism and climate change.
Thank you, Dr. Abid, for addressing the elephant in the room and also highlighting how, while other nations may back away, for Pakistan it is not an option simply that we can afford. And you talked about Europe and the role that it can play, and we've seen that within Europe They've led with research and policy. I think that level of governance that they have in place has been what's given them the foundation to be able to take leadership and actually make an impact beyond policy. However, in Pakistan, when we see policy, we see that it exists in the sense that documents are produced, governance structures are technically in place on paper, but when we say that we want to move from ambition to action, what does that actually mean in reality? Because the kind of volatility that we see in the country is a policy document enough to be able to give us the change that we need right now?
Well, thank you. For me, ambition to action means empowering Ministry of Climate Change. There is no depth of policies in the country. There is no depth of plans in the country. But then let's be realistic. When we talk about climate policy, what is it that we are talking about? We are talking about climate agriculture. We are talking about water preservation. We are talking about irrigation practices. We are talking about energy. We are talking about vehicles. We are talking about planning. We are talking about infrastructure. Now, realistically speaking, how much of it is under the ambient and under the domain of Ministry of Climate Change? Of course, 90% of the things they are decided either in provinces or they are decided among other ministries and departments. For me, our Ministry of Climate Change has to play a key role. Ministry is already doing, but unless and until there is a consensus in the cabinet that this ministry is important, I don't see ambition turning into action. We need to talk of a whole of government whole of policy approach here. With all these policies and then PSP programs and various schemes, not consulting the funds are allocated. Finance, even all the venues of finance are there, but who is the custodian of it? Is it EAD? Is it Ministry of Finance? Is it Ministry of Planning? Is it Ministry of Climate Change? Is it MOFA? All of them, none of them, and I think it's time we need to give importance to Climate Change Ministry, and we need to ensure that the Climate Change Ministry's plans and its opinion is sought in all other plans. Otherwise, we will have one ministry with lot of ambitions and all other ministries which perhaps will not be matching the pace of Climate Change Ministry. And that's where we'll keep on saying that our ambitions, they don't get translated into actions.
That's a very relevant and practical challenge that we have seen, because it seems that while they may hold the pen on policy, they don't necessarily hold the coin purse, and they may not be able to take ownership or take a call in terms of what actually happens because of how devolved the subject is. The Honorable Minister just also referred to the funding gap, but also the utilization of the funds that are available. And you're also talking about the challenges of resourcing that come up. Will it be fair to say, Dr. Abid, that Pakistan is arguably in this situation not because of its own contribution to climate change, yet we are forced to almost get into now a debt climate trap because we are getting funding not the same way that it was available a couple of years ago in terms of donor money or unconditional funds coming in, but actually very high interest rate borrowing that is letting us fix the damage, but at what cost are we putting our future generations in further debt?
Well, thank you. I think we are in a vicious cycle. We keep on borrowing money to compensate for the damages done by vagaries of climate change, and then in order to pay back that loan, somehow we fail to invest in our resilience and invest in our preparedness, and that has been going on for a long time now. I think now we need to present the case of climate change, climate finance as a macroeconomic challenge rather than a disaster or humanitarian challenge. It certainly has gone beyond that disaster phase. Now it's all about this balance of payment. It's all about macro economy. And when we know that a resilience facility of IMF and IMF's extended fund facility program, they are closely interlinked, and performance on one program would affect delivery on other programs, then definitely the mindset among lenders needs to be changed. Our debt problem is climate problem, and our climate problem is a debt problem, and both of them, they are actually our balance of payment problems.
And Dr. Abid, if we just also give it another nuance, yes, there is a challenge that comes to us from the world. But quite honestly, even locally, the way we approach this, if we just take the example of the National Finance Commission award that's, I think, been in a deadlock since 2009, with the kind of reality and challenge that we are facing, does it make sense for provinces to still be in a tug of war in terms of where the fiscal deficit can be solved and where money can come through? Because how are we making meaningful progress if we are not even able to decide on our approach to the problem?
Well, I have been consistently writing and saying about it that we need to change the horizontal vertical distribution formula of NFC. Now, when the next NFC award meeting is taking place, it's about time we need to think beyond head count and population. We need to know that climate disasters, when they hit, they don't just stick and remain static in one province. They travel from province to province, and this is where we have to have some sort of distribution from the visible pool for climate preparedness and for creating climate resilience. So I think it's about time while we negotiate the next NFC award, we should give some weightage for preparedness and resilience against climate change. And that pool must be shared among provinces, and provinces, they should be adding some matching grant to it. It's not fair that this burden, either it's faced only by one province or it's faced only by federal government. It is a cross-provincial problem, and it's cross-provincial challenge, so it has to be taken care of by a meaningful amendment in our current NFC formula.
Thank you, Dr. Abid. And I think it's been useful to understand how the problem plays out from a resource perspective. I think we all have collectively got rid of the delusion that 1.5 degrees won't see that happening. Pakistan has had a unique position when it comes to the fossil fuel debate, right? Belém, and it would be interesting to understand what your takeaway is from COP30. But does the lack of fossil fuels fundamentally change anything for Pakistan in terms of what is going to be our energy transition strategy? Because it would be no lie to say that energy is the crux of within Pakistan, what we need to look at if we need to take meaningful progress from a resilience and preparedness perspective and be a little more proactive.
When we talk of energy transition, I think we need to understand it at two levels. One is consumer's perspective. Second is government's perspective. Consumer, of course, they are driven by market reality, and the reality is if on-grid solution, they will be expensive. They will try to find out whatever is the cheapest source of energy, and right now that's a solar energy. I remember it was perhaps the second OICCI conference in Unilever when we were discussing about change in formula of net meter, and at that time I was anticipating that it would be our reliance on fossil fuel. But the consumer, in the meantime, those who could invest in solar panels, they will be able to buy batteries, and they would completely start shifting to off-grid solution and on-grid connection of our fixed line connection, because we hardly use it. So with this type of transition, consumers, they would keep on adapting now with this plug-in hybrid and all those EVs coming to Pakistan. Of course, no one would be able to pay 45, 50 rupees per unit and charge the vehicle. They will have their indigenous solution. So energy transition at consumer level will continue. At government level, of course, one would wait unless and until we can convince our IPPs to amend their terms of negotiation, and it's not easy. We know many of them, they are the binding agreement. So we will remain in this flux. At macro level, again, the geopolitical changes as well as the war in Ukraine, that has brought nuclear back, that has brought coal back, and one anticipates whether they are fossil fuel producer, whether they are fossil fuel consumer, whether they are buying fuel from Venezuela, whether they are buying fuel from Russia, they will keep on relying on fossil fuel.
Thank you, Dr. Abid, for realistically spelling out our approach and limitations around this strategy. This is the first half of this discussion, as I understand. We will hear from you over the course of the day, but thank you for being so generous in terms of clarifying our understanding and setting the context on this important subject. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. My job is to put you sleep in the morning and then keep you awake in the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'd like you to stay on stage for a moment. Mr. Suleri, Ms. Arshad. Just stay on the stage for Mr. Jason to please come up on stage and present a memento of our appreciation to both Mr. Suleri and Ms. Arshad. Now to Ms. Fatma Arshad. Clapping at the right moment, I've learned in my 30 years of experience, really helps the situation because it brings a smile onto the face of the recipient, and it really matters when you clap, you know. Not while they're walking up, but just as the picture's being taken. Hearing both of these guys speak about the march of climate change and our efforts to battle and reverse it, I was reminded of the words of the Chinese poet Du Fu, who wrote that this floating life is like the water under the ice, flowing eastward day and night, and no one notices. That's how climate change has crept up on us in just a few years since we became aware and started talking about it. But now, ladies and gentlemen, to highlight Pakistan's current climate landscape, let's hear from Mr. Samuel Risk, resident representative of the UNDP via video link.
Pleasure to join you virtually at the fourth Pakistan Climate Conference. I regret not being there in person, having joined the past few years particularly. But I want to take this opportunity to commend our dear colleagues, partners, and friends at OICCI for continuing to provide such an important platform, one that brings together businesses, government, development partners at a time when climate risks are reshaping Pakistan's economic and social outlook. Pakistan's climate reality is now impossible to ignore. Cycles of floods and droughts, extreme heat, water stress, and mounting pressure on livelihoods and infrastructure are no longer occasional shocks. They are persistent development challenges. And beyond the devastating loss of life, the sheer economic toll from the unprecedented monsoon floods, 30 billion in 2022, over 3 billion at least in 2025. All of this puts a heavy strain on development financing in an increasingly constrained environment. For the private sector, this is not only an environmental issue. This is a business risk. Climate-related disruptions raise operating costs, disrupt supply chains, drain productive and innovative capital, and increase uncertainty for long-term investment. At the same time, the scale of the response required creates a major investment opportunity across many sectors: energy, infrastructure, water, agriculture, and urban services. As our administrator, Alexander De Cruz, said just last week in his first speech to our executive board,
Thank you.
private sector development is not an add-on. It is a core driver of lasting development. So, from UNDP's perspective, 3 priorities stand out. First, resilience. To reverse and mitigate chronic vulnerabilities, resilience must be built in development and investment decisions. Designing assets and livelihoods that can withstand floods, heat, water stress is far more cost-effective than paying repeatedly for repairs and recovery. In Balochistan, UNDP is supporting the construction of climate-resilient housing units alongside rehabilitating schools and irrigation canals and thinning. These designs integrate flood and seismic resilience, they use local materials, they prioritize community participation, especially by women. And this approach is especially important given Pakistan's SDG financing gap, estimated now at around 16% of the country's annual GDP. Second, reiterating that climate finance must move from global commitments to country-level delivery, led by the government's vision, leadership, and persistence. While financing needs are immense, access to finance globally and locally remains limited. Closing this gap will require mobilizing private capital alongside public finance, particularly renewable energy, energy efficiency, water stewardship, waste management, and nature-based solutions. UNDP has introduced a transparent blended finance mechanism that combines grants with bank-subsidized loans for innovative business initiatives. But much more needs to be done to develop and refresh the list of bankable climate projects and to expand climate financing in Pakistan. Third, and last, people and livelihoods must be protected. Nearly 40% of Pakistan's workforce is linked in one way or another to climate-sensitive sectors such as agriculture, construction, and energy. UNDP supported more than 80,000 flood-affected households by restoring agricultural practices in small businesses to enable sustained income generation. So alongside our national partners in government, the private sector, and the civil society, our work spans the full policy implementation continuum, from early warning systems and disaster risk reduction, biodiversity conservation, sustainable energy solutions, climate risk insurance, and innovative financing. We're committed to working with the private sector to reduce barriers, develop impact frameworks that integrate SDGs and ESG into business operations, and to support bankable projects that can mobilize the much-needed finance. I want to conclude by thanking OICCI for its steadfast leadership and all the participants from around the country for their engagement. Pakistan's climate challenge is serious, but with coordinated action, it is possible to protect and promote growth, safeguard livelihoods, and strengthen long-term stability. I wish you a productive conference. Thank you.
I've had the good fortune of doing a lot of work with Samuel and UNDP over the years, and I'm realizing now that, having done all that work with these guys really helped me in my preparation for today's conference. And much of the script that I wrote for myself, its background lay in the work that I've done for UNDP. So thank you, Samuel. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a short tea break, which should last no longer than 15 minutes. We'll rejoin the session after that. And thank you very much. When we return, we'll be hearing from the Federal Secretary, Ministry of Climate Change, Ms. Aisha Humaira. How do you do? Ladies and gentlemen, there's one more thing. Since you're out for a cup of tea, I will highly recommend that you go to our pledge wall, which is placed outside. And not only can you take all your photographs on the pledge wall, but you may also inscribe your pledge towards battling climate change over there. So the pledge wall, ladies and gentlemen, do spend a moment there and inscribe something if you will.
check. 1, 2. 1, 2. Hello.
2. Hello. Check. 1, 2. Hello.
Hello. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Party time is over. Someone stepped on the cake. We would like to request you all to make your way back into the hall, ladies and gentlemen. Tea time is well over. And I'll try to loosen up a little, Jason. Ladies and gentlemen, we request you to make your way back into the hall. And I hope that you've been able to use our pledge wall, which has been placed outside for you to take your photographs and also for you to inscribe your pledges towards our common goal. We'll just give everyone a moment to come back in, because up next we'll hear from the Federal Secretary, Ministry of Climate Change, Ms. Aisha Humaira. तमाम हाजरीन से दरख्वास्त है कि वो हॉल में वापस आ जाएं। चाय का वक्त ख़त्म हो चुका है। As I said before, party's over. Someone stepped on the cake. Let's continue. And now the tea time is over. Perhaps your next opportunity to go and write on the pledge wall will be during lunchtime. So I hope you'll avail it well. Perhaps the ushers and some of the management could help us bring everyone back into the hall. I mean, we do understand the phenomena of getting locked into a long conversation during tea time. It happens a lot. It's a part of our culture, really. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's now hear from the Federal Secretary from the Ministry of Climate Change, Ms. Aisha Humaira. Can we have you up on stage, Ms. Humaira? Let's give her a warm welcome. The Federal Secretary, Ministry of Climate Change, will be speaking to us now for the next 10 minutes. Adab.
Thank you very much for providing me this opportunity. It's a great honor and privilege to be with this august audience, and I really congratulate Overseas Chamber for organizing this 4th conference. I prepared a small presentation. I thought it's important that we discuss what happened in COP, because after this you will be talking about the overall global governance of climate change. So I think just a little bit of perspective that how COP30 was and what was the focus would be very relevant. So this time, as you know, the focus was on implementation. Next slide. The focus of this COP was on implementation, and from the very beginning, all the members were really focused on submitting their NDCs. So Pakistan also started working several months ago for developing the NDC. NDC, as you know, is the nationally determined commitment by every member who is a party to Paris Agreement. So Pakistan launched its NDC during a climate summit in New York in September, and Prime Minister announced it. And we indicated the progress that we made in NDC2. Clean energy, as you know, renewable was a big commitment by Pakistan, that we will be doing 60% of our energy by 2030 will be renewable. So this was a big commitment, and some of the progress which we have already made in renewables and clean energy, Pakistan is already ahead of its target. So, and we had a dialogue with the Ministry of Energy before submitting our NDC3, and we were told that all future plans are also clean energy. So I think this is a very important development that Pakistan is making. And in fact, Pakistan was showcased by the United Nations Secretary General as a success story in terms of making progress in renewable as part of their NDC commitment. So I think private sector needs to be applauded for being part of this journey with Pakistan. So the way Brazil arranged COP30 was that they were very much focused on the concept of Mutiaro, which is to take everyone along and have consensus. As you know, COPs are always very divided in terms of dialogue. It's one place where you see very clear division between North and South. All other conflicts go into the background, and all developing countries speak with one voice for climate finance and ask the developed countries to pay back what they have done for the last 200 years. So that was obviously the backdrop in which negotiations were happening. But I think a very important awareness was also there that now we cannot just talk about it. It's time to show implementation. So countries who have already submitted their NDCs 3.0 were seen in a much more serious manner, and they were much more engaged in the dialogue. And one thing that I really saw in COP was that there was a lot of focus on private sector engagement, technology transfer. While the negotiations were happening in some of the rooms, a lot of private sector was moving around with their solutions, sharing information, networking with each other. So I think the contribution that private sector has to make in this journey is becoming more and more important now. And I'm happy to report that some of our private sector was also there, and I think they made few deals, and they did some MOUs for organic cotton and textile value chains, and even in the energy, I think a few agreements were made for the way forward. So more and more engagement in the implementation of NDC, I think, will be required from the private sector. And this I really want to share with you that, you know, when we talk about the fragmented or fractured global governance around climate change. I think this is a positive story, despite the fact that we see it as a fractured system. I think Paris Agreement is working. Because if you can see that without the Paris Agreement, emissions would have gone much higher. But Paris Agreement has helped us to control GHG emissions. And this is the NDC submission recorded on 9th November probably. And this just shows that how collectively all of us have been able to make a difference. And it just shows that the responsibility that all of us have, not just as Pakistanis, but as global citizens, if all of us are making sure that we are fulfilling our responsibility as a global committee, we have the potential and energy to control GHG emission. So on the whole, I would say that Paris Agreement is still delivering, and we have been able to control GHG emissions. Next page. So what was, the strategic approach that Pakistan took in our NDC 3.0? Adaptation, mitigation, as you know, are the two ways to really address climate change. We have also focused on the enablers, which are important, like climate finance, technology, data systems, and institutional strengthening. And for the mitigation, obviously, I think private sector is much more geared properly to invest in mitigation, as you have the return here. You have the IRR. And renewable energy is one area, transport is another. And I will share Pakistan's GHG emission with you and some of the areas where we are having maximum growth. For example, I would say waste is a big investment opportunity. Recently, World Bank has started 2 projects, one in Sindh and one in Punjab for waste management, and they will be claiming carbon credit. So waste management is an area which is closely linked with the circular economy policy that Ministry of Climate Change is working with all the stakeholders. There is an opportunity to establish resource recovery centers across Pakistan, because we will soon have a lot of waste of e-vehicles and solar panels. So if we have trained people, and if we are able to develop a business model around resource recovery centers, SDPI is also helping us to develop this circular economy policy. So collectively, we can really make it happen. Similarly, thoda piche jayenge. Just the, yeah. So these are just the emissions macro picture that how Pakistan's GHG is. And you can see that there is not much industrial GHG emission, because there is not a lot of industrial activity happening in Pakistan. We have seen little bit of growth in the large-scale manufacturing, but we still have to grow. So this, again, is a big opportunity for Pakistan. If we have to really invest in the industry, this is the time to have green growth and invest in green technologies, so that the industrial growth that we have leads to green products which we can export across the world. Next page. So this is the commitment that Pakistan has made in the NDCs. 33% is conditional to climate finance, and 17% is Pakistan's own commitment that we will make through our own resources. And through forestry alone, we have already sequestered 46 million ton through one PSDP project. And if we start investing in waste and forestry alone, we can offset our emissions. But at the same time, I think there are a lot of opportunities in the adaptation sector also, which is a bit neglected, and there was a lot of focus in COP on the adaptation sector. There was a commitment to triple adaptation funding, and I would request the industry to move towards nature-based solution. WWF is sitting here. They are doing a wonderful project in Recharge, Pakistan. Developing ponds across Pakistan. In National Adaptation Plan, we have agreed to develop 100,000 small ponds across Pakistan to promote nature-based solutions and address flood problem. Next page. So this is just the costing that we did for various areas of intervention that we required under NDC. For the low-carbon power transitions, the renewables, sustainable and low-emission transport systems, I think these are two very important areas for the private sector to invest. And Green Building Code is already there, so green and energy-efficient buildings, access to clean cooking solutions is again very important because although almost 90% of Pakistan has access to electricity, but our stoves are still not environment friendly. And around 26% of the people still use wood or some sort of natural resource for cooking. So I think this is again a very important opportunity. And integrated wastewater treatment and recycling. Again, I would request the private sector to come forward, share their experiences, and we'll plan an event in Islamabad also where they can come and share their experience and encourage other companies to invest in recycling, water treatment, and solid waste management. Next page. So green skills, another area which was very much pronounced in COP. It was an initiative which started by Germany, and then a lot of development partners have joined it. Pakistan is among the few countries who started this concept. Again, lot of opportunity for the private sector, because if we want employment-led growth, we need equal emphasis on hard infrastructure and soft infrastructure. And the soft one will come through HR development and skill training. So obviously, all the companies are investing in the skills. So my request to you would be to also start investing in green skills. There is a big project approved by ECNIC, where NEFTA has taken skills to another level. The Impact Bond project was approved. Similarly, Ministry is also working with all the Vocational Training Institute, Punjab Skill Council, and we want the private sector to come forward and play a leading role in developing green skills. Next पे आ जाएंगे. So, इससे आगे भी एक दो slides होंगी on adaptation. Yeah, I just want to highlight that adaptation funding is going to increase, and adaptation is an area, although it remains under-promised by the global community, but after COP30, I'm sure adaptation will come at the forefront. There are adaptation indicators which were adopted, and access to clean drinking water is a very important indicator that Pakistan has to work at. So out of those 30, 40 indicators, we plan to pick at least 10 and then work around it and start measuring our investment on adaptation. I think it's very important that we work in this exercise very closely with the private sector. Next, there is another, yeah. So some of the mitigation targets and actions which we have already done, and we are looking forward to have very close collaboration with the private sector. And again, these are big investment opportunities. Next. So these are some of the priority adaptation actions. I think mitigation, all of us know, brings IRR, and already a lot of you have already invested in it. But this is a new area where we again have to develop some IRR. It would not be possible to develop IRR in every adaptation intervention. It requires a lot of public finance as well. But I think around water, there is a lot which we can do by collaborating with the private sector, and a lot of public-private partnership can help us to ensure a clean drinking water to people, and flood resilience, heat wave resilience, and drought resilience. Thank you very much.
I've asked Ms. Humera to stay a moment because we'd like to have Mr. Jason up here to present a memento to her on the occasion. Ushers. Yes. Joining us now, ladies and gentlemen, via video link for the first in the series, From Commitment to Impact, is Ms. Leena Usman, Regional Head of Sustainable Finance, Middle East, Africa and Pakistan, Standard Chartered Bank. She joins us online. Ms. Leena Usman's video link. Hello, Leena, can you hear us?
I can hear you, yes, very clearly. Can you hear me properly?
Yes, we can.
Perfect, perfect. Would you like me to kick off? Yes, please.
We're all ears, Leena.
Great, well, thank you very much for the opportunity to be speaking to you today. It's a pleasure to be discussing Standard Chartered Bank and how we look at sustainability from our perspective and how we actually translate that from an idea into practice. I've got some slides that I would like to share with you, so just give me a second. Hopefully you can see my slides now. So very briefly, I want to kind of introduce those who don't know us at Standard Chartered Bank. I want to introduce what we do in the bank and how we have looked at sustainability. Our journey in sustainability and sustainable finance started well before 2019 when we set up a dedicated sustainable finance team to look at opportunities in the sustainability space. Seeing what our clients are doing and actually responding to that in a way that drives value for them and also translates into our commitments and objectives that we put for ourselves. Some of the commitments that we have put for ourselves include achieve that $300 billion target. That has been across different types of products that we have launched, including on the sustainability-linked instrument side, but also on the use of proceeds side of the equation. This also includes our M&A and advisory activities, it includes green mortgages, and one topic that is very dear to our hearts, which is transition finance, and I've heard a few of you speaking about that earlier on during the previous sessions, which is great and complements what we are trying to do within that space. Another thing that we've done is we've committed to get net zero from our finance emissions by 2050, and that is our scope 3 essentially, and it looks at where our financing goes and how it impacts our clients. Separately, we've held leadership roles in different organizations, including with GFANZ, with the Net Zero Banking Alliance, and we look specifically at social as an element that helps drive a lot of the work that we do within the bank. So it's not just kind of on the environmental angle and the climate angle, but also looking at the different kind of social impact that we can impose or help to create within our communities. Some of the things that we have been looking at include the trends that we see in the market, and those trends look at what we have been discussing with our clients. We see a maturing sustainable finance market, growing from a market that was kind of looking to educate itself about what sustainability is 4 or 5 years ago and how I can tap into the sustainable finance market and make the most out of it, to now looking at a more mature market that's looking at how I derive value from sustainability. Where are the opportunities from an investment perspective, for example? Where do I see an ability to play a role, whether it's a corporate or it's a financial institution. One of those trends that we're watching out for in 2026 includes green debt and how it's going to anchor volumes with sub-themes to gain momentum. Now, these sub-themes are where we're seeing a lot of conversations. We're seeing those sub-themes on blue finance, debt for nature swaps, climate resilience and adaptation, and CORSIA-linked credits, and how those are potentially, we've actually worked on a couple of ideas around how we provide financing against some credits, but CORSIA-linked credits and how those are going to impact the airline industry and the dynamics around it. The second theme is around transition finance and how these, how the new principles that have come out of the LMA and ICMA are going to help unlock issuances in hard-to-abate sectors. Previously, we did not have principles that were guiding the market in the transition space specifically. Those will create an interesting kind of dynamic for investors, but also for financial institutions around how they tap into that market. Another one is regulatory pressure and how that's going to accelerate the transition investment, and that's as a result of the kind of the regulatory requirements that are being imposed by different jurisdictions. In this case, one example is the EU carbon border adjustment mechanism. Third is how the sustainability instruments are also now maturing in the sense that we're looking at more innovative structures. For example, if you look at the sustainability linked loan market, you look at typically how KPIs have been embedded, for example, how they have the variability around margin adjustments, but also creativity around or innovation around relevant KPIs that are coming in the biodiversity space, for instance, in the transition space, and that is all a factor of how clients are seeing these this evolution of where their objectives need to be met, and therefore we are catering those products in line with their objectives.
Fourth one is on infrastructure financing, and I've heard others on the previous session speak about that specifically and how we can further invest in infrastructure. But infrastructure financing is not only green financing, it is actually social as well. Whether you are looking at connectivity, you're looking at healthcare and education, those are all social elements. But also infrastructure financing can equally can be green, and we look at that from both perspectives, and we see quite a bit of momentum and a lot of flow happening into that space. So that's also another theme that we're watching out for this year. And last but not least is the ESG integration debate. And what that is looking at is how does sustainability in general provide me with added value, be it on the side of operational efficiencies, be it on the side of better access to lenders or investors, a diversification of that pool. Is there a better cost of funding for me, for example? Is there a business opportunity that was otherwise not available? So these are generally kind of the 5 main themes that we're looking out for. There will be a lot more interesting things that come out as we progress through the year, but that's kind of the general view from where we sit today. The next thing I want to talk about is how we translate all of those themes and all of that ambition that we have to sustainable finance. I'm not sure if you lost my screen.
Yeah. Can you display your slide with full screen, please?
Yeah, I'm doing that. For some reason, one second. Does it?
That's okay now.
That's better now? Okay, great. So from a Standard Chartered perspective, how do we translate a lot of those themes into sustainable finance opportunities with our clients is on the basis of different products that we launch by looking at, your typical loans, bond space as well, but also how we translate that into deposits, into derivatives. A very exciting space that we're seeing is on the trade finance side and how you can look at being innovative when it comes to supply chain financing and helping a lot of the big buyers who have a lot of their suppliers sitting in countries like Pakistan, for example. How can we support those suppliers with their decarbonization or with their commitment towards the social element of sustainability by looking at things like women-owned businesses, growing SMEs, and other minority-led businesses. So those are kind of some of the things that we have been looking at launching. Carbon trading is another one, but also within that we have been looking at carbon finance, and we've had success with an outcome bond that we've put in place last year for one of our clients. In the retail space, equally, we have been doing quite a bit on the green mortgages side of the business, be it on green mortgages, but also equally on sustainable investments and deposits that clients have been looking at. Last but not least, I want to translate that into a case study, and I'm conscious of time, so I'll whiz through this very quickly. But one thing that we've done is recently with the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire is on that item that I mentioned before around how you innovate and variate in a way the different types of sustainability or sustainable finance solutions. So this is a transaction that we did, which was a sustainability-linked loan. It was based on a sustainability-linked framework that the government has in place. That framework identifies specific KPIs and targets that the government has put for itself. But then at the same time, this specific financing embeds those very ambitious and very much quantifiable goals in 2 main sectors for the country. That's in renewable energy and forestry. On the renewable energy space, the country has specific ambitions to increase the capacity from 1% in 2023 to at least 11%. This is by 2030. This does not only mean it's impacting renewable energy or the climate angle, but it's actually also creating employment opportunities in that space for its people. The other one was on forestry, on the forestry sector. For Cote d'Ivoire, this is a very important angle, deforestation and putting deforestation controls in place and ensuring that remains an important policy. But again, this is something that is fostering new green jobs in the sustainable forest management space and conservation space. I have another example, so I'm going to speak about it very quickly because this is more on the use of proceeds side. And in that case, this is where we looked at a financing framework where a loan was provided, and that loan was supported by the African Development Bank. In that case, it's an interesting blended finance solution that looks at not just a green financing that's going towards green projects that the country has identified in a framework, but also looking at how multilaterals are also coming into, and DFIs are coming into these types of structures because they have capital and interest in deploying that capital into these types of eligible projects and specifically green projects. Thank you very much, and apologies I'm not there with you in person. I look forward to hopefully joining the future events, and my colleagues are actually available on the ground as well. Please feel free to reach out to us for any questions or any support that you need. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lena. Thank you for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, one can seem impressively heavy-hearted when talking about climate change, but profound change can be worked on the ground when boardroom power aligns with financial muscle and technical prowess, and I think that's what we're all aiming to have here. And yes, we can save ourselves from the trouble of living in a world that survives only through screens and satellite imagery, but one where the wild lives no more. Ladies and gentlemen, as we face a world defined by shifting alliances and regional conflicts, climate action is no longer just an environmental issue. It is the cornerstone of global diplomacy. And our next session sets the stage for the conference by analyzing how international power dynamics directly impact Pakistan's ability to build resilience and secure its future. And now it's time for another panel discussion, and I would like to invite on stage our moderator for this, Ms. Mariam Durrani, Director, Marketing and Brands at Pakistan Cables. How do you do?
Oh, can you guys hear me? Okay. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. In essence of time, because I know my team and we are rushing for it, we're going to dive in directly into the panel discussion. As Faizan mentioned, to navigate this complex terrain that we have, we are joined by a panel that brings together policy leadership, geopolitical analysis, legal accountability, and financial regulation. We have two panelists who will be joining us online. Whereas there are two that we have in person. I would like to introduce them to you, and as I take their name, I would also request them to come onto the stage. Our first panelist, Mr. Ali Tauqir, who's a renowned climate expert. We are honored to be joined by him today. With years of experience advising governments and organizations on climate resilience strategies, his perspective on policy alignment and international cooperation are key to advancing Pakistan's green financing. Thank you very much, sir. Our next panelist is Mr. Rafe Alam, an environmental lawyer and climate activist. His work sits at the intersection of climate justice, legal accountability, and citizen action. Thank you very much for joining us. We are also joined online by none other than Ms. Musarrat Jabin, Executive Director at the Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. Her perspective brings a critical regulatory and financial lens to the discussions. Madam, do we have you with us online?
So can you hear me, Mariam? Yes, I'm online.
Yes, we can hear you, madam. Last but not the least, we were also to have Mr. Ijaz Haider, senior analyst and journalist, who was joining us virtually. Ijaz Haider brings a critical lens on how global conflicts, strategic competition, and realpolitik are influencing climate negotiations and weakening collective global action. Do we have Mr. Ijaz Haider? I know that he had somewhere else to be at 1 p.m., so regrettably he's not with us. I think we'll just dive in straight to our presentations for today. I would like to first invite Ms. Musarrat Jabin for her perspective on the topic which has been assigned to us. So over to you, madam.
Assalamu alaikum to all of you, and thank you, of course, Mariam. And I'll start off by congratulating OICCI for continuing to leading the discussions on sustainability and climate governance as always. I'm sorry, I would have also loved to be there in person, but next time, inshallah. So I think this is a very important topic on the aspects of connecting actually regulatory interventions to facilitate green capital in the context of political complexities. So it is a very timely one if Pakistan has to see it, particularly for emerging markets like our country, where access to capital finance, and climate finance in particular, cannot depend solely on geopolitical alignments or concessional flows. It actually must increasingly be earned through credibility. That's what I would say as a regulator, and also consistency and confidence in domestic regulatory systems. So Pakistan, in fact, is well positioned to tap into the growing global demand for green and sustainable capital. And investors today are not just only looking at climate vulnerabilities or developmental needs in isolation. Rather, they're also weighing it in the regulatory clarity, transparency, and of course, going forward, the assurance part of it as well. So the regulatory reforms and approach plays really a central role in sending this signal out, I would say. So while I have been advocating regulatory reforms at various forums in past as well, I would reiterate that ICCP, as a regulator, our approach has been to deliberately, adopt a more cautious, phased, and collaborative approach. So we recognize this thing very early on, that sustainability cannot be imposed, overnight. So it has to be a phased approach. So it requires building the right foundations, in terms of the regulatory, institutional, and also the technical side. So to make market more, compatible to respond meaningfully. So we started off, as all of you would know, in 2022 with the SCCP's ESG regulatory roadmap, and focused in 2023 till now to progressively move from policy articulation to more advocacy, capacity building, and now towards more structured and data-driven sustainability reporting ecosystem as well. So the key milestones in this overall transition basically have been the collaborative and consultative approach with all the key stakeholders of the capital market. And what we did is that, as you would recall, we issued the ESG disclosure guidelines in 2024, which is now updated and is in December just last year in 2025. We particularly updated it in the perspective of Pakistan Green Taxonomy document. So in terms of the governance, there have been amendments in the Code of Corporate Governance, which is applicable to the listed companies. We made, we basically strengthened, I would say, the board level accountability for ESG and climate governance. So on the disclosure side, the phased adoption of IFRS Sustainability Disclosure Standard S1 and S2, they are ongoing. They have already started since last year. And it's in the phased manner. So, on basically the data availability aspect, I would like to mention that, the launch of ESG Sustain portal, which is an online data portal that SCCP had launched in very close coordination with the stakeholders. I mean, that's Pakistan's first online portal for sustainability and gender inclusive data repository. So this platform is, as I said, is live now, and we are looking to, further strengthening the data and also to start, the SCCP's work on data-driven analytics for more enhanced reports and, the visibility itself.
So together, these reforms, I mean, they're designed to align Pakistan's overall, the corporate sector and international standards and provide investors with the real confidence that sustainability disclosures are just not symbolic, but increasingly systematic and, decision useful, because this is what we all would like to achieve. And as regard Pakistan now, the transition itself into, implementing its green taxonomy, these reforms become even more critical. So the green taxonomy provides, I would say, more of a common language for identifying which economic activities can generally be construed and, considered as environmentally sustainable. So this is essential for attracting climate conscious capital. For SECP, I mean, it's definitely the real challenge, how it, that lies ahead basically in ensuring that sustainability disclosures are really, accurate, they are verifiable and, comparable, and that sustainability claims are just not, they're not misleading. This is where the regulation must go beyond just, the intent, I would say, and focus on the integrity itself. So SECP's approach to this challenge is that, is structured around, I would say, three main pillars. One is first, is the strengthening the quality of consistency of, sustainability disclosures. So by encouraging, alignment with global standards such as ISSB and linking disclosures, directly with the green taxonomy criteria through the updated ESG disclosure guidelines, as I mentioned, we issued in 2025. So companies will report against these clear, definitions, thresholds, and, the performance indicators. And the second would be that SECP is investing in analytical and supervisory capacity. So the ESG Sustain portal allows us to, assess those disclosures more systematically, identify, the gaps in it, the inconsistencies, and then obviously link, the environmental and the social data with the financial performance of the companies. So over time, I mean, this would evolve into, more of a risk-based supervisory model, one that helps detect, the potential greenwashing as well and support more informed kind of regulatory actions. So, I mean, this kind of digital supervision is particularly important in building, investors' trust when external geopolitical support is uncertain, because we are not clear on that. And the third would be, that we fully recognize the implementation, the capacity, that implementation capacity in the corporate sector that varies, across industries and institutions. So the SECP is placing, a really strong emphasis on market guidance, on, awareness, and on sector-specific capacity enhancements. So through, consultations, industry workshops, through technical assistance partnerships, we are working closely with the stakeholders to help them understand, the taxonomy applications, also the, the classification methodologies, and the assurance part of it. But that will come over time. So I think, I mean, SECP has given it its best, and it is for also the corporate sector to actually, really participate in terms of, their role in it. So coming to what exactly I had in my mind with respect to reducing the greenwashing aspect, I mean, first, the investors must not commit long-term capital unless they trust the system behind the disclosures. This is definitely an outcome that we we are looking forward as well. So by combining a robust kind of a disclosure framework, digital supervision and sustained market capacity building, we really aim to create a more credible and transparent, kind of a sustainability reporting ecosystem. So, and you have all witnessed that, the success of Pakistan's inaugural sovereign green sukuk that was issued in 2025, which was really successful because it was raised, in the domestic market, and it really demonstrated strong institutional demand for climate-aligned, Sharia-compliant instruments, even amidst global uncertainty. So SECP sees that this is really as a would say at a catalytic kind of a development, one that can help deepen the pipeline of corporate green sukuks, the energy transition sukuk, and also sustainability linked financing. So by pairing the taxonomy aligned disclosures with the credible green finance instruments, the regulations can actually convert sustainability commitments into, I would say, investable opportunities. But however, I mean, I will reiterate that the effectiveness of these reforms really depends heavily on the technical readiness of the market participants. And, the green capital can be attracted through strong disclosures, changes in the data system, the governance structures and analytical capacity across the economy. So just to conclude on I would say that I will really emphasize that even in the environment of uneven geopolitical support, Pakistan can attract green capital by strong regulatory signals that SECB is cognizant of. So, clear taxonomies, credible ESG disclosures, digital supervision, they all, that's all strong market. These are something which the market really needs to reflect on. So all these, combined send a very powerful signal to the investors that Pakistan is really committed to sustainability, transparency, and of course, long-term climate resilience. And I really assure you that SECP, as the capital market regulator, will definitely continue to support these efforts by strengthening, regulatory foundations and institutional readiness, enabling Pakistan's capital market to really play a more meaningful role in financing a more sustainable and a climate-aligned future here. So thank you very much. I'll stop here, Mariam, and over to you, Ji.
Thank you very much, Madam. That was Ms. Musarrat Jabin. Here you got to hear the perspective from the regulators, how they're trying to bridge the gap between global expectations and the ground realities. And there's no doubt that SECP has indeed been playing a very proactive role on this front for a couple of years now. Moving on to our next speaker. If Pakistan were to move decisively from a victim narrative to a governance strategy, what would be the single most important shift it must make, diplomatically, legally, or financially over the next 5 years? Those are some of the perspectives for which I would like to invite Mr. Ali Taqir onto the stage to share his perspective. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. And I'm, of course, honored and elated to be back on this podium. Want to commend the organizers for very successfully organizing this conference once again. I will focus on how, despite our best efforts nationally across the sectors, as Secretary Climate Change explained, despite our best efforts in national level, the provincial and federal levels, we are operating in a global environment that is not particularly conducive for climate action. How the changing geopolitical context, particularly as intersects with climate finance and affects Pakistan. That is what I'll focus. But first, a sentence or two on Pakistan. Please have my slides on. Pakistan's climate finance needs are increasing rapidly as our vulnerability is increasing. They have increased from $40 billion in 2016 to $655 billion in 2025 as per our NDC 3.0. In a span of 9 years, this is 14-fold increase, 655 billion. And just to put this figure in a perspective, this is about $50 billion a year, whereas our total development budget at national and provincial levels is $15 billion. So just imagine the growing need, and the global environment is becoming less and less conducive. I'll move with speed to share 8 or 9 slides with you, just to give you a very quick run-up. Would this be working? The front one or no? The prompter? No?
We need the prompter.
Just to tell you first, Madam Secretary is absolutely right that Paris Agreement has dipped the projections, but not deep enough. 1.5 degrees is slipping. Some would say that it has already slipped, and now we are looking at a temperature increase of 2.7%. And the more it goes up, more vulnerable Pakistan becomes and increasing the cost of disasters. Then, two great powers have a broken consensus on climate change. While the US is withdrawing from its climate change commitments, China has also become somewhat elusive in the regimented commitments. Not just that, multilateralism is collapsing, and as we'll see, the regionalism is accelerating. For a country like Pakistan, it becomes a tightrope walk how to balance the two. Developed economies are spending about 2% of their budgets in UK and EU on defense, and that is oftentimes at the cost of development assistance and climate finance. And now they are under increasing pressure, if you are NATO member countries, to increase that to 5%. And that essentially means even less diminished international finance to developing countries. And finally, you'll see that with the withdrawal of the United States from international climate finance ecosystem, developing countries are under increasing challenges, as are the UN agencies that were supporting countries like Pakistan. Next. This just explains the situation as it is deteriorating. You look at UK as a case study, its ODA is 0.7% of GNI and stagnating or declining. Equally true about all NATO countries as their budgets increase on defense. Next. Ma'am, can they give me a pointer also?
Can we please get a click?
Next. The US withdrawal needs to be seen in it needs to be seen in a context. UNFCCC, the secretariat, almost 1/4 of its budget was coming from the United States. That has gone. Green Climate Fund, United States had canceled its commitment of $2 billion and withdrawn its all subsequent commitments, so it has diminished. Jeff Read and UN climate agencies supporting from health to gender to child and vaccination, just about all realms US has withdrawn, as it has withdrawn from IPCC. That means in the coming years, we'll not even have credible science guiding our decision in private sector and government decision makings. I want to point out Loss and Damage Fund. A finance minister also referred to it. US withdrawn from its board and it's no more on that fund, and the chances of its replenishment are even less. Next. Now, if these are some new headwinds that makes it hard for us, makes swimming makes swimming harder, I want to draw your attention to, as it is, the ecosystem was not particularly conducive. The Western economic system had more commitments than disbursements. We have seen that getting accreditation to UNFCCC was a very steep for most developing countries, including Pakistan. We see that their pipeline was extremely sluggish and would take 2-3 years to support or approve or reject a project. The transaction costs of Western finance has always been very high. It's not just that. The market orthodoxy was very high. They were never, the ODA or grants were always unpredictable, small, compared to loans and concessional, including concessional loans. Increasingly, the emphasis has been last several years that it's not shared and differentiated responsibility. private sector should be engaged, and therefore the private sector engagement becoming almost conditional in all international climate finance, and increasingly so also under MDB financing as well. So the market orthodoxy was dominating the international climate finance architecture. While we focus on climate disasters like floods we had in 2022 and 2015, the slow onset, the quality of topsoil, the productivity in agriculture, and integrity of ecosystems, Rafi will speak more about them, they were all ignored and they continue to be ignored. There are very little investment happening in adaptation and particularly on slow onset of climate change that we are seeing. And the result is that we lose, because of seawater intrusion, our coastline, we lose our glaciers, and so on and so forth. Next. Now, result has been increasingly for countries like Pakistan to not succeed in accessing international finance at the scale and the time we need, and for the sectors and the prioritized projects that we need. Not just that. We are moving on to these financial instruments now increasingly. Pakistan has been successful in some of them, and some we have not even started, and I just want to give you one example. Our infrastructure at the town and city level is collapsing. We have not been able to provide water, sanitation, waste collection, and so on and so forth. Financial part is so limited that the finances do not reach there. And we have still not envisioned municipal bonds to have an ability to pay back the municipal bonds. Euro bonds that we accessed at a higher market rate, and they seldom go to development agenda. And I'll explain that in a little bit. So except for this, you'll see that increasingly we're looking at new instruments than international climate finance. Next. This brings me to another emerging trend in the international climate finance market. That is de-dollarization of international finance. There are currents emerging where the Chinese bonds of at least 3 different categories are trying to get a toehold in the marketplace, such as the Panda bond. And these bonds are at exceptionally low interest rate, and they have been growing very rapidly, and I've shared some figures with you that the interest rate in the Panda bonds, for example, the Pakistan will be launching, hopefully, coinciding with the Chinese New Year this month, at 2.2 or 2.8 or even 3%. Compare that with Euro bond, that is 8 to 12%. And that you can compare with some of other countries, if you can see at the bottom of the slides. And Pakistan's bond size is about between 250 and $300 million. The anticipated cohort is over $1 billion. Cumulatively, if you look at the way they are, at 45 billion, 196 billion, 100 billion or something, it's still minuscule compared to the global marketplace, but it's a growing option for developing countries like Pakistan. Next. Now, excuse me, I find it hard to read from here. Just bear with me, I want to have paper in front. Yes. It's minuscule compared to the global market size, which may be $27 trillion. But it's becoming increasingly more attractive, and many East European countries several African countries and countries like Pakistan are now increasingly gravitating towards this option. And this is not a Western economic system versus the Chinese economic system, even though the Chinese objective is to de-dollarize international finance. But in signing these, the advisors in such deals are Western banks such as Deutsche Bank, HSBC, and some others possibly sitting in this room. So in that sense, it's enabled and facilitated by Western financial institutions. Pakistan's own bond is facilitated by ADB and AIIB. In some ways, they have helped Pakistan to de-risk in order to access the Chinese bond. Next. Now, what does that mean? We then probably have three options or three parallel tracks, and they intersect with each other. They are not hardcore silos. First, there's a Western model that we are very used to, and many of us sitting in this room have worked in that model. We know that it's market-based. We know that the capital costs or transaction costs are very high. We know it's very time-consuming and takes much longer. We know the fiduciary standards are very high and getting even more stringent, much more stringent that a typical developing country could handle that. But the reality is that the international financial commitments in the international climate finance have not been met, let alone trillions, not even first 100 billion that was committed a decade or more than a decade ago. Then there is an emerging state-centric model where the Chinese government is much stronger in terms of its own engagement, and its strength is particularly in manufacturing sector, not as much in adaptation-related infrastructure or transactions. I'm done. So just to conclude, then together with China, we operate in South-South context whereby we try to negotiate. And coming to my last slide because of time frame, but also the headwinds are very strong. Multilateralism has become very hollow, at the verge of a collapse, if not already collapsed. While the UNFCCC rhetoric is still there, sometimes we mention it as a misleading optimism, but the fact of the matter is that in real sense, it seemed to have disappeared. In other words, there is also a Cold War of climate change. You may call it climate Cold War between the West, particularly the United States, and China. And then there is a crisis-driven reset that's emerging where the major disaster forces, reform, debt relief is needed, and climate change, temperature increasing 2 degrees or more. And this, finally, the fragmented progress seems to be present order of the day, whereby regional coalitions are emerging. Domestic mobilization is underlined in countries like Pakistan, and uncoordinated temperature will be increasing as the countries will not be able to meet their commitments. In order to conclude, next. There are 2 or 3 strategic imperatives I wanted to share with you. One is preserving multilateralism framework. As a developing country, we simply cannot accept its collapse, and this is an order we worked hard to create. It's not a very fair and just international system, but this is what we have been used to, and the alternative is worse. Second, we'll need to accelerate domestic mobilization of financial resources. Let's not have a hope or expectation that $655 billion are waiting for you. None. We'll be lucky if we get $1 billion. And then we'll have to build alternative coalitions China is only one, there may be others, and then challenge the Western orthodoxy that has brought us to this point. We need to play that and challenge them also. I want to thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ali Tokir. That was a great presentation. I absolutely agree the stakes couldn't be higher. Where our speaker talked about a systematic dysfunctioning of the climate finance model by the West. I am now inviting our final speaker of the day, who has been patiently waiting for his moment to speak. And I think what's key over here is to understand, and maybe that is what our speaker will be addressing, is how can Pakistan ensure that these voluntary promises that keep coming to us and we keep looking forward to them, and that somebody will come and save us from where we have been thrown now, if it could actually be made legally binding. And what would be that one thing that will help us? Over to you, Rafi.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It's a privilege to be invited to speak, and I thank the organizers for considering me. I'm going to go a little bit further than what Mr. Ali Tokir Sheikh, my mentor in this field, said earlier. I think he was too polite. Where did my slides go? There we are. Let me start by saying that the greenhouse gases that cause climate change have now increased temperatures on Earth. We're now told, by the way, we're in the third successive year of having surface temperatures in excess of 1.5 degrees centigrade. What this essentially means is that ever since the last ice age, where the Earth's ecosystem has been in relative balance, we humans as a species have done remarkable things. We discovered fire, we invented the wheel, we domesticated the ox, and we invented the plow. And these 3 or 4 things allowed us to produce a food surplus in excess of our requirements and could sustain a civilization that we are all not part of. Whether you like that civilization or not is immaterial. What climate change and this temperature rising does is it destabilizes the stability of the Earth's ecosystem upon which our human civilization depends. We are now at hotter temperatures than the Earth has seen in several 100,000 years, beyond the memory of our present human species. Now, in order to do something about climate change in 1992, when the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change was adopted, this is Article 3 of the Framework Convention, and it says it's the objective of the entire convention, the stabilization of greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere at a level that will prevent dangerous anthropogenic, that's man-made, interference with the climate system. Stabilization. That is the objective of the UNFCCC, and from this objective emerge legal principles like common but differentiated responsibilities between countries, which, very simply put, means that developed countries have a promise to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions, to mitigate them, and that less developed countries are under an obligation to prepare for climate change. And underpinning both of these promises of mitigation and adaptation is that developed countries must provide climate finance and technology transfer so that the less developed countries can use those finances to protect their people, infrastructure, and economies from the ravages of the climate crisis. In 2016, when the Conference of Parties to this convention met in Paris, they agreed to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade compared to pre-industrial levels using a voluntary system of what's known as nationally determined contributions. And as far as financing commitments are concerned, in 2010, when the Conference of Parties met in Cancun, the G20 committed to raising $100 billion by 2020 as a fund of climate finance available for less developed countries to access. The truth of the matter is that since 1992, this Earth has produced more greenhouse gases than it has in all of human history preceding 1992. there has been no stabilization of greenhouse gas emissions. As a matter of fact, this chart marks the carbon concentrations in the atmosphere ever since the Conference of Parties under the UNFCCC started taking place. This is evidence of the first broken promise of the commitments of developed countries to mitigate their greenhouse gases. They have failed to do so. And in consequence, let me show you this. This is a satellite image of parts of Balochistan and Sindh in 2021 and then in August of 2022, where after a few spells of rain over about 2 weeks, millions of Pakistanis were displaced because of a flood in Sindh and Balochistan. Now, the World Weather Attribution Foundation published a report in November 2022 that said over 50% of the intensity of the rain that fell on these parts of Sindh and Balochistan were caused by the 1.1, 1.2 degrees of global warming that has occurred because of climate change. In other words, this was not a natural disaster, this was a man-made disaster. It was a climate disaster that millions of Pakistanis had to face on account of the broken promise of mitigation. This satellite picture on the right shows a lake over 100 kilometers wide that emerged as a result of the flooding. How do you adapt? How do you prepare for? How can any country adapt or prepare for a 100-kilometer lake when the promises that were broken so savagely of mitigation are so clear in front of us? We're beyond adaptation, and that's why Sheikh Saab is part of a loss and damage fund that's supposed to be there to put countries in the middle of the climate crisis, at least have them access funds that put their economies back on their feet. Which brings me to the other point of climate finance. If mitigation promises have been broken, as of 2 years ago, that $100 billion that was supposed to be there in global climate finance by 2020, it's now 2026, is about $13 billion. So not only are the promises of mitigation being broken, the underlying promise of climate finance and technology transfer is also being broken. Now, I want to put this into context because one country in 1 year gave nearly the equivalent of global climate finance for war and genocide. There is money available, it's just not available to save people like Pakistanis and countries like Pakistan at the front lines of the climate system. And this worries me at the international level because ever since World War II, when the global legal system adopted not just principles of universal declarations of human rights, but things like the Geneva Convention to prevent crimes against humanity and genocide, it is international law that is supposed to fix genocide in Gaza. And if it can't do it in a small piece of territory, how is it going to work at the larger scale on climate change? I want to refer now to a report that was recently published in the United Kingdom. It was actually suppressed. It was supposed to be published last year. It was suppressed. It was released about 10 days ago. This is the Global Biodiversity Loss, Ecosystem Collapse, and National Security Report by the United Kingdom's security agencies. The MI6, the MI5, their intelligence services did a survey of global ecosystem collapse. And I just want to just read you one. This is item number 4 that says every major critical ecosystem on Earth is on a path to collapse. Is on a path to collapse, not is going to collapse, is on a path to collapse. And that's because these promises have been broken. There are several key ecosystems on Earth, from the arboreal forests in Alaska to the Amazon rainforest to the Hindu Kush Karakoram Himalayan mountain ranges. Now, it's estimated that if you reach about 25% deforestation in the Amazon, it will collapse. It is right now at 17% deforestation, and this report says it will start collapsing by 2030. And it will take about 75 years for the lungs of the earth to become a savanna, a desert. This is what ecosystem collapse is. This is not an economic collapse that you can sort of dig yourself back out of. Once the ecosystem collapses, there is no recovery. Now, from there, I want to come to the point that really is the point of my talk here. Climate change is not about it is about the science of greenhouse gases, but more importantly, it's about human consumption, and it's also about flawed economic models. We have economic models that track climate change as average temperatures rise, and we link those average temperatures to GDP loss. But what such a calculation omits is the fact that when a climate crisis occurs, it's not the middle point of temperature averages. You see extremes of temperature averages, which these economic models do not account for. This particular Guardian report, which was published about a week ago, says that by 2070, if global temperatures rise to about 2 degrees centigrade, global GDP will be cut by 50%. That is catastrophic internationally. And I want to end by saying that if we can understand these things, if we understand that climate change is actually caused by an economic system that looks the other way when you can unaccountably destroy natural resources or abuse human labor for profit. We live in an environment, an economic environment that allows for this overconsumption. And so my point here today is to say that if you can appreciate these things, you realize that climate change isn't the real problem. It is a symptom of our overconsumption caused by flawed economic models based on capitalism, which in turn has benefited by things like colonialism and imperialism, the patriarchy, and a fossil fuel economy and consumerism that we all live in today. And if we have any hope to be able to save the future of this earth, it is through dismantling these systems of economics, colonialism, patriarchy, and consumerism, which will require, in the words of the United Nations Secretary General, an immense shift, not just in economic models, but in moral models. We have to change. I am angry here today, and I want all of you to be angry here today because of the state of the earth and the lies that we have been fed. And it is this anger that will fuel a new morality about how you view this world and what is acceptable to do in a business setting and what is unacceptable to do in a business setting. And I will end with this photograph, which until recently was the most widely published photograph on Earth. Actually, the most widely published photograph on Earth is the Windows 95 screensaver. But before that, it was this picture, which was taken in April 1968. It's called Earthrise, and it was taken when human beings first went on the moon. It was published in newspapers shortly after, about 2 or 3 days afterwards, and soon gained traction because this was the first time anyone on Earth had ever seen their own planet. That's it. All of our history, everything, all of the people we have known and loved, every human thought, is this space. That's it. That's us. And it was this photograph and the crystallization of that thought that led to massive environmental movements around the world. It led to, amongst other things, even the IPCC and at some level the UNFCCC. And it is the one thing that's worth saving. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Rafi. That was indeed a very thought-provoking and a speech. And like we always say, a picture is 1,000 words. I'm sure that your message has moved some of the audience. I know it has certainly moved me. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our first panel discussion. And what you've heard from speakers today is that while global climate governance was built on the assumptions of cooperation, credibility, and shared responsibility, that certainly is not the case anymore. And that is what you heard Ms. Musarrat Javeen talk about, where she said that the regulators are doing their part, but they want the investors to trust the system. You heard Ali Tawqir Saab talk about what models that we relied on for decades are actually failing us. And then we had Rafi, who spoke with his heart about the assumptions that are being tested. And I think as each one of us individually is making us question some of the basics that we have become used to. And that was indeed the intent of my session, at least, which was navigating the storm. That's why we call this a storm, and it's real, it's here. Thank you very much for your time. Over to you, Faizan.
Thank you very much. Now, before you leave the stage, I would like to request Mr. Umar Ehsan Khan, the CEO of Dolans, to come up on stage and present a memento to all our panelists. He's left. Oh, really? Cheers. Would you like to do the honors, sir? And thank you to all the speakers. They really spoke from the heart. And Rafe, thanks for doing this extempore. Ladies and gentlemen, remember what I told you about making them smile with your appreciation at the right moment? All right, now's the time. Thank you very, very much. This was a most enlightening session. Cheers. And I would like to add that from the ice age to the doll age, there is but one concern. It's climate. And climate change isn't just happening now, it's happened in the past as well. 80,000 years ago, towards the end of the Earth's last ice age, the first humans walked out of Africa and they walked along the shores of the Arabian Sea, the dry desert coastlands on their way to India. And it was near Thatta that they discovered the monsoon for themselves, a constant cycle of regeneration, and the Indus River as well. And this was before settled life. So yes, as Rafe said, that the invention of the wheelbarrow, the domestication of the ox, and all of that began our journey into climate change. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go on to our next panel discussion. Just before that, I would like to share with you briefly a message that a friend of mine, a very environmentally conscious friend of mine, sent me a few days before he passed away in a mountain climbing incident. And he wrote, "We have killed life. The earth no longer teems with the furious industry of ants. The wildflower meadows are empty of the vibrant dance of butterflies. Wherever one looks, life seems to have fled, and no one seems to know where it now hides. The wild is no more. The insignificant yet so precious buzzing life of small flitting creatures has vanished. Poetry speaks of a world of distracted wanderers saved from their own awareness by the astonishing and deceptively invincible life of yesteryear. We can now only sing of a world we have now killed, one that will never return." A post-apocalyptic scenario indeed. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the panel discussion that I was talking about. Green profits and real solutions, unlocking climate finance for Pakistan's business sector. Now, this session will focus on the financial mechanisms required to support Pakistan's transition to a green economy in the context of fiscal constraints and developmental priorities. Topics will include international climate finance, carbon markets, and the role of private sector investments in scaling green investments. The current landscape of climate finance can often feel like a maze of technical jargon and inaccessible funds. It's a dark and forbidding world. This session strips away the complexity to focus on what actually matters for Pakistan's private sector: access, viability, and return on investment. We are moving beyond the high-level policy talk of examining the ground reality of green money. Our panel will provide a candid assessment of which financial tools are currently delivering results and which ones are falling short on their promises. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator for this discussion, Ms. Kausar Safdar, the CFO of Pear Investments. Let's give her a warm welcome.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. The background of the session has been very kindly and very elaborately set already, because This session this session is keeping you away from the lunch, so we'll try to have it as compressed as possible without losing the real benefit of it. I would now like to invite my panelists we have already spoken about the problem, that there's a big problem, there's a deficiency of money also, but whatever the money is available, how best we can utilize it. So let's hear from the expert panel and their perspective, and where to get the money from, where to get the finances from, how to use it in the best possible way, and what are the difficulties that we can overcome. Whenever there's a challenge, there's a way. When there's a will, there's a way. So let's understand which way to go. With this, I'll be inviting my first panelist, Mr. Hiz Jamali. He is Senior Climate Change Officer at Asian Development Bank. So we have Mr. Hiz with us. Assalamu alaikum. Mr. Hiz Jamali brings a wealth of experience in mobilizing the climate finance and driving projects that integrate sustainability into development strategies. His work at ADB has focused on bridging the gap between the climate investment and the practical project implementation in the developing countries. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Next, I would like to have Ms. Hina Karamat Ijaz, who is the Senior Investment Officer at IFC, International Finance Corporation. Ms. Hina has a special focus on the private sector development and sustainable finance, and she's an expert in investment solutions. Her experience spans from green financing, renewable energy, and climate adaptation. Next with us is our own regulator, Mr. Wasif Hussain. He'll be joining us online. He's the Senior Deputy Director in State Bank of Pakistan, at the forefront of the integrating sustainable finance into Pakistan's financial system. Sir, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you. I'm on it.
Wa alaikum assalam. Thank you very much for joining us. Last but not the least, I have Dr. Aisha with us from Acumen. We are very pleased to have her with us in this panel. She is currently raising capital to deploy in climate-resilient agribusinesses and real economy solutions. So, with the experts' insight, I will now turn my discussion to the core challenges of Pakistan's business sector, which is not just about financing climate finance, but also aligning the business strategies with green growth opportunities, innovation, and global capital flows. So, starting with Mr. Wasim, sir, we would like to have your input on your perspective from the regulatory lens. How can Pakistan introduce and mobilize green finance on a much larger scale than it already has, particularly through the banking sector? For example, how can green bonds, green loans, or blended finance structures be better integrated into the financial system? We understand that we do have these options, but they are not so widely available as they should be. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for posing this. Thank you very much for posing this question. Just before I specifically answer your question, I wanted to tell you that State Bank of Pakistan has started this journey of green banking finance almost a decade ago when we issued the green banking finance guidelines in 2017. From 2017 till and December 2025, we have issued many risk management frameworks, and we have built the capacity of regulated entities, which are the banks, DFIs, and the microfinance banks, in assessing their environmental degradation while financing and minimum social standards. That's a very well posed question, that what kind of innovations, regulatory innovations are required to promote the green banking or green financing in the market. Recently, as you are aware, that we have issued the Pakistan Green Taxonomy, which provides the definition of the green projects. Once the pipeline is developed, then we understand that investors are better placed to invest in these ventures. And as of now, the practices exist in the market. Like there are a few banks which have collaborated with the multilaterals and untapped the financing lines, and they're providing the markup subsidy on those lines and the credit guarantee as well. The same is case with there's a bank which is going to launch a green bond in the market. And with these initiatives, we understand that banks will be able to untap the funding. But being a regulator, we need to assess that what kind of incentives needs to be provided to the market. Once there is commercial viability, I don't think there will be a need for the regulatory incentives. But to promote these activities, we can see what kind of regulatory incentive, maybe relaxation in the CRR, or there could be another soft, terms which regulator can relax for the banking industry to untap these fundings and roll out for the market. But in my view, the standardization in these practices is required from the banking sector, and the State Bank of Pakistan is going to work on these practices in the next year, where we'll be seeing how sustainability-linked bonds or the credit lines can work for the banking sector.
Thank you very much. I would further like to understand how can SBP play its role in de-risking these instruments which are already in vogue. And with this, being a part of the banking sector myself, I would also like to understand would in future SBP would be considering assigning some mandatory targets, just like SME and the Agri that are usually assigned to the banks. Is anything of the sort is under consideration?
Okay, the two parts of the question. Let me first answer this, that the State Bank has been the implementing agency of various government schemes where the State Bank has been providing credit guarantee on behalf of government and the markup subsidy. And just to name few, one is Prime Minister Youth Business Loan, one is credit guarantee for SMEs, one is credit guarantee for housing finance. So we are going to integrate this green financing into these schemes where we will be able to provide the credit guarantee, markup subsidy to the end consumer on the loans which banks are providing on green basis. So one aspect is that the State Bank can provide the credit guarantee or integrate into these schemes the green financing. Number two, yes, there's no such thing as the mandatory targets, but yes, as we have issued the Pakistan Green Taxonomy, and in-house we have done the working that 40% of the bank's portfolio is eligible for Green Taxonomy, and going forward, the banks will be aligning their 40% of their financing portfolio with the Pakistan Green Taxonomy. So it's not a mandatory target, but that's when banks are disclosing this in their disclosures. So that's where they have to align their portfolio with the Green Taxonomy. So, I don't think that there's need to provide the mandatory, because the banks are already doing a lot in this area. There are few banks, namely 8 banks are there, which are issuing their sustainability reports. Almost all the banks have integrated environmental and social risk management framework into their credit assessment process. All the banks have their green banking offices. They have their green banking policies. They have the board oversight. So I don't think there is need to give the mandatory targets on that.
Thank you very much, Wasim Saab, for joining us online. I understand that you're already committed elsewhere, and still you gave us your valuable time. With this, I will move to my in-house panel people, participants. Once again, thank you very much. You can hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Dr. Aisha, I'll start with you first. I must say that this is quite a balanced panel. Rather, here the concentration of women is more than the men, which means that OICCI is progressing in terms of gender equality also. So, and I would also like to share that most of the PCC core committee member are female. So I think we all females deserve a round of applause for arranging such a big project. Okay, after self-praise, let's go back to the work. Dr. Aisha, would you like to tell us, in the current market, raising and structuring a climate-adapted fund for Pakistan, what are the difficulties and what are the challenges? Not only the challenges, how to resolve them. And not only, I would like you to cover briefly and touch upon how to cover it domestically and in the international market also. Since you're working on both sides, please enlighten us.
Hi, can you hear me? All works? Thank you so much for the question and thank you for having me here. And the conversation so far has been really interesting. I think we've spent some time articulating the context and looking at what's actually, we've been looking a lot at what's not working. And so I'll step back a little bit, and instead of the whole premise of there isn't enough capital around, there just is such a capital scarcity, I would like to state that the problem is not of capital scarcity. The problem is of the right sort of capital that is designed to solve the problems that we're trying. One who is looking across projects and seeing what really mobilizes capital. And so what does that really mean, as you're asking? And I'll break it up into a few components. The first one is really about risk. And I think it will not be a surprise to anyone here when we keep saying frontier markets are risky, Pakistan is risky. When you talk about private capital not coming, it's because of risk. And while that framing is to a certain extent true, I think it's a little bit of a lazy framing because risk does not mean capital does not flow. What is required is the right risk allocation and structuring. And so let's look at Pakistan's example when we talk about, I also heard Madam Secretary talk about the private sector coming in and stepping in and taking over and building solutions. So let's look at what we're asking private sector capital to absorb. We're asking private sector capital to absorb FX risk, which is real, policy risk, regulatory risk, risk of early businesses coming in, and also, by the way, the risk of climate volatility. So that's all of that risk layering. It's risk dumping. It's not risk allocation. So what does that mean? When we step back and think about how risk should appear, there are pools of capital that are concessionary. There's public sector capital in place, and that capital has the balance sheet to take on more risk. And the role of that capital is very clearly de-risking private capital. Essentially, private capital should be looking at commercial execution risk. And so once we figure out how to allocate risk appropriately on balance sheets that are meant to hold that risk, I think it ceases to become an obstacle. It actually is a constraint that we're able to manage effectively. So that's number one. And then number two, I think when we start thinking of designing instruments and projects and programs that are going to attract private capital in, we do need to make sure that those instruments are designed for the ground realities of this country. Whatever frontier context you're in, let's design for the reality of that context and those macroeconomic variables. What doesn't work is when we come into markets like Pakistan and other frontier contexts where we design for, liquidity being present, plentiful exit opportunities, and we say, okay, let's design the instruments that should in theory work, but they don't in practice work. Because let's look at climate adaptation in Pakistan. What are the sectors where we're supposed to invest? Of course, there's agriculture and food systems. You're also looking at infrastructure. There are multiple other sectors that are designed to respond to climate adaptation and resilience needs, but these are not sectors that are going to give you returns in 24 months, 36 months. They're not sectors that allow quick IRRs and returns in short time frames. So let's design according to what the context really needs. In climate adaptation, the time frames are longer. You will need 5, 6, maybe even 7 years before your projects are going to yield returns. Your IRRs aren't going to be realized instantaneously. So they realize over a certain time period, and your instruments then have to be robust enough to accommodate those time periods. And you know, what's on top of mind for me all the time really is exits. So when you're looking at exit horizons, when you may be designing instruments in other markets, you might assume the existence of later stage investors, lots of capital flowing in. Here, you have to design multiple exit pathways. And so let's design the right sort of instruments for the market that we're in. And then finally, I know Hina would agree with me on this one, the one piece that's really, really important, and we don't talk about it enough, is the piece around governance. And you know, in all of the design problems of how do we attract capital, how do we get more capital in, how does it scale, the silent killer over here is lack of governance. And so what does that really mean? I mean, again, capital does not scale without clean institutional governance in place at the project level. If you don't have it, if you're hand waving around it, or you're sort of putting a gray zone and a fuzzy logic around it, capital just assumes that you have no governance, that you have the lowest possible threshold, and what that means is capital walks away. And so if we sit in a context in which we're looking at designing projects that don't have the right risk allocation frameworks in place, that are not designed to fit the context that they'll be implemented in, where governance is not front and center, I don't think we should be surprised then that capital doesn't move. What you'll see in these contexts is exactly what we're seeing in Pakistan right now, which is that capital trickles in the private sector. It's tentative, it's small, it's at the pilot stage, and it doesn't scale up. And we're still left talking about, wow, we have so much potential, but why is it that we really are not realizing that potential? We have to break out of this. We have to design the right capital instruments with a view to what is actually needed by the investors. And once we're able to do that, I think you'll see a virtuous cycle of capital coming in, projects getting invested in at scale, and solutions being developed for Pakistan, because again, as we're all convinced in this room and beyond, it could not be needed more now. Now more than ever, we need the right sort of capital. It's up to us. The question is not, does capital exist? I think capital exists. The question for us is, are we able to design the right sort of capital that will actually leverage that?
Dr. Aisha, it's quite comforting to hear from you that there's no scarcity of capital, at least enough available for us to utilize for the time being. It's the model that needs to be corrected. It's the way that it has to be designed. It's the way it has to be done. And the governance part, of course, whether it's a commercial project, as a business as usual project, or a sustainability level project, or a project with a sustainability angle, the governance has to be there. With this, I will move on to Ms. Hina Karamat, and I would like to take your conversation forward with her. So how can we make our business model correct? Because you've been interacting with these businesses, doing the work on the ground as well. And what is that we can develop in our businesses to make those projects correct and bankable? So if there's a bank available, there's an issue, and there's a bank available to resolve that. So what is the model that the businesses can refer to overcome that difficulty? Over to you.
Thank you, Kausar. Thank you for having me. So let me start off with stating a very unpopular fact that capital finance is not a grant. So the core investment thesis for climate finance also hinges on the return on investment. Unlike any other investment, the impact investors are also looking for returns. And as Dr. Aisha spoke about the inherent risks which are present in Pakistan, so the minimum acceptable return requirements hence increases when it comes to Pakistan. So having said this, when we in terms of returns are on the one side, and we have established today that climate finance is available. It is available in the market, but which are the projects which can attract those climate finance? It's the projects which are well structured, which are bankable and scalable. We have been speaking about these three elements since morning. So from an investor's perspective, what are the three things that matters the most when a project is raising climate finance? It's about having a credible transition plan, reliable data, and strong reporting. Remember, the greenest of the projects are the ones that are bankable, scalable, and accountable with a capital A. So as Dr. Aisha also spoke about governance, and before us, Musarrat spoke about how important governance models are in Pakistan. So from an investor's perspective, what that translates into, what are the actionable items which the companies need to do? They need to have a very strong sustainability strategy, have set up measurable and transparent targets, and a consistent reporting mechanism in place. And in form of institutions like IFC and SECP, they are financial institutions which are present to help companies actually go through their first develop a sustainability journey, the framework in place, and set up the governance model that can help them align themselves with international ENS standards and with green taxonomy projects. Transparency is very, very important for these projects because remember, from a financial institutions' perspective, transparency builds trust, trust mobilizes capital, and capital scales impact. So for any project to have an impact and scalable impact, it's very important to have a governance model in place and early on align with institutions which can guide them through the process of implementing the sustainability frameworks. And the good thing is that in Pakistan, now we have started this dialogue. Institutions like IFC, SECP, Acumen Fund, they are there to constantly basically guide the companies through their journeys. So aligning projects with these international ESG standards and Pakistan Green Taxonomy is significantly important. It helps improve the investor confidence and at the same time also address concerns related to greenwashing, which are now becoming increasingly important for impact investors. So it's not just about the companies not having ample climate finance or impact finance available. On the other side, climate investors are also equally being scrutinized. So which is why having proper governance systems, having accountability and transparency is now very important. And as Dr. Aisha mentioned, that we need to have, this sustainability journey, it cannot be a transactional arrangement. It has to be a long-term partnership because impact financing is not about financing a project or a transaction. It's about financing a transition. So when we speak about financing a transition, then that association has to go hand in hand over multiple years. It cannot be a process or a journey of, say, 12 to 24 months. So I'll just like to give you an example here that IFC helped Coca-Cola Ichechek raise impact or maybe like, sustainability linked financing for 5 of their markets, and Iraq was one of those. And we help them basically link their sustainability targets with the core business model. So these targets also, like from impact investors' perspectives, it's important that the targets are linked to core business model. So they basically, for CCI, water is a very important factor. So the target was linked to water usage ratio. So this is how we basically structured, and they were able to scale it out in 5 of the countries and in markets like Tajikistan and Iraq. And Pakistan is certainly a step ahead of these markets, I must say. So what's important is, at this stage, having a proper governance model in place and building partnerships with institutions which can help you implement and roll through this process as they go along. Yeah, thank you. I would stop here.
One practical question I would like to ask from both of you. Do you consider that there are enough bankable projects in pipeline at the moment in our country, or more efforts needs to be done, and how you propose it should be done? So either of you who would like to?
So I would say, when we think from IFC's perspective, when we think about Pakistan, for our region, Pakistan is the second largest market after Turkey. And for us, we see a lot of projects in Pakistan. And in fact, in past 2 to 3 years, IFC has more than doubled its program in Pakistan. And the scale of climate finance has also increased. So last year, I don't know how many of you followed Sustainable Aviation Fuel Project. It's, for us, it was a transformational project. It is the first sustainable aviation fuel project IFC has done globally. And that project within IFC system and World Bank system is being considered a model project. It's now an award-winning project also. And that idea came from Pakistan. So what is important when we speak about climate finance, it has to come from countries like Pakistan, where we are generating a lot of waste, and from the countries like ours, where the impact of climate change is so significant that it becomes, that a small change translates into a big impact.
So there is some
there are certainly projects.
Even in Pakistan, where we consider that there are not many projects which are still bankable. Dr. Aisha would like to add something over here.
I'll just add candidly on this one that, look, we're in a frontier market context. One of the great things about being in a frontier market context is that there is opportunity to build and respond to really basic needs for goods and services. So the opportunities are tremendous, and the potential returns are also tremendous. Where there is a holdup is around governance, transparency, and accountability. And that ends up sort of discounting so many of the potentially viable projects that we can look at because those systems aren't set in place. And this connects to a larger issue we have around the documented economy versus the undocumented, and the sort of incentives around what do our tax rates look like once you're in the documented sector. So it's not an isolated problem. It's when you zoom out and you look at the whole economy, there are clear disincentives in place for companies as well, as they think through the very rational decision on should you document or should you not document. What we're saying is that the universe of what Hina and I see is large enough, but that's a tiny subset of the real potential of this economy to generate viable projects and scale up. So,
with this, I will turn to Mr. Jamali. So we understand that the finance is available. There are bankable projects as well. But I think baby steps are better, one thing at a time. So what are the structures, blended or otherwise, bonds or any sort of a financing model that can be maybe standardized or provided for a quicker turnaround of the projects that the financings are available instead of reinventing the wheel every time. Would you like to enlighten us on that and share with us?
Thank you. So I had a few slides, but I think maybe I'll skip that. And first of all, sincere apologies for standing between you and lunch. And it's a tough gig to follow the exciting session that Sheikh Saab and colleagues had delivered previously. And I would also rather talk about the physics of climate change than the money, but I come from MDB, so. I think I'll try not to repeat. I think a lot of this has been covered. Very quickly, I just want to mention, I think that there has been a lot of talk about bankable projects and blended finance. What do we mean by this? I think often we confuse a good project is just writing a proposal. We have number of them sitting on desks every ministry you walk into. That's not a bankable project. When we talk about a bankable project, particularly from when we talk about the PPP, attracting, I think that's fine. I'll just cover this. We're getting late, so yeah. So I think it's the structuring of those finances to make them attractive for the private sector. That's the hardest part. And I think one of the reasons I'm in Karachi, in addition to, of course, attending this fantastic conference, is because we are working with the government of Sindh to do a transaction advisory for a project on nature-based solutions and for carbon markets. And it will take us at least 12 months to structure that transaction. And it takes a lot of effort so that when the private sector, when we goes out for bidding for private sector, they see the opportunity there. They see all the security, what are the risks, and what's the, of course, in the end, it's all about profitability as well. So that, I think we need to focus a lot on that when we talk about the projects. So maybe I think I'll just stop it there. Thank you.
Yes, please.
So in terms of, so within IFC system, we say something, it's being said quite frequently, that Pakistan is way behind on a lot of things. So what we are trying to do now has already been done multiple times over and again in other markets. So maybe we don't need to reinvent the wheel. There are a lot of instruments and structures which have been implemented, which have been successfully done in multiple other markets. So idea is just to pick one and copy paste it right. And with the intention of doing it right from day one and having a strong governance system around it.
And I think if I can quickly add to that, so I think there is generally, I think, and you also covered this before, there is not a lack of capital. There is there. And I think if we just look at our own portfolio, we have a $9 billion portfolio, and every year we do another $2 billion. So that's there. I think going forward, what we are really looking at, and I think Sheikh Saab and other colleagues have very clearly mentioned, the grants are not going to start falling from the sky. So we need to stop looking outwards and start looking inwards to leverage our own investments. And what we can do with those, how we can actually turn those billions of dollars that we are investing, especially on the sovereign side, how can we attract the non-sovereign private sector to really make the most of what we are already investing. So thank you.
With this positive note that we need to look inside rather than outside, and things are already available, how can we operationalize them is the key. And I would like to thank you, my esteemed panelists. Thank you very much for coming over here and sharing your immense knowledge with us. Thank you very much.
Please stay with us a moment. I'll request all the panelists to stay a moment. And I will request Mr. Abdul Qayyum Sheikh, CEO of Engro Polymer, to please join us on stage and present a memento to our venerable panelists. And I must add that you never stood between us and lunch, because there's something else before lunch. Something brief, we won't be long. Most conferences have one set of really good panelists. This one has many. So I hope you enjoyed the session we just had. And a big round of applause, please, for everyone present. Thank you very much. And just before lunch, we'll quickly hear from Mr. Charles Yu to know more about climate financing landscape and the way forward for business opportunities. We'll hear from Charles Yu from Chongguang, Climate Finance and Investment Specialist, UNDP Asia Pacific, who will join us online. And this will be followed by lunch. Mr. Charles Yu. And can we also please make sure that the Excel presentations are all zoomed into so that we can read the text like so?
Can you hear me? Sorry, I haven't got a concrete response. Hello? Hello? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Mr. Yu, you're very audible. We can all hear you.
Okay, great, thanks. Sorry, I didn't hear anything.
Any worth checking. Can we enlarge Mr. Yu's picture
Yes.
as he speaks to us?
Let
Yes,
me-
thank you. We're all ears.
Great, thank you so much. Sorry, I noticed that I'm right before lunch for all of you, so I'll try to finish this fast. Very interestingly, before I actually spoke in Maldives, and later I'm going to speak in Bhutan, all frontier market around climate finance. And we had an excellent panel before. So I'm actually not going to skip all the front part of the climate finance landscape, which has been extensively discussed, the bilateral donor landscape, which as we already heard from panelists before, is really shrinking. The international world order is actually also changing how we trade, how we do climate investment. There is a commitment from international finance around adaptation and mitigation, but that is running short. So we have the context all set. All I want to highlight is that more and more countries are positioning climate finance and investment as a first mover advantage. If you see the electric car space, there's a clear space of some of the emerging market overtaking traditionally the developed economy. This goes in a number of countries in a number of cases. And I use a case that in Vietnam, where they actually had a first mover advantage of looking at manufacturer-led economy. Here, what we clearly see, as many colleagues talked about before, not only is the amount of capital and availability of the capital, it's really a clear investment platform with supportive industrial loans, export process loans, coordinating action across the government on planning, finance, trade, investment authority, with very predictable rules for investors. And also the narrative and framing of the country, it must not be a risk preservative or highlighting the risk of climate that brings to a country, but more precision its country as a first mover before the peers and have comparable advantage framework to attract incentives, but also have the institutional alignment to support the investment come along. So as many have mentioned before, the climate finance and general investment landscape in Pakistan ecosystem is already strong. We have strong multinational development banks, IFIs, ADB, IFC, that are already operating in the country. We have colleagues from Acumen Fund talk about the impact investors, climate funds, focusing on innovation, early stage risk piloting. We have domestic financial institutions like the State Bank working on debt, working capital, access to finance, and we have state institutions of regulators working on policy signals, green financing framework. So there's a lot of going on for Pakistan already. What we're seeing, though, is quite likewise for many emerging markets. Pakistan is not alone in this. Is this different mandate between institutions and different risk appetite. There's parallel deployment of capital and sometimes unmatched capital between scale and the real investment opportunity. There's also misalignment of timing, guaranteed debt. So some of the MSMEs or SMEs cannot necessarily scale to receive large-scale investment that generally MDB, IFS, and large-scale investors are looking for. Multiple entry points for business and the standards for firm. Different banks have different loan application template, different due diligence template, different way of conducting due diligence, different risk appetite, and different interpretation of risk appetite. So the binding constraint in UNDP's opinion is not only just capital availability, it is the coordination, sequencing, risk allocation between institutional, businesses, and public institutions. So all I would want to suggest is looking at 3 system-level leeways to move forward and really position Pakistan as a frontier market for climate investment. One is from standalone projects to programmatic pipelines, so that you have aggregation, standardization of similar type of risk profile projects with replicability. This could be looked into such as a country investment platform, where the country-led aggregates project across sector, aligning public priorities with the public capital on the table to attract private capital. This is one of the agenda items from the latest Finance for Development, 4th International Conference for Finance for Development's agenda, supporting building of country investment platform where the country puts the transactions, projects, prioritizations on the table, matching with policy and public finance to attract private capital and philanthropy capital in the like. Second is from risk avoidance to risk sharing. This is really to coordinate risk sharing. Early identify where capital, public capital should absorb the risk, such as early risk and system risk, where governance and public institution can reduce private sector capital risk, very much talked about from IFC colleagues and Acumen colleagues before, because private capital can really scale once the risks are shared fairly. We can also look at UNDP through the integrated national financing framework support to coordinate between ministries so that each ministry can account for and actually coordinate the risk sharing process. Lastly, from the risk disclosure as compliance to disclosure as a capital access. There are many colleagues talk about how greenwashing indicator as well. So actually pushing reforms around data, using climate data as a financing tool clearly shows where the risk lies and how public finance can support the risk absorption from the climate data is a great way to actually attract private sector. And which country can actually do this better could probably become the frontier country to attract private sector capital. Not just reporting, but making sure the impact, the contribution of Pakistan to the world is actually highlighted, measured, and reported, therefore can further re-enhance private sector capital, especially large institutional capital's interest, into a very transparent reporting of the benefit of investing in Pakistan. So these are some of the useful standards already out, the TCFD, the TNFD. There's also UNDP ISO, SDG Impact Standard recently has been published as a way to reporting this. So very concise, that is all what I want to present today. I really want to thank you with the excellent panel ahead of before me and our partner inviting UNDP for this session. I really hope Pakistan can position itself as a frontier market for investing in climate finance. Thank you so much.
That was Mr. Charles Yu. Thank you very much for speaking to us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without much further ado, it's time for lunch. And this lunch break will be limited to 30 minutes. So let's observe that time limit. We'll be back here in half an hour to continue the conference. Bon appétit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed lunch. It's nice and bright in this hall now, so we shall continue with the conference. We're about to hear from Ms. Antonia Wanner, Global Chief Sustainability Officer at Nestlé, and she's joining us from Switzerland, so let's pay attention to the screen. From Commitment to Impact.
Hello, good afternoon.
Corporate Showcase. A very good afternoon. How do you do, Antonia?
Fine, thank you very much. Great to be with you again. Thank you.
Well, we can hear you loud and clear, so you may
Very good.
begin. Thank you.
Okay, so I will share my slides. Just a second. Here we go. And voila. So, can you see the slides? The slide? Can you see it? Can you hear me still?
Yes, we can see them very clearly.
Okay, you can see and you can hear. Okay, then I'll start. Thank you very much. So I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer of Nestlé and been with you last year. Great to be here again. And this time I have a few more numbers showing the impact which we achieved. With me, it's still the 2024 numbers, 2025 coming out in about 2 weeks. And I have also one additional point. We went through a learning journey, and I'd like to share the highlights with you in a few seconds. We went through a learning journey from, okay, it's great to make a positive impact to people and planet, but how can we turn this into a competitive advantage? Well, for the people, for the farmers, but then also for us as a business. And that's a bit the learning journey I would like to take you through. So to start with, creating shared value, this is our aim. So we want to make a positive impact for people, for planet, and for our business, for all three. We think they are interconnected. That's how the company was founded, and we have actually formalized this in a more precise term since 2007. You see it here, and you also see the numbers 2024. I'd like to highlight 3 of them. The greenhouse gas reduction, we landed at 20% reduction versus 2018. Already end of 2024. The target had been for 2025, but thankfully it went faster. And with that came also cocoa plan, coffee plan, deforestation free, so regenerative agriculture. So there we were like 21%. Now, why these, the regen ag, the coffee plan, the cocoa plan are equally important? Because they are connected with the greenhouse gas reduction. So they all deliver against the same, all led to a benefit for the people, but also to lower greenhouse gas emissions. So then I go to my next one. Let me see. Here we go. So what happened then? What did we do? About 14 months ago, we said, great, we have captured some learnings. We know how to do things now, but we were not sure that everything is really delivering a big plus also for us as a business. So what we then did, first we identified what are the value drivers of sustainability for our business, and we concluded to 3. Either an initiative helps to reduce or avoid cost, or the second one, it helps to mitigate risk, notably supply risk, or differently worded, it helps to ensure supply. Or the last one, the initiative is a plus when it comes to consumer and customers. So that actually it leads to people buying our products versus the ones of competition. Now, we then said, right, let's go through all our initiatives. When it comes to climate, regenerative agriculture, packaging, let's go through and let's see which are the initiatives that do deliver at least one of these 3 value drivers. And the outcome of that has been that all the initiatives which we had been doing in terms of greenhouse gas reduction, so this is what you see under climate here, or the ones that were about implementing regenerative agriculture practices, or the ones that were supporting circularity, which means really making sure that packaging is not landing as waste in the planet. And they were also good for our business because they were paying tribute to at least one of these three value drivers. Now, that's still a bit abstract. Let me show you a few examples to this, what it means. So here I have one example is coffee. My second one will be dairy. So coffee, we started agroforestry, which means planting shade trees in between the coffee trees in order to reduce the greenhouse gas footprint for coffee farm. Also, different ways of using fertilizer was then we also left actually the soil undisturbed in between the coffee trees, which means we left the grass growing and other plants. And all that started from the angle of how to reduce the greenhouse gas footprint per coffee farm. But then we found actually these methods are helping the farmers to increase the yield. So we had much higher yields. You can see here the coffee example on the right. Actually, the yield with the coffee farms that apply regenerative practices was 40% higher than previously. And with that, we had also a higher income for the farmers. On top of this, we did face some shortages in the coffee production worldwide over the last 2 years. Well, the farmers that have been working with us and the farmers we have been working with, where we had contracts together, we had enough coffee, so it also helped to ensure supply. So here we have this three benefit. Great for the farmer because of higher income, good for the planet because of a lower good greenhouse gas footprint, good for our business because supply was ensured. Similar experience we have made in dairy and this across the planet, across the world, and no matter what type of dairy farm it had been. Let me start on the right, that's a dairy farm in Brazil. Here the farmer had cows, which led to a higher productivity, had also put roofs and cooling, so that again, cows were more productive. The greenhouse gas footprint per cow, per liter of milk reduced, and we had more milk from that farmer, and it had also a better quality. So that was the benefit for us, for the farmer, the higher income because of the better productivity, for the planet, again, because of the greenhouse gas lowered by liter of milk. The same we had in the middle, that's a dairy farmer in the US with thousands of cows. So that's quite a big farm. And he had another benefit. It's in California, where farmers face shortages of water. And because of the different manure management, he actually had more water available. He could use it then for the almond trees, which are also part of his farm. So also here, good for the farm. It was good for us. Because beforehand, the farmer had already to reduce the cows, also because of water shortages. So now he could keep them, supply for us, and for the planet, again, better availability of water in that watershed. And last but not least, that's my very last one, and with that I conclude as well, and that was a farm, it was actually in the north of India, where biogas digesters would work with farmers to establish biogas digesters. It was good for the farm because it was a great source of heat in the house, and it also helped then give the farmers also more time to look after the cows. Productivity was better. There were some more measures like shade trees as well, etc. And with that also the quality of the milk was increasing. So again, here benefits for the farmer, for the planet, but then also for us. So, and with that, let me go back. These are, since then, our priorities, where I said, let's focus on greenhouse gas reduction, climate, regenerative agriculture, and circularity. Circularity is for the packaging one, as this is a climate conference. I've not gone too much into detail here, but certainly the ones on the left, they have proven for us to be a benefit for the planet because of greenhouse gas reduction, benefit for the farmers because of better productivity, higher income, and ensured supply for us. And with that, I'm happy to have any questions if you have. I stop sharing.
Thank you very much, Antonia. Does anybody in the audience have any questions for her? Anyone? I think everyone is just allowing everything to sink in.
After lunch.
Yeah. Perhaps we'll call you back if we have some.
Good.
Thank you very much, Antonia.
Thank you.
Take care. We get the scene in.
Oh, good. Thank you very much. Wish you good continuation. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, the series From Commitment to Impact continues, the series of corporate showcases. And now we're joined by Ms. Fiona Dugan, Global Sustainability Senior Manager, Climate Advocacy at Unilever. She joins us online. Hello, Ms. Fiona. How are you doing? Are we audible?
Hello, I'm very well. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine. So we have a couple of hundred people in the hall who can hear you very well.
Marvelous. I will start sharing my presentation.
Cheers.
Okay, can everybody see my presentation at the moment?
Yes, we can.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, well, thank you. It's an honor to be speaking with you today. My name is Fiona Duggan. I am the Global Sustainability Senior Manager of Climate Advocacy. And as you may know, Unilever is present in 190 countries and 3.4 billion people a day use our products. So my job is to make sure globally Unilever is supporting and facilitating policies that will help us decarbonize and thrive, while also supporting the Paris Agreement's goal of limiting temperatures to 1.5 degrees. Now, let me move on to my next slide. So as a company, we are determined to deliver consistent and competitive business performance. However, we cannot ignore the external context within which we operate and the challenges being posed. The last couple of years have been marked by extraordinary events and have created difficulty and uncertainty. But as a business, we continue to navigate these challenges as best that we can. And I'll briefly touch on a few of them. I won't go into all of them, but just a few of them. So plastic pollution. One of our biggest environmental challenges we are grappling with is packaging that is mismanaged and ends up in the environment. And good packaging is vital to get our products safely and efficiently into the hands of consumers. But too much plastic is ending up in the environment, and our packaging is part of that, and we're determined to change this. Another one is rising inequality. Wage inequality is prevalent, with hundreds of millions of people unable to afford a decent standard of living. For a consumer goods company with a high percentage of our turnover in emerging markets, we sell products that should be accessible to everyone to serve basic needs, and therefore increasing inequality is a challenging context. And also consumer awareness. As consumers increasingly see and feel the impacts of climate change and social injustice, more want to align their spending with their values. And the message here is that companies and brands that make transparent and meaningful commitments and deliver on them will gain their trust and their preference. And as a company that serves 3.4 billion people and is focused on growth, winning consumer preference is critical. And last but not least, climate change and nature degradation. Climate breakdown and biodiversity loss are accelerating, causing severe concern amongst climate scientists that temperatures are rising at speeds that threaten to create an avalanche of irreversible tipping points. And attributable effects are already being seen in weather, lives, and livelihoods. And climate breakdown is affecting supply chains, affecting the flow of materials, and creating vulnerability in harvesting of crops and commodities. So as a business, it's critical that we understand and internalize the real and potential impacts of these external realities so we can adapt and ensure our resilience. And so, Unilever, we are now in the age of a sustainability approach that is more urgent, more focused, more systemic. Our Climate Transition Action Plan was updated in 2024 and focuses on lowering our greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. We have set new near-term greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets for our value chain, and in addition to our Scope 1 and Scope 2 targets and net zero ambition. The plan sets out in transparent detail the actions we're taking towards these targets. And we are confident we are on the right track. However, for our climate solutions to scale, we need to not just look internally, but also externally. To tackle climate change at the speed and scale required, we need strong government policy to help create the right enabling environment for businesses to act and drive wider systems change. And so Unilever advocates for policies that advance the goal of limiting global warming, as I said, to no more than 1.5 degrees as per the Paris Agreement, and helps us deliver our climate transition action plan. And we do this both directly and indirectly through our memberships with industry groups and trade associations. So let me tell you a little bit more about some of the work that we are involved in. In Brazil, Unilever Foods and CJ Selecta have invested 32 million Brazilian real in the Renova Terra program, which will promote regenerative agriculture across soy fields in the Brazil Cerrado region. And we aim to transition 45,000 hectares to regenerate agricultural practices by 2030, covering up to 90% of the soy footprint of Hellmann's mayonnaise in Brazil. And this project seeks to build climate resilience in our supply chain and help reduce emissions. So key environmental indicators that we look at include carbon levels, soil health and biodiversity. And we will be monitoring with the support of an external consultancy to ensure full traceability and transparency. And the initiative strengthens Unilever's sustainable supply chain and also positions Brazil as a global leader in regenerative soy production, supporting its goal to encourage the widespread adoption of sustainable agricultural models. The next one I want to talk about is the policy incentives offered by India, which led to some of the world's lowest solar tariffs and promoted significant private sector investment in renewables. And we signed a pioneering PPA deal supplying solar power to 32 sites across 15 Indian states, including our own factories and 10 collaborative manufacturers. And the project is expected to deliver 25% cost savings across 20 years and avoid 28,000 tonnes of CO2 emissions annually. Now, strong government support was crucial in making this happen. I want to move on, importantly, however, to our work in Pakistan, which we are very and justifiably proud of. So Unilever Pakistan is one of the top 20 Unilever markets. And we've been in Pakistan since 1948. And my colleagues tell me, they say we're almost as old as the country, bringing years of legacy, trust and expertise. We have 2 factories in Pakistan and our products are all produced locally. And we have 300 plus distributors across the country with 21,000 people in our extended value chain. And we're very proud of the work we do in Pakistan, especially in sustainability, which I'm now going to talk about. So we've successfully made a transition to 97% renewable energy usage and reduced emissions by 95% on a 2015 baseline, positioning the company as a leader of sustainability in Pakistan. And one way we did this was to make use of the State Bank of Pakistan's climate financing for renewable transition. The State Bank of Pakistan mobilized financial resources to explore resource-efficient and sustainable solutions to mitigate emissions through its member banks, including Unilever's Pakistan's banking partner, Standard Chartered. And Unilever availed of a loan and set up an 8.5 megawatt renewable energy production facilities in Punjab. And the financing scheme enabled a fast-track transition to renewable energy while remaining financially feasible. And similar programs could unlock positive transformation across the value chain and invite commercial investments. And Unilever Pakistan partnered with the State Bank to conduct webinars on the benefits of financing schemes to ensure this transformation can spread. And as I mentioned previously, to tackle climate change at the speed and scale required, we need strong government policy to help create the right enabling environment for businesses to act and the wider systems change to occur. So I want to talk about 2 reports we did last year. Last year, Unilever reported 2 reports on this topic, detailing how companies can link their transition plans to national climate roadmaps and how greater government ambition can unlock faster delivery. And Unilever's report showed positively what happens when corporate strategies and national commitments move in sync. We also explored the role of trade associations in this system and how their policy alignment and engagement are essential for delivering emission cuts. The task ahead is clear: bridge the gaps, build accountability, and transform alignment into acceleration. Now, I want to just come to my recommendations, which is my last slide. and it's for government, for business, and for public-private collaboration. So for governments, create the right conditions for private investment. Set out clear and investable national climate plans so businesses know where to invest and how they can contribute. Put strong regulations, policies and market incentives in place to encourage action, and strengthen the governance to ensure reliable data, track progress and build investor confidence. We say this to all governments that we engage on. And for businesses, position your CTAP, position your Climate Transition Action Plan as a core business strategy that supports national and sector decarbonisation. Align your CTAP with national climate plans to maximise impact, and commit to science-based 1.5 aligned climate targets, and identify key policy and systems dependencies and engage constructively in policy discussions. And for public-private collaboration, use trusted platforms to coordinate action, set clear roles, responsibilities and data sharing processes, and embed climate accountability in regulatory and financial systems, and use blended finance to unlock large-scale investment, especially for place-based transitions. And to find out more about any of this, I suggest you look up a report, Bold Plans, Real Impact, which we publish on our website, which lists case studies and real-world examples of how this works. So I will leave you there with that. It was a pleasure talking to you today, and I hope that gave you a flavour of Unilever's approach to this topic. I'm now going to stop sharing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fiona, for a most enlightening panel discussion there. In fact, your presentation there. Thank you very much for joining us. And we're aware of the time difference, so thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
All the best. Bye-bye. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to take a deep dive into high-impact solutions, ethical governance, and public-private sector adoption. This session will explore how artificial intelligence, AI, can enhance global climate resilience through three key pillars. 1, prediction, by improving climate forecasting and risk management. 2, optimization, by enhancing efficiency and resource use across industries. And 3, finally, discovery, by driving innovation in climate solutions such as renewable energy technologies and sustainable materials. Setting the context for this one is, well, this might have changed. Is Mariam Sumro coming up for this? No. Fatima will come. Fatima Atharwala, please give her a warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Fatima Atharwala from Dawn. Hello, Fatima, how are you? Sorry for that brief moment of confusion there. But the panelists taking part in this discussion, in this session are Dr. Umar Saif, AISite.ai, former Minister for IT and Telecom, Ms. Sana Qadri, founder of EdWatch. This will be a 30-minute session, and I believe we'll be joined in this discussion by a machine as well, if I'm not terribly mistaken. AISite.ai sounds very AI. So, Assalamu alaikum. The panelists are on board now, and I'll give the mic over to Ms. Fatima.
Hello, everyone. I'm assuming everybody has had their lunch, had their coffee, and all settled in. Now, I'm a journalist from Dawn. Every time there are floods, there's nothing in the news cycles except floods. I have covered the floods, I've written about the business impact of it, I've written the economic impact of it, but everything so far that is covered is more descriptive rather than solutions. Now, in this panel today, what we're trying to do is discover solutions rather than continue to go on and on about what the losses have been. In the morning, when the finance minister was speaking, he was very clear that the monsoon season last year was more severe than the monsoon season before that. The floods affected more riverine systems. The floods affected more provinces. So each recurring flood season, each recurring monsoon season is just going to get worse unless we move away from the descriptive to the predictive. So, for example, our water towers, the 7,000 glaciers in our north, they are melting at a rate that outpaces our current monetary systems. So, but it's not only a climate change inequality. Since last year, since a couple of years, AI has been all the buzz. But as AI becomes more and more strong, we are falling further and further behind. From a disparity in climate change, we have heard this statistic many times. We are not the one causing climate change, yet we are the ones who are suffering the most for it. But now we have shifted from a climate change divide to a bipolar AI order. In the global north, high compute artificial intelligence is being used as a scalpel to optimize green energy kits and achieve net zero milestones. But in the global south, can we say we are data masters, or are we just data subjects? And that too barely. So clearly, the AI divide is the next frontier of inequality. If we do not develop the local technical capacity to master the data of our own crisis, we will continue to be governed by climate representations designed for someone else, designed for ecosystems that are not ours, designed for geographies that are not ours. Those models may not understand the specific nuances of the Indus Basin or the heat stress thresholds of our agricultural heartlands. So we have threefold objectives in our session. First is predictive survival. How do we go from how many people died, how many people were displaced, how many houses were washed away, what happened to the honeymoon hotel, from the descriptive to the predictive. How do we forecast a glacial lake outburst flood 72 hours before it happens, so that the headlines don't say how many people have died, the headlines say how many people have been saved because of the AI solutions that we have implemented. Secondly, ethical governance. How do we build a framework for AI that is inclusive, transparent, and resists digital colonialism, ensuring that our local knowledge and data sovereignty are at the heart of our tech stacks? And lastly, the ESG engine. We have all the OICCI members in the room. I'm sure that all the massive data reporting that is required is considered a regulatory burden. So how can we use AI to take out the pain of that burden, particularly for things like Scope 3 emissions or global compliance standards like CBAM, and instead use it to become competitive globally? To navigate this complex landscape, I'm joined by two visionaries who are providing such solutions. First, it is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Omar Saif. Dr. Saif is a global technology pioneer and founder and CEO of AISite.ai. As you said, it's very, very AI sounding. It provides AI-driven analytics across 51 countries. As Pakistan's former Federal Minister for IT and Telecom and the architect of our digital transformation through the PITB, he has spent decades at the intersection of high compute, innovation, and public policy. Dr. Saif, thank you for being here. And next, I'm delighted to introduce Ms. Sana Qadri. Ms. Qadri is a chartered accountant with 18 years of experience in finance and sustainability transformation. As founder and CEO of EdWatch, she leads an AI-powered platform scaling ESG literacy across the GCC, a venture recognized among She Loves Tech Pakistan top 9 startups in 2023. As a Google Cloud partner, Ms. Qadri specializes in translating complex climate data into decision-ready insights, empowering boards to bridge the gap between financial strategy and green economy. So to set the stage, both the speakers have been requested to present a flash case study, which is a concentrated look on how their specific tools are solving the climate data problem. Dr. Saif, if I may request you. Yes, you can use the podium. And
I do have some slides. There you go. Excellent. Well, thank you for inviting me. It really is a privilege to come here and speak. I want to start out by reframing this conversation a little bit. If you are interested in sustainability, AI is your nemesis, not your friend. Okay? Every time you run a ChatGPT session, you consume as much energy as a rural household in Pakistan. Okay? AI is power hungry. It consumes a lot of power. It takes a lot of fossil fuel. It has a huge carbon footprint. So a lot of people look to AI as the solution. For me, AI is the problem right now. So with generative AI and all these power-hungry AI models being used, the jury is still out on whether they're going to help with climate change and sustainability or be our nemesis while we try and fight this. So I just want all of you to be at least be aware of the costs involved in an unsuspecting, innocent ChatGPT session that you might have. I often compare it to like a Google query. So if you did a Google query, if you burn enough energy to walk up to a librarian and ask them a question, that's the kind of energy a Google query would take. Compare that to a ChatGPT session, same query, that would be equivalent of filling this room with interns who argue for 3 seconds to answer your question under floodlights. That's the energy consumption comparison of something like Google versus generative AI. So actually AI is not as much your friend as one would like to think, trying to make things sustainable and more climate friendly. Having said this, and I want to add one more fact. I walk into rooms in Pakistan and people want to train their own frontier foundational AI models. There is a lot of discussion on how Pakistan could be a first-rate player in the AI race, or any other country, India, or you should know that a conservative estimate, and I did this while I was having lunch, a conservative estimate to train a frontier AI model, given our per hour wattage rates in Pakistan, would cost you about 260 crore rupees to train a frontier AI model in Pakistan. So it ain't kind of thing that you just take on, start doing AI, become like a country that is competing with other countries in AI. This is an expensive, power-hungry proposition to use AI for anything meaningful or as meaningless as drawing a picture of a cat using ChatGPT. Both very, very expensive, not very climate friendly, not very sustainable. Having said this, one of the recent things that have happened, I don't know how many of you are familiar with forecasting work with weather. It is an area that kind of evolved slowly for many, many years. There are many models out there. Most people would use a model called a global awareness for floods, the GLOFAST model, as we call it, for predicting, forecasting, understanding when the next flood is going to happen. We live in a country where floods is a reality almost every monsoon season. So for the longest time, when I'm working for the government or there and thereabouts, I'm advocating use of models like GLOFAST, which are global models, in which you could put in parameters or it has access to lots of data to at least help you understand when the next glacial burst is going to happen, when Indus might have the next flood, or you might get like a flash flood because of monsoon. Now, the downside of these models is that these models, the GLOFAST model, which is used globally, requires gauge level data, which means that you need to put sensors or gauges, for instance, in a river system like Indus, and then measure and monitor the stream flow on how much water is going through, as well as the depth of the water. Those are parameters that you need to measure and put into a model before you begin to get something useful out of it. And therefore, in Pakistan, we were always hamstrung in wanting to use models like this because we didn't have enough telemetry data or enough gauge data to be able to use these kind of forecasting models. So therefore, in Pakistan, we find out that the floods have happened as opposed to floods will happen 7 days from now and do something about it, right? So that's the reality in which we've lived. And this is almost an annual cycle. So people who've been involved in the government know that every year you put aside budget for, hill torrents and little floods here and little floods there. Every 5 years, you'll get a flood in Ravi. Every 10 years, you get a flood in Indus, and so on and so forth. And it's a recurring cycle. And we only find out once that has happened. Now, what therefore happened, actually in 2024, about a year ago, was that a bunch of researchers at Google worked with the Indian government in Patna to put together an AI forecasting platform that would forecast 7 to 14 days in advance without telemetry data, so without gauges. And a famous paper was written. I want to first maybe point you to this paper for people who are academically inclined. This is a real model, so this is what the paper is called. The paper is called Global Prediction of Extreme Floods Without Gauges, etc. And what this is able to do is give you a 7 to 15 days heads up before a flood happens. And in Pakistan, flood comes in kind of 3 flavors. There is the glacial outbursts that happen suddenly, so you want to know before that happens. The second one is the Indus River flooding, and the third one is the monsoon flooding. So those kind of are the 3 that you need to keep an eye on. And this work, I hope you're able to see this because I can't, I can only read from there. So a lot of people tell you that Pakistan has 7,000 glaciers. What I'm here to report to you is that out of those 7,000, 1,000 are high risk. So about 1,045 glaciers in Pakistan are high risk for a glacial lake outburst flood, which is very dangerous. It could actually wipe off an entire community if you don't find out in time. So about 1,000 of those 7,000 are in a zone that one needs to be concerned about. 1. 2, the Indus Basin, of course, is one of the largest basins in the world, but only has 450 gauges deployed right now. And this is between kind of various NGOs, government, the World Banks, and the IFCs. For the entire Indus Basin, we only have 450 gauges. So, that's not something we can go by as data that we could use for forecasting floods. And also, with monsoon rains, in the last 20-odd years, the rains have increased by about 40% year on year. That's very alarming, right? So as the climate change has happened, we have had 40% more rains year on average in the last 20-odd years, and 600 readings have actually exceeded 50 millimeters per day, which can actually cause flash flooding, right? So that's that's been recorded at least 600 times. Also, 70% of watersheds in Pakistan are not covered by gauge. WF, people who are actually serious, but this is something that you really need to be able to do, which is to deploy as much gauges as you possibly can, so that at least we have data to be able to forecast before disaster happens. But the good news is that GLOFASS, which required all this data, is being gently replaced by this new AI model, which is jointly developed by Google and researchers in India, called the Flood Hub. I don't know how many of you have heard of the Flood Hub, but it's a long short-term memory, like machine learning model, which uses data from about 5,000 river flows and about 50 to 70 years of historical climate data to train this model, which therefore doesn't require you to have kind of first-party gauge data in a country like Pakistan. The AI model has looked at enough data from other countries. It has learned that data and that behavior, and all it needs is data that is now publicly available. Rainfall, humidity, temperature, season, day of the month, some gauge data, sparse gauge data, etc. And once this model has been used on kind of forecasting that has happened in the past, the researchers found out that in 83% of the cases, the forecasting from this AI model was better than what you were able to see earlier. So what I encourage you to do, people who are interested in forecasting world and to be able to understand before a disaster happens, is to look at this, which is Google Flood Hub, as it is called, where this model is deployed. It is already tracking. It is a live system. You can go to Google Flood Hub, and you will see that it is tracking thousands of locations where potential flood can happen, and is able to give 7 to 15 days of heads up before something develops into a disaster. So that's what's happened in the AI world. So while AI has a very bad carbon footprint, not very sustainable, power and hungry and so on, not the kind of thing you can flirt with in a country like Pakistan, even though a lot of people talk about it. I hope we don't end up putting energy-hungry data centers in this country, where half the country is energy-starved and you can't fuel your industry and can't provide electricity to households. We start putting in AI data centers. We need to really think very deeply about that before we make that investment, because AI models are very power-hungry. But at the same time, if you had access to kind of trained, pre-trained AI model, the Google Flood Hub, as it is called, it is actually very useful. I've tried it. I spent this morning looking at it, at this data, feeding it various scenarios, and I think the results that have been reported in this Nature paper, which appeared in 2024, actually are very sound. So that's one. The second thing I want to talk about is ESG compliance. Now, that's also an area in which AI has actually made a lot of progress in the last few years, where it used to take a lot of time to get in data from suppliers, from supply chain, from manufacturing, this and that, to put it all in one place for either compliance reporting or to be able to track, your footprint. That can certainly now be done through AI. AI is very good at cleaning data, ingesting data, learning from this data. And in the best case scenarios that I researched in the last few days, you could actually assign a value to each SKU on how much you would want to track in terms of climate impact. And that certainly is an area that's mature now. A lot of industry is using it, and it's pretty off the shelf that people are able to use it. Some of the work that I've done, because that's what I was asked to do, was to work with the World Bank in the last 3 or 4 years, and we're now just putting out a research paper on this, was to map out the impact of floods on education in Pakistan, like school education system in Pakistan, in the 2022 floods when they happened. And when the floods happened, the key is to be able to quickly at least determine where the inundation has happened, how far the floods waters have impacted, which communities, how much crop got destroyed, how many roads got destroyed, how many schools got destroyed. If you leave it entirely to Sarkari sources or this and that, you get all sorts of noisy data coming in. And there's no way to be sure 100% on the impact of a climate disaster like a flood, because then funds and budgets would need to be reallocated to do reconstruction work. So in our case, we worked with the World Bank, and we used satellite imagery. We procured satellite imagery from Maxar and Airbus. If you use Google Maps or Google Imagery, they buy their satellite imagery from the same source also. So we got before and after satellite imagery at a 1.5 meter resolution for Pakistan, for every school in the country, where we suspected there'll be water inundation. And we also got call data, record data, which means every time people called each other, we could get access to that data in an anonymized way, but that at least told us where people had migrated once the floods water had inundated their location. This is what that system looks like. I didn't have my laptop with me, otherwise I would have shown this to you in real time. We could get the before and after flood imagery. If you're able to see this, what you see on the left-hand side is a school before the floods happened and the same school after the floods happened. Through using AI on the satellite imagery, you could extract the building footprint. And if the geometry of the building has been disturbed, that means the school building got destroyed and something that the government needs to go in and build. So this then became the data through which the bank and others began to understand the impact of floods on school education. This is what that looks like. Again, what you see on the left-hand side is an image, a satellite image, 1.5 meter tile around the school, where before the flood happened, and on the right-hand side, the same location after the flood had happened, the entire community had been flooded. You could see also visibly, and as well as school buildings and other buildings destroyed because of the inundation that happened. Once we were able to do that, we took this data and plotted it on potential school enrollment, potential school-going children, and road network. Once we did that, we could actually bring it down to one school and its catchment area and predict how many children were made out of school because this school got destroyed. Right? And that's very fundamental work now in Pakistan, this being replicated in many other countries, on how you could use satellite imagery, call data records, school enrollment data, to be able to automatically determine, without administrative data or someone reporting to you, what got destroyed when floods happened, which communities got impacted, what was the impact on our school children, and where would you go and make your next investment to build new schools if you wanted to bring down out-of-school children. So that's kind of what that system looks like. I didn't have my laptop on me, otherwise I would have shown it to you in real time also. But it's been such a pleasure to come and speak with you. We spoke about, of course, AI and how it is not your friend if you want to talk about climate change sustainability. We talked about forecasting models for floods, which have come of age, using AI without using a lot of telemetry data because we don't have enough of that in Pakistan. And three, I think there is work that we've done here in Pakistan using satellite imagery analysis and call data records that's now being replicated elsewhere to at least be able to understand impact of floods when it's not possible to put boots on ground reliably and collect that data to understand the impact on communities and school education. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Umar, for resetting the context for this session. AI is our nemesis, but AI can also provide solutions to Pakistan-specific problems. As you pointed out, we have AI that is yours, and it uses Google's capabilities to provide data that is Pakistan-specific. Now, one thing I've noticed is that, say we can predict the next GLOF is happening 72 hours before. The areas that are most affected might not get the information in time because they do not have access to the language skills that we do. For example, there is this $1 million in funding. Of which $1 million they plan to deploy in Pakistan to generate unique data for Pashto, for Balochi, for Sindhi, so basically Indian language to the regional language, and that information can then be transferred to the local communities. So, as Dr. Umar pointed out, we should treat AI as nemesis. We should not, as Pakistan, be investing in energy-hungry data centers, but using the AI investments of the West, maybe we can piggyback on their capabilities and tailor-made it to our solutions. So thank you so much for that, Dr. Saif. Now, please, I would love to invite Ms. Qadri for you.
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. A very good afternoon. Is my presentation?
Ms. Qadri's presentation on the screen.
So, as much as I want to play the devil's advocate against Dr. Umar's argument on AI using our resources, energy resources and water resources, my focus, so basically my focus will be around how companies can move from dialogue to tangible actions, because today we are basically discussing not the regular CSR, which I call the CPR activity by the companies, but the strategic action. So without wasting much of your time, I'll start with the boardroom crisis. So the boardrooms across Pakistan are waking up to a new reality, and that is climate data is no more a nice to have. But if your carbon data is messy, it is a strategic. Let's just take, for an example, a scenario where you are one of the leading conglomerates. You represent one of the leading companies, conglomerates in Pakistan, and you're all set for a $50 million expansion. You have the machinery ordered, you have the site ready, but your bank asks for certain information under the SBP's green taxonomy and ISSB standards. It asks for you to provide auditable Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3 data. Now, what your company, what your team provides you with is a fragmented spreadsheet. So your bank immediately rejects your debt rollover. So suddenly, your interest rate hikes by 75 bips, and your cost of capital becomes 20% higher than your regional rivals, just because you lack data bankability. Now, take for an example another scenario for the exporters in the room. One of your major shipment is headed to Europe, and your European client suddenly asks you to provide a verified product carbon footprint, or else face a 25% carbon border tax. Now, the problem is still the same. You don't have real-time visibility into data, and resultantly, your product becomes 25% more expensive to your competitors, as against your competitors. So what you do is you not only are in the risk of, face the risk of losing your prospective sales, you also face the risk of losing your maybe 10 years client relationship. So what is happening here? Let's look at the core problem. The most critical problem that the businesses face is that our data is fragmented. Data is dispersed across the organizations. Now let's just face the reality that our ERPs were not built for carbon data. So manual capture of the data would mean garbage in, garbage out. The second most critical problem, as we see here, is the skills and governance, skills gap. 37% of the companies complain that they do not have, the people do not have the skills, the relevant skills that are needed to govern the data, to produce the kind of reports or information that they need. And the third problem is moving targets, shifting political and regulatory environment. And this problem is exacerbated if your data is fragmented, if you have the skills gap. Now, the fourth problem is high cost of transformation, and I'd like to discuss it in more detail when I talk about the traditional path versus the optimized path. What you do generally, traditionally, is you go to a high repute consultant who would charge somewhere around $100,000 plus fee for a 3 to 6 months exercise, and they will provide you with a static PDF that would have become obsolete by the time you receive it. Instead, you need a real-time visibility. You need to make your compliance 30 to 40% faster. The other problem, you treat sustainability reporting as a compliance score, while, traditionally, as I say, that we treat reporting as one of the objectives. While reporting is an important task, the objective has to be able to use that data, to use the forecasting, to be able to make ourselves, to be able to prepare ourselves for the future risks, for the future climate risks. The other problem is that building capability is generally considered as an avoidable cost while it is de-risking, and we have to make the data assurance ready rather than, report ready or compliance ready. Now, just think about how we can use, in this situation, AI to solve our problems that we are facing. The first most important, easier way is discovery. Use AI to discover, to identify where we are wrong, what we can do, to be able to use your resources in the most optimized way, and do the predictive resilience, to forecast your climate risks and prepare yourself to face them. I would say mitigate them. Now, thinking about the solution. Think out of the box. I want you to imagine an instant ESG command system. What I mean is a sustainability operating system that does the diagnosis for you, identifies the gaps with what you need to do, measures and forecasts, verifies, provides you with management reporting dashboards to monitor the progress, provides you with auditable reports, make you bankable, and at the same time, upskills your team. Am I asking too much of a system? In today's world, no. So your next question should be, what is the business value? McKinsey and PwC suggest that AI-backed softwares, sustainability systems, and programs give an ROI of 2 to 5 times in 3 to 5 years. And not only this, it increases your decision accuracy by 25%. And bad news for the consultants in the room, it reduces the consultancy cost by 50%. Now, talking about the numbers, the carbon cost reduction is expected by 20%, compliance cost, including consultants' cost, by 50%, energy, resource, and efficiency, you can save up to 15% in OPEX, and training cost optimization by 70%. Now, also protects your company's value, your business value, by reducing your regulatory penalties, your cost of capital, enhancing your access, improving your access to suppliers and customers and lenders, and protecting your brand value, your brand reputation. Sorry. So when we talk to the businesses these days, because it's relatively new, AI, businesses have concerns regarding AI. So I'm sharing here the survey conducted by Watershed, and they asked some 100+ companies around the world, and of those, 52% have concerns regarding the accuracy. The answer to that is use the most relevant, accurate information, and AI will mature over time. The second biggest concern, which is data privacy, and I think it's the biggest concern in Pakistan, is data privacy. And for that, the simple answer to that is use secure SaaS environment with rigorous system recording and human accountability. There should always be a human sign-off. Don't leave everything to the machine. Now, the third and the fourth problem, skills gap and ROI, we've already discussed, so I won't spend much of my time in here on this slide. And just quickly, I'd like to discuss the responsible AI, what we should be expecting. The first one is transparency. It should be able to provide model rationale for recommendations. It should be documented clearly. Accountability, maintain audit trails, but accountability should rest with humans. And ensures unbiased, high-fidelity data processing, and it should be aligned with your local and international laws. Now, I'd just like to take this opportunity to introduce the system that we have developed, EdWatch Plug and Play. It is a climate operating system. It does everything that I've discussed. It diagnoses, measures, forecasts, verifies, acts, and trains. So the intention is to build a climate brain, provide businesses with a climate brain that prepares them for the next decade. So to conclude, I'd like to say that for future of the Pakistan business continuity, we have to be able to be bankable on a global stage. And we shouldn't be waiting for another emergency compliance notice to do that, and should join AI revolution now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kadri. I think this is a message that the finance minister also said earlier in the day, and has said many times, that for us to access funding, we need to have bankable projects. And having softwares and AI solutions that provide a climate brain, as you put it, to an organization could help projects be more bankable. As I conclude this session, I would just like one thought. I would like to leave you with one thought. Most of us have switched to tote bags. We no longer use plastic bags. Even the giveaways now at events such as these are in tote bags, because that is more sustainable, and each plastic bag contributes to pollution. So each time we use a tote bag, we're helping the environment. Perhaps we can think the same way about using LLMs like ChatGPT. As Dr. Umar Saif pointed out, let's not use ChatGPT to generate a catch image. When we can, we should use Google instead of any LLM, and reduce the use of ChatGPT, Perplexity, Gemini, Anthropic, Claude, all of them, to not design our houses or improve our images. Just avoid that use for the sake of the environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fatima. Are you open for questions now?
Are there any questions?
Are there any questions from the audience for the panel? None as yet. None as yet.
I think everybody's good for now.
Okay. So is the panel discussion closed for now? Thank you very much for this wonderful panel session. And we'd like to present tokens of our appreciation to the moderator and to the panelists. And may we welcome you once again, sir? Or Soleri sir? Would you like to come up and do the honors? आइए, आप लोग साथ आ जाएं, if you want to include him. a combined effort this time. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. And finally, the shield is being presented to the moderator as well. आप सबका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for another panel discussion. Now, Pakistan has immense potential in fisheries, aquaculture, marine tourism, and renewable energy. But it is equally challenged by rising sea levels, overfishing, high ocean acidity, and climate-induced extreme weather patterns. Today's next panel will explore the primary role of the blue economy in strengthening climate resilience, focusing on the management of marine resources as a key defense against climate volatility. Topics will include blue carbon, the conservation of marine biodiversity, and the transition to low-carbon maritime industries. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome first our moderator for this discussion, Ms. Mariam Sumro. She's a development impact specialist working for Infra Zamin. A very warm welcome, Mariam.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I've got the expert guiding me on how to place my mic. So distinguished guests, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, almost good evening. I know it's been a long day, but this is an interesting conversation. Pakistan's development story is inseparable from its water and ocean resources, from ports and shipping lanes to rivers, coastlines, and groundwater systems. These assets underpin trade, food security, employment, and national resilience. Pakistan also sits on a maritime gold mine, with a coastline stretching over 1,000 kilometers, access to some of the world's busiest sea lanes, and vast coastal and marine resources. Our blue economy could be a major engine of economic growth. And yet today, its contribution to Pakistan's economy stands at only 0.4%, meaning we are leaving potentially billions of dollars on the table. Climate change is placing, as we've heard all day long, unprecedented stress on these systems. Rising sea levels, coastal erosion, water scarcity, the problems are endless, and they are no longer future risks. They are present-day realities affecting livelihoods, food security, infrastructure, and economic competitiveness. This is precisely where the concept of the blue economy becomes critical for protecting ecosystems and sustaining livelihoods. This plenary focuses on sustainable resource management in the blue economy, examining how Pakistan can integrate water stewardship, marine and coastal conservation, resilient port infrastructure, and climate-aligned maritime trade. To guide this important discussion, I'll now invite my panelists on board. I am joined today by a distinguished panel representing strategy, operations, conservation science, and global commerce within Pakistan's maritime and water sectors. I'd like to start by inviting Mr. Nadir Mumtaz, former chairman, Karachi Port Trust. Mr. Mumtaz brings decades of hands-on experience in port management and maritime administration. He understands the reality of Pakistan's ports and offers valuable insight into the operational bottlenecks and modernization challenges. Next, I'd like to invite Rear Admiral Javed Iqbal, President, National Institute of Maritime Affairs. I don't see the Admiral, oh, there you are. He leads the intellectual and strategic backbone of Pakistan's maritime sector and brings a perspective that bridges security, prosperity, and climate risk. The last guest to join us, but no means the least,
is Mr. Mahmood Akhtar Chima, Country Representative, IUCN Pakistan. Over 3 decades of experience in natural resource management, he ensures that as Pakistan pursues blue growth, it remains green at its core. With these perspectives in mind, I'd now like us to move into the discussion segment of this plenary. What makes the blue economy particularly complex is that it sits at the intersection of policy, security, and global trade. But progress in one area is impossible without coordination across the others. I'll begin by inviting each of our speakers to reflect from their respective vantage points before opening the floor for cross-discussion. I'd begin with you, Mr. Admiral. Climate change is no longer confined to environmental discourse. Sea level rise and coastal displacement are increasingly recognized as strategic and security risks. From your perspective, how should Pakistan's maritime strategy evolve to account for climate change as a security and economic risk? And what are the long-term consequences if we fail to act?
Thank you, Mariam. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a long day, but very exciting. I will connect from Mr. Rafi Alam's last slide about the blue planet, the Earth rising. That's the image we should all remember, because 70%, more than 70% of the planet is oceans, the blue. And anything that happens to the oceans affect our lives. Oceans, ladies and gentlemen, are the key to the global prosperity. You know, a theme which is very resonant with the businessmen sitting in this room. And it is also the key to the fixing climate change that we are all discussing here. Because you know that ocean is the largest carbon sink. You know, it absorbs more than 90% of the heat as well. It's a great opportunity for commerce, but we are destroying it because of the human activity, as was mentioned in the earlier presentations also, because of the pollution. And it's a triple planetary crisis. You know, there's a climate change, then there's a biodiversity loss taking place because of that. The heat sink is dying, the biodiversity is dying, and we are, you know, aggravating it by throwing pollution into the sea. No, we move to the Pakistan because these two things, the prosperity as well as the climate change, are relevant to us as well. And that's where, you know, the blue economy and the sea blindness comes in. As Pakistanis, you know, we are not aware of the importance of the oceans to our lives. You know, there is a common statistics that over 80% of, you know, whatever we trade comes from the sea. That means, you know, over 80% of the things that we come across in our lives, you know, in offices and homes, they have traveled to you via the sea. You know, so that kind of consciousness is not there. The oceans are an engine of growth, definitely for Pakistan. But what is happening is that we have failed to invest or harness the opportunities that the oceans provide us. And now this climate crisis has been imposed. So it's a, you know, double whammy, because now we cannot, you know, engage into those activities without climate consciousness, and we have to, you know, address the concerns. For example, if we talk about the oceans, the shipping is going green. There is an enhanced, you know, requirement for ships to use climate-friendly fuels. The ports are becoming green, you know, emphasis on the pollution, the smart ports. There's a decarbonization drive all over the world which impacts the shipping and the marine sector as well. There is an enhanced emphasis on the fisheries and aquaculture. You know, do they come from sustainable sources? You know, the acidification of the oceans, we are causing a loss to the fishery habitats. The tourism, the maritime tourism, coastal tourism is going green. You know, green resorts, coastal resorts, green voyages, the marine protected areas and all that. So if we do not manage this transition in the blue economy well, you know, because of having a boom in the economy, our economy is going towards a bust. So this is a very, very critical question. And I thank the Overseas Investors Chamber of Commerce to include this subject
in today's conference. What is the solution? We can talk about days, what is wrong, but what are the solutions? The solution, ladies and gentlemen, lies in having an ecosystem, because no one single intervention or one single factor can act as a silver bullet. We've heard of the triple helix model, and now the world has moved to the pentahelix model, and it is as simple as ABC, gentlemen. Academia, the business and industry, which is represented by you, the academia, which is represented by a person like myself and Abid Sulari Saab, the SDPI, the think tanks. The government is very important, for regulation. Then the community interest, the larger public, what is in it for them, and the media. So all have to, gel in together and provide an ecosystem. Once I was studying the blue economy, I saw the European Union model of Blue Invest. They have created an ecosystem where they have, created the feasibility studies. They have made a database of, what all is to be harnessed into the sea. They have, connected the youth with investors. They have integrated the international financial institutions for the blue bonds, for the blue credit, for the blended finance models. So they have created an ecosystem, and once the ecosystem gels in, the development takes place. You saw in the presentation of the speaker from the UNDP who was mentioning the Vietnam case. So there is no end to the incentives that you can give, but there will be no growth unless there is an institutional alignment. So everything has to be aligned together for the blue economy to grow. Historically, there has been a neglect towards sea, like I said. But in 1947, when Pakistan was about to come into the being, almost the first decision that Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah took was to invite the businessmen from Karachi. He was sitting in Mumbai, so he invited them over to Mumbai, and he said that Pakistan is going to come into being, and we need to have a world-class shipping line. And that's how the Mohammadi shipping line came into being. But somehow, gradually over the years, we lost that, and then there was nationalization, and you have seen the fate of the shipping. So in my view, it all boils to policy strategy interplay, because policy defines what is to be done. And fortunately or unfortunately, everybody from the street vendor to the ministries, everyone in Pakistan knows what is to be done. But where we fail is how it is to be done, the strategy. Because the policy is politically expedient, ye hum kar denge, ye kar denge, wo kar denge. But when it comes to the strategy demands hard choices. It demands prioritization of the limited resources. And then the implementation plan, where you follow the progress, and then the accountability, and then the entire field, the feedback loop. That's where we go wrong. I think as a start, I would stop here, and then, if there is further discussion, I will chip in. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Those were very insightful kind of, experiences that you've lived and shared with us. I'd now like to invite Mr. Mumtaz to the rostrum. I think he has a couple of slides where he's going to talk to us about maritime from his own experience at the dock.
Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I sort of insisted upon presenting so because I'm going to tell you the issues, and I'm going to try and convince you that we have the resources, the financial resources to manage those issues as well. We just heard today that the Green Climate Fund, we've asked them, or we asked the World Bank or multilateral external donor agencies to give us $13.5 billion for mitigating the adverse effects of climate change. Okay, the first slide is my website. It's a logistic and climate change website. It's open access. This is my trademark, Blue Economy. It's registered with the Intellectual Property Organization, so I'm serious with this. The coast of Karachi, as you can see, it spans all across from Hawke's Bay till Chunky Monkey and all onwards. And it was defined in 1940. So now this is not very clear. What I'm showing you here is the world's 10 top ship carriers. You have MS at the top. It has more than 750 ships. So the amount we pay for our cargo and containers to the external foreign shipping lines is $4.5 billion annually. And we have only 13 cargo ships. We have no container ships. We have a trade of 3 million containers annually, but we have no container ships. So if we are smart, previously till the 80s, the national shipping carrier used to have 66 ships. Now it's dwindled down to 13. So we are losing $4.5 billion annually. If we get our own ships, or if the private shipping lines get more ships, we will save a lot in foreign exchange. The point I am ultimately going to make is we don't need to go to external multilateral agencies for scraps. Freeing blue finance for climate change mitigation, for combating climate change, you need to free your finance, blue finance. Bunkering. Now, 3,600 ships call at the ports of Karachi, and out of 3,600 ships, even the national flag carrier, it doesn't take a liter of fuel from our own refineries. And what to talk about green fuels? For green fuels, you have to have an advanced refinery or a petrochemical refinery, and what better place than to construct it at Gwadar port, which is placed at the axis or the hub of the international shipping routes. So you'll get a lot of foreign exchange, and there's no legal impediment. As they say, the OICC, Overseas Investor Chamber of Commerce, so you understand that. Recorded copper gold project, you are going to have 600 tons of copper ore coming to the ports. So don't bring it by trucks, bring it by rail. Predatory estate practices, what I mean is along the coastline of Karachi up till Keti Bandar, Badin, you are just reclaiming land. When you reclaim land, when you have uneducated land reclamation, water finds its own course. And then the water starts entering from the estuaries and deltas, and it's gobbling up precious agriculture land, and it's damaging your food security. And mangroves also act as carbon sinks, and they absorb the swell of the ocean, and we have monsoons here. Ballast, we have signed several conventions on ballast. Whenever foreign vessels come, they discharge their ballast into our waters. That has to be checked. And it corrodes the rust, it corrodes the hull of our ships which are in the harbor. Now you see so many super yachts, you see yachts all over Europe wherever you go out or to the Gulf. Those yachts can't be parked or they can't flow in our waters because the water is very corrosive. You have several industrial sites, and the industrial effluents and raw sewage is flowing untreated through 11 nalas into the Arabian Sea, and the water is highly toxic, which is eliminating the fish species, and which is could be the reason. That is the reason why seafood export is stagnant at $400 million since so many years. Blocked drains. The drains are blocked. You can even walk on those drains. So when you have flooding, whether it's urban flooding or when you have flooding in the province, the water can't go out because the drains are blocked. Now there's a left bank out for drainage canal in Badin. I found out that the water doesn't drain. So it doesn't drain as much as we tell the world. It doesn't drain as much. It didn't rain that year as well. The Met data is not available, but I know about the amount of rain. So it was an issue of the water not draining. Now at Badin, at the end, you have locks. When the LBOD was made, there were locks which are gates, which are supposed to prevent seawater intrusion. So the seawater shouldn't, those logs collapsed, the gates collapsed more than 2 decades ago. So the seawater is freely flowing into the land, and the water can't go out, and the agricultural land is being lost. We are very fortunate. You look at Saudi Arabia, its east and west coast is not connected. Look at Oman. UAE, its east and west coast is not connected. USA, its east and west coast is not connected, but our ports are. This is the exclusive economic zone. Here, we have not done much. We had 14 offshore drilling attempts. They failed because there was no commercial discovery. You can have offshore drilling here. You can have seabed mining. And you can have fishing, but the fish species is being depleted along the Sindh coastline. You can have floating solar panels. I don't advocate solar panels on land. The reason I don't advocate solar panels on land because they create heat. And the carbon footprint of solar panel is very bad because to make a solar cell, you have to cook it in a coal-fired furnace which goes up to 700 degrees centigrade. And then you have extractive process. So better to have it in bodies of water. Magical, there's a figure being bandied around of $100 billion US. Gadani, that's me. I went to Gadani shipyard. We used to have around more than 100 ships coming every year for shipbreaking, which is now called ship recycling. Now it's reduced to a pittance, which is around 10 ships. So this is $1 billion we are losing. Get that back. We've signed the Hong Kong Convention, but there's no mechanism in place to get the ships from Europe over here. So we are losing $1 billion, which we can use for climate change intervention. This is very important. Inland waterways. Inland waterways are important because they reduce carbon emissions. The World Bank has given your neighbor more than $400 billion, and they have waterways of 5,000 kilometers, and they've generated a lot of economic opportunity. And you used to have cargo coming in your rivers till the 80s. Now, coming to islands, we don't have islands. We have 2 small islands which are around 3 or 4 kilometers wide and long. Forex and seafarers. Again, Philippine seafarers earn $7 billion annually, $7 billion, and ours is a pittance. Transit to Central Asian Republic. The Central Asian republics are desperate to transit their goods through us. Their volume of cargo is around $5 billion. And we are somehow not doing, we've signed many agreements, but we are not doing anything. So we don't need to go anywhere for climate change funding. It's all available, and these are all administrative actions which have to be taken. Do I have 1 minute or 2? Okay. Again, our issue is not of hurricanes, our issue is of massive siltation. And now they're going to dredge Port Qasim. It's going to take $250 to $300 million. So it was a bad idea. So we have to shift more cargo and containers back to Karachi port. The gentleman in the middle, you all probably recognize him. He says he's very chummy. These other 2 are dock union workers. So USA and Australia say don't go for automation. People will run out of jobs. And gender parity, one lady had mentioned that you are very gender chauvinistic here in this organization. But in maritime, there's severe gender disparity. And in the last, I would like to express my thanks to the compeer, to the anchor person, the gentleman. Sir, you've conducted the proceedings very well. I really appreciate that. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mumtaz. Really insightful to see as to where all we could be making money but are not. Hopefully in future we'll do something to act and save on all these fronts that could be a potential source of revenue. With that, I'll move to my last question for this panel. Mr. Chima, healthy ecosystems are increasingly recognized as critical infrastructure in their own right. Mangroves, wetlands, estuaries, they protect our coastlines and support fisheries and strengthen water security. In your opinion, how can Pakistan better integrate nature-based solutions into blue economy planning? And what risks do we face if our ecosystems continue to be treated as secondary considerations?
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm, first of all, thankful to OICCI for this wonderful session today, and this distinguished delegates on behalf of IUCN. I'm so pleased to get this the knowledge that I have been able to during this morning sessions. IUCN, International Union for Conservation of Nature, brings together over 1,500 member organizations, over 19,000 scientists in 7 of the IUCN commissions, and we are working in Pakistan since 1985. Our operations range from coast to mountains. One important agenda item that we have, this approach, and the program 2030 priority that we have is land, water, ocean, and climate, but keeping people in the center. I would like to mention 2 things from this Rafi Alam Saab's wonderful presentation that he has made. One, that I think we need to see, I have seen in the agenda landscape, the financial landscape, the programmatic landscape. And I would draw your attention, please focus on, as Nader Saab said, Nader Mumtaz Saab, and also Rear Admiral Saab said that we need to focus on seascape, because this is much neglected and unknown. 2015, area equal to Sindh was added to our waters, and this requires exploration. And even beyond, the area beyond national jurisdiction is another priority. Pakistan has become signatory to BBNJ, which is biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, and this is going to be another huge opportunity. And I would like now to cite a couple of examples. I think we all have said the challenges that we face, but we also need to focus on the opportunities that we have. This one, a huge opportunity of nature-based solution, the example that we have, Madam, you asked question, is about this restoration of ecosystem. This mangroves ecosystem that only 84,000 hectares of mangroves were left in Pakistan. Luckily, we worked for about 10 years in partnership with government of Sindh and in partnership with the private sector. And today this ecosystem has gone to 250,000 hectares. And this comprehensive report that I have is for your information, that we can millions of dollars, this Indus Delta Company, the largest ecosystem restoration program that is involved in, has been able to provide these resources, and government is now earning. Initially, we had done these studies on which the ecosystem valuation of these mangroves we had done, and we were actually presenting so much benefits that you are going to get. Nobody was believing at that time. But today, this important, the green jobs, the blue jobs that people, they are getting in the Community Development Fund. I'm also thankful to this private sector. Wonderful association with Angro Foundation that we have. In partnership with them,
we have been facilitating this national coordinating body meetings, and this again in Punjab, in Balochistan and Sindh. This coordination mechanism that has been approved only day before yesterday, Rear Admiral Saab, Athar Saab from Naval Headquarters presented a case from Pakistan Navy, and I am so pleased to share with you 9 million mangroves that Pakistan Navy has planted, another contribution of Pakistan Navy becoming pioneer at the global level for setting this agenda, again contributing to this blue economy. Important aspects that has been covered. There are millions of US dollars that these local communities are going to benefit. Other partners are going to benefit. Pakistan has 1,000 kilometers of coast, as you all know, and also these pristine beaches that we have. There are plans that we can definitely work on promoting these nature-based solutions and especially nature-based tourism. We have done a couple of pilots, quite telling, but private sector can come in a big way for further getting that upscaled. I was so humbled to listen to these distinguished businesses today and the experiences that you have. Last was mentioned about gender. With Green Climate Fund, we have established climate change gender action plan, and this actually is focusing on both coast and marine areas, the priorities that you need to set. And this plan is available with Government of Pakistan, which needs to be followed very closely. And I would like to add 2 more things and then complete my intervention. One, I think the focus has been on land throughout. When I was young, I used to get news, the population of Pakistan, and you all know how much that population was, and land that we have the same. How much pressure that we are receiving? A huge pressure, and this is an area which has never been elected. Another point, overconsumption that Rafi Alam Sahab said. उस वक्त तो हम दाल साग खा के गुजारा करते थे, आज हमारे बर्गर और ये इतने ओवर कंजम्पशन की तरफ चले गए हैं, which is going to be a challenge. But coming to these opportunities, I think a huge opportunities that exist. But believe me, this cannot be alone handled by Ministry of Climate Change or by Ministry of Maritime Affairs or ministries which are responsible for, they have modest resources, and these are huge businesses which have footprint and which also have capacity to contribute. I think models that IUCN has developed, we are ready to share with you and ready to work together these billions, millions of dollars that Government of Pakistan can earn and the local communities overall mechanism that we have established. Once again, I'm sincerely thankful. There are several agenda items that we can attend, but this green agenda is one, but the blue economy agenda is extremely important that we need to draw attention to that. And there are several reports that we would like to share with you. We need to explore. समंदर के बीच में हमें ज़्यादा पता नहीं है. अगर आप कहें पहाड़ों के ऊपर तो हमें पता है कि कौन सा दरख्त कहाँ पे है. समंदर के बीच में आपको नहीं है पता कि वेल कहाँ पे है, शार्क कहाँ पे है, मिनरल्स कहाँ पे है. इवन सी बेड अथॉरिटी अभी जो एक्सप्लोर कर रही है, हमें देखने की ज़रूरत है कि कैसे हम इसको फर्दर स्टडी कर सकते हैं. वंस अगेन थैंक यू वेरी मच लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन.
Thank you, Mr. Chima. I think as a person who likes to see the glass half full, I would really like to draw upon all the kind of positive things our 3 esteemed guests kind of highlighted. from how we have managed to resurrect and grow our mangroves to the potential that is waiting for us in the form of potential shipping opportunities, and at Gadani that Mr. Mumtaz highlighted, the kind of strategic expertise Mr. Admiral brought to the discussion. I think they all add up to one conclusion. How we manage our water and marine resources will determine how effectively Pakistan adapts to climate change whilst remaining economically competitive in a rapidly evolving global landscape. On behalf of the OICCI and our partners, I'd like to thank all of you for grounding this conversation in realism, experience, and positivity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A wonderful discussion, very enlightening, and I thank the moderator as well as the panelists. Adab, how are you, sir? And now I would like to request Mr. Mehmoosh Khaja, who is a jury member of our Climate Awards, to please join us on stage and present a token of our appreciation to the panelists as well as the moderator. Is Mehmoosh Khaja Sahab here? Yes, he is. Mehmoosh Sahab. Double O. How do you do? So the first one would be all of the same. I see. Rear Admiral Javed Iqbal Sahab, Hilal-e-Imtiaz Military, is the first recipient. आपको मैंने बताया था कि आप तालियां उस मौके पर बजाया करें जब तस्वीर खिंच रही हो. And just like that, we will now present one to Nadir Mumtaz Sahab, former chairman, Karachi Port Trust. And now we'll present a shield to Mr. Mahmood Akhtar Chima, Country Representative, IUCN Pakistan. And now to our moderator, Ms. Mariam Sumro. Taaliyan ho jaye. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप सबका, and thank you, sir, for your kind words. It's always nice to hear that mid-performance. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for another panel discussion. From gridlocks to green growth, realizing Pakistan's renewable revolution. A panel discussion, as I'd said. Now, Pakistan stands at a crossroads. While the solar boom is happening on rooftops across the country, the national grid and utility scale projects face significant structural hurdles. This session moves beyond the what of renewable energy to the how and why, examining the policy updates from key players like WABDA and NTDC, and uncovering the massive opportunities currently being missed. We will bridge the gap between state-level planning and the private sector's push for a cleaner, more affordable energy mix. Our moderator for this discussion is Mr. Dawar Hamid, Climate Finance Pakistan. Let's give him a warm welcome as he will come up and introduce his panelists for this discussion. I'm sorry, sir. This happens at the Oscars also sometimes. It did last year. I believe we'll call upon Fateh first before we do the panel discussion. It's a last-minute change. So, I believe Fateh has been waiting for some time for us to join him. पीछे चले गए गालिबन. Yeah, it's back. All right. Sorry about the trouble, sir. We'll trouble you in another minute, in about 10 minutes' time. From commitment to impact, a series of corporate showcases continues. And joining us by video link now is Mr. Fateh Oskadi, Chief Sustainability, Quality and Customer Care Officer, Beko Global, and he's talking to us via video message. So let's play that.
Hey everyone, it's a great pleasure to be here today at the fourth Pakistan Climate Conference. I would like to thank OICCI for creating a platform where we can discuss one of the most defining challenges and opportunities of our time, accelerating climate action. We are all witnessing how sustainability pressures regulatory expectations and climate risks are reshaping management and governance models. Today, sustainability is a fundamental business capability. It sits at the core of how leading companies make decisions, innovative and compete. At ECO, this transformation started years ago. We have built a governance structure where sustainability is monitored at the board level, guided by a dedicated sustainability committee and owned across the entire organization. This ensures that the climate action is part of our corporate DNA, embedded in our culture, incentives, and long-term value creation. This approach is reflected consistently across our operations, including governance, where global climate ambition is translated into local actions, spanning products, manufacturing supply chains, and communities. Our net zero targets, validated by the Science Based Targets Initiative, is central to this ambition. But more importantly, we have a clear decarbonization roadmap that defines how we will get there by 2030. We aim to reduce our Scope 1 and 2 emissions as well as Scope 3 products use phase by emissions by 42%. And by 2050, we aim to reduce Scope 1, 2 and 3 emissions by 90% compared to the 2022 baseline. These are not symbolic goals, they are operational commitments. To achieve them, we accelerated action in 3 key areas. First, decarbonizing our operations. We continue to invest in energy efficiency, digitalization, and renewable energy across our global production network. Our renewable electricity share has exceeded 60%, and we aim to reach 100% green electricity by 2030. At balance, this commitment is already delivering measurable impact. All 3 of our manufacturing facilities at Balance are equipped with solar power systems with a total capacity of 3 megawatts, and they reduce annual greenhouse gas emissions by 22%. More than 180 energy efficiency projects have been completed, cutting more than 5 million kilowatt hours electricity and 160k cubic meter of the natural gas. These measures have reduced our carbon footprint by more than 2,000 tons. Water stewardship is equally advanced with the full wastewater treatment, water recycling, and rainwater harvesting embedded into factory operations. Second, the transition of our products and product portfolio. As a home appliance company, 99% of our emissions come from the Scope 3, with the majority generated during product use in consumer home. That's why our product strategy is built around high energy efficiency, low carbon products, and smart technologies. Today, more than 70% of our portfolio consists of low carbon products significantly reduce emissions linked to imports and logistics while strengthening domestic capability and resilience. Reducing emissions is an investment that strengthens resilience, lowers long-term risks, and positions companies ahead of regulation, consumers' expectations, and global competition, of course. This year's conference theme captures this reality perfectly. Climate acceleration is about taking action at the pace and the scale that matches the challenges before us. It's about turning sustainability from a compliance requirement into a source of competitive advantage and advantage in innovation efficiency, trust, and long-term growth. At ECO, together with the governments, we remain fully committed to this journey. We will continue to accelerate, collaborate, and rise the bar, because the decision we make in this decisive decade will definitely not only our environmental effect, but also our competitiveness and responsibility to future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ozgadi. And ladies and gentlemen, we're trying to save time because, the agenda is still packed and we have a lot to get through. So we're trying to go briskly about our business. And now, as I'd said before, it's time for that panel discussion. मैं दावर साहब को तकलीफ नहीं दूंगा. Reshuffle में आप भी reshuffle होगे. From gridlocks to green growth, realizing Pakistan's renewable revolution. This is the topic of our next panel discussion. And this will be moderated by Dr. Khalid Waleed. Sorry, not Dr. Khalid Waleed. This one will be moderated by Mr. Khalid Waleed, Research Fellow, SDPI. I'm sorry, I got a little confused between who was going to give the shield and who's going to moderate the discussion. Sorry about that. When we reshuffle things, this happens, no? Aye. Come on.
Over to me. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sometimes reshuffling can be good and sometimes it can be bad. But for the grid, just like the Pakistan's grid, that is gridlock, the reshuffling, restructuring, structural reforms can be very fundamental. So ladies and gentlemen, this is a panel about energy, sustainable energy. We all know that Pakistan is facing a multifaceted crisis. I always say economy, energy, environment in one crisis equation. And these three are interconnected with one regulation, and that regulation is European Union's Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. If we do not invest on decreasing the carbon intensity of our national grid, we are going to suffer in long term in terms of our export competitiveness. So we need to invest on renewable energy, and one way is through community investments that we have seen in terms of solar panels, and then we have national grid level investments in terms of solar and wind power plants. To discuss these and other structural reforms such as national transmission and dispatch companies, transformation into national grid company, and formulation of independent system and market operator, and recently approved solar net metering regulations. We have esteemed panelists with us. I would like to welcome Dr. Fayaz Ahmed Chaudhry, Chairman, National Grid Companies Board. Dr. Fayaz is also advising LUMS as well. Mr. Imtiaz Hussain Baloch, Director General Licensing, National Electric Power Regulatory Authority. If I could request to take seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, it's working now. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for sticking around with us. This is very timely that we discuss energy sector reforms, particularly with linkage to economy and environment. To discuss this, we have very relevant panelists with us. Both gentlemen have immense experience in energy sector of Pakistan. Let me start with Dr. Fayaz. Dr. Fayaz, sir, you have chaired the board, you are chairing the board of National Grid Company, and you have headed the NTDC as well. We all know that transmission is very important when it comes to renewable energy, when it comes to energy transition, but it often gets ignored because transmission line investments, they do not have that sort of a political mileage as much as the generation plants. So what is your take? What are three critical green highway upgrades that in your sense can be prioritized to ensure solar power, particularly in Sindh and Balochistan, talking from a variable renewable perspective, how to invest in national grid so that we can incorporate more variable renewable energy? Over to you.
Thank you. Actually, from the planning perspective, NTDC as an entity, since it was unbundled from WAPDA, and at the same time, even the regulator, we have not been planning, like we used to do in WAPDA, like 25 years master plan. So anyway, when we missed that opportunity for many, many years, so now it's kind of piecemeal kind of solutions. So once, we simply helped out, our, the generation capacity we increased through furnace oil. So now in the 13th and 14th era, we developed base load power plants. And some of the rooms which renewable energy would have taken, it was taken by the regular conventional generation. So now, because of the cost of electricity, this solar rush has really changed the whole landscape. But this technology has to be incorporated into the grid with certain, investment like static var compensators, or we need to convert existing generation into synchronous condensers to improve the quality of power. Because solar in itself, it provides you energy, it doesn't, provide you capacity. And also, when the solar, it gives you an operational challenge. When the solar is not there, so 8 to 10,000 megawatt of variation in 1 or 2 hours in the evening, that requires some sort of peaking generation, which we don't have. So for that, battery energy storage will come into play. But all these things, unless and until you plan these things well before, only then you can have harmonized power grid and a stable power grid. But as far as, south to north power transfer that you just mentioned, National Grid Company has planned existing, power plants at Jamshoro, Guddu, and Muzaffargarh. Feasibility study is going on. How can we maximize reactive power, dynamic reactive power from these, locations? The other thing is, having a static var compensators to be incorporated at maybe Guddu, Rahim Yar Khan, along the whole transmission path, so that renewable power in south can be transported to north without, jeopardizing the, stability of the grid.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. You are very right that if we want to plan for the long-term horizon, particularly installing variable renewable energy, we need to invest in the grid, and we need to invest in a way that is more systematic and more integrated. Imtiaz Baloch Sahab, sir, recently, just today, NAPRA has approved regulations in terms of net metering. How do you think, we all know that there are financial implications of net metering as well. How authority is balancing financial implications and environmental implication, and how do you see the role of private sector? What is your take on it? How we can incentivize variable renewable energy, particularly financed through community-based financing? What is your take, and how industries can take part into it? Yeah, over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Ji. It's really a pleasure and a privilege to be here. It's really a privilege and a pleasure to be here to speak to this audience. Dr. Saab has very rightly pointed out that how electric system works and how it is planned. Whether it's RE or any other source, it requires proper planning to have a reliable system that can operate under different situations of operation with reliability and having the right quality of service. Whether it is net metering or any other renewable, once it is to be connected to the grid, then it is obviously have to go through the planning procedure. That's why you see that in the indicative generation capacity expansion plan, net metering is another source like all other conventional or grid-based renewable energy resources. About that, the new regulations which has just been notified today, there were a number of questions raised in the sense that in 2015, when once we notified those regulations, we had a deficit scenario. And there was the prices of the solar and related equipment, although were high, but there was a trend that people started to see deploying those solar panel on their rooftops and shops and etc. And in the first 2 to 3 years, we have a very low population of this induction, and it was growing at a very nominal space. But the recent, in the last 2 to 3 years, or 1.5 to 2 years, the prices of the solar panel have crashed to the level that everybody is trying to put the solar panel on its rooftop or wherever the space is available to it. But definitely that has caused serious operational issues. We have been receiving at least now 3 years before that the distribution companies have pointed out that we are having the very serious issues of the transformer, the harmonics issue, the losses are being contributed because these inverters are primarily RLC-based circuitry, electronic circuitry, so it is prone to have these kind of characteristics that actually add to the misery of the operational system. And considering those all aspects, the authority has decided to formulate the new regulations, which is, in this sense, is slightly different that earlier the sanction load, 1.5 times of the sanction load, the DG facilities were allowed, which actually was not only compromising the priority of the people in the sense that once that capacity is blocked, that otherwise the new consumer was unable to have that facility, or distribution company was supposed to enhance the capacity of that transformer. So now it is being restricted to equivalent to the sanction load only. Then according to the submissions of the Power Ministry, the current tariff being offered was actually shifting the burden of these net metering consumer to the non-net metering consumer to the tune of 2.77 rupee per kWh. So it has now been decided that the tariff will also be changed, and it will be a national average energy purchase price instead of national average power purchase price. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Baloj Saab. You are very right. We need to have regulations that are not just for the sector, but also for the communities itself. But there are some hard choices that regulator and authority they need to make. But again, we need to look at from an integrated and holistic lens that how we can reduce the cost of generation and cost of sector as well, particularly in terms of capacity charges. We have all seen that community has invested in distributed renewable energy resources. Just to give you a context, Pakistan has installed around 6,000 plus megawatts of imported coal plants with a debt-based financing of 6 billion USDs. And these net metered consumers, they have installed almost 600 plus megawatts without any loan, without any external financing. But still, there are some innovative things that we can discuss, particularly storage or smart storage facilities. So my question would be from Dr. Fayaz, that how can private sector, particularly from a platform like OICCI, can participate into Pakistan's upcoming growing market of smart storage, and how we can invite investors to solutions that stabilize the network and lower our resilience on imported fuel, and we can kickstart this renewable energy revolution as well. Over to you.
Thank you again. We always talk about generation or supply, solutions for the demand. So I'll take this opportunity to highlight, the demand profile is utmost important. So what we have done up till now, we have not been really recognizing the demand profile. Now the demand profile has even, further worsened due to this solar rush. What we were missing out in the demand was the peak requirement. The peak requirement is all due to our badly designed houses. And because they do not have no insulation whatsoever. If, I yet to see a house which is an energy efficient house. So in summer, the demand goes to 30, and in winter it stays at 12. So this 17 to 18,000 megawatt of generation, which solar is not going to cover. So who will cover this? Some conventional generation. And so how can you avoid that conventional generation, unless and until, so you reduce that peak and you make, instead of increasing your system peak, you reduce that system peak as anybody, the earlier speaker here that we should do. But as far as the private sector investment is concerned, because the grid is going through even more challenges due to this, over 20,000 megawatt of solar has already installed in the system, and which is giving a lot of operational challenge to the system. So one is each individual household as a prosumer, so they can have battery energy storage within their own home and contribute to that system peak. So regulation should support that. The other one is wherever we have like solar park or the industries, if they have even their own captive generation. So we need to make regulations so that they can contribute into the peak. We should, some of the plants that we just retired, so they may be, used for that peaking duty. But at the grid level, because you need to control frequency, in those like 8 to 10,000 megawatt of one, hour variation is huge. So there we need large-scale battery energy storage or pumped hydro storages. So there they can contribute. But some of the plants which are already, let's say, being built, let's say Bhasha, huge transmission infrastructure is required. Similarly, to people through public-private partnership, they can invest in the transmission infrastructure along with the NGC. So there are many opportunities where private sector can contribute as a generation on the demand side management and on the transmission infrastructure. Thank you.
Dr. Saab, thank you so much for the elaborate answer. We do need storage facilities and we need private sector investments. Baloch Saab, how NEPRA is solving this regulatory gridlock, and what are different innovation in terms of issuing licenses to renewable energy power plants, and particularly the battery facilities? If you can highlight a few regulations that are being that are in pipeline or that are coming in future, so that we can unlock battery energy storage investments or renewable energy investments. So yeah, over to you.
As far as the battery storage is concerned, firstly I would like to have, it's very short, what's actually the licensing regulatory regime is. We have a licensing application and modification regulation, which just very basic and preliminary requirement is there relating to the SPV, then the feasibility, which is normally once a plant is supposed to connect to the grid, is always required. These are the very fundamental requirements which have been placed in the regulations. Then with the amended NEPRA Act, there is a requirement for the eligibility criteria rules that is to be fulfilled. These are also very generic in nature, and a company intending to set up any supplier facility or generation facility can easily meet with all these requirements. These may be some sort of extensive or exhaustive list kind of thing, but primarily any generation company is required to fulfill the requirements of the grid codes. So the regulations are very pertinent and very simple if the proper feasibility has been carried out.
Thank you so much, Baloch Saab, for highlighting these licensing regime changes that NEPRA is doing. So ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to end of this panel. Pakistan does have opportunities, particularly in renewable energy space, that is community financed and storage facilities. There are revolutionary changes coming into sodium-ion batteries. Pakistan do possess salt reserves in Kevada. We can utilize those, and then we can explore opportunities such as early retirement of coal power plants, because these are underutilized using climate finance measures. So we need to have integrated planning approach, and we can solve Pakistan's energy, economy, and environment crisis. With this, a round of applause for the panelists and for you as well.
आप सबका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. 1 मिनट हमारे साथ रहिएगा स्टेज पर. हम दावत देते हैं सुलेरी साहब को एक बार फिर जहमत देंगे कि वो आकर शील्ड्स तकसीम करें हमारे पैनलिस्ट्स और मॉडरेटर. डॉक्टर फयाज. इम्तियाज बलोच साहब. And finally, Dr. Khalid Waleed. सबका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. Thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for another panel discussion. one that we've been looking forward to for some time. Accelerating climate action, scalable, circular, low carbon, inclusive business models with water stewardship integration. This panel will examine practical, scalable solutions for advancing circular economy practices and water stewardship in the Pakistani context. The discussion focuses on the circular water nexus, exploring how businesses can close the loop on both plastic waste and industrial water use by turning effluents and plastic scraps into valuable inputs for production. A primary emphasis will be placed on plastic waste reduction through reuse systems, recycling infrastructure, and material substitution, while simultaneously addressing the urgent need for responsible water management. Beyond site-level efficiency, the session highlights how integrated water stewardship serves as a critical climate adaptation strategy. By sharing local and global best practices, experts will demonstrate how businesses protect themselves from water scarcity through closed-loop systems and nature-based solutions that recharge local aquifers. Experts will also showcase how closing the loop on waste and water resources reduces operational costs, risks, and lowers the carbon footprint of production. A very warm welcome, sir. Our upcoming panel discussion will emphasize the triple bottom line, aligning the decarbonization with economic profitability and social equity to ensure that the transition to a low-carbon economy is inclusive of local communities and small-scale stakeholders. For this discussion, our moderator is Ms. Ramla Tariq, Manager, Sustainability and External Affairs, Unilever. Let's give her a warm welcome, Ramla. Ramla Tariq. How do you do? Aye.
Assalamu alaikum everyone, good evening and welcome to the fifth and the final session for today. This session is basically going to focus on how do we really accelerate climate action. Since we are running behind on time, I will introduce my panelists and I will ask them to join me on stage. We are pleased to welcome Mr. Ahmed Shabbar, the founder of Garbage Can. His work has been pivotal in reshaping the businesses and communities' approach to waste management. Next, we have Mr. Hamad Naki, the Director General of WWF. With decades of experience in environmental conservation, Mr. Naki has been at the forefront of integrating sustainability into business and environmental practices across Pakistan. Next, we have Mr. Waqar Hussain Pulputod, Director General, Sindh Environmental Protection Agency. Mr. Pulputod leads efforts to tackle environmental challenges in Sindh, focusing on regulations and sustainable practices in the region. Do we have Mr. Waqar here? Okay, we'll move on to our final panelist, who is Mr. Tariq Nizamani. Mr. Tariq Nizamani is the Managing Director of Sindh Solid Waste Management Board. Mr. Nizamani has extensive experience in waste-to-energy solutions and has contributed significantly to advancing sustainable waste management technologies. Can we have a round of applause for our panelists? Thank you very much. So we'll just dive right into the discussion, and we'll start with Mr. Shabbar. So, Mr. Shabbar, you have been at the forefront of waste management and recycling in Pakistan. And over the last few years, we've seen that there has been a development and there have been a lot of different pilots happening in recycling. But somehow those pilots have not been able to scale. So given your experience in this industry, what do you see as the key barriers in scaling circular models in Pakistan, particularly in waste management?
Hello.
Can everybody hear me? Perfect. First of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity to come over here and have a conversation and essentially vent out some of the challenges that we've faced over the course of the last 5 years or a decade or so that we've been working in the waste management and industry. So before I move forward, I wanted to talk about what we mean by circularity. Of course, to understand circularity, we need to understand intersectionality and everything as well. And in my opinion, it's more than just closing the loop. It's closing the loop culturally as well. It's closing the loop industrially as well, and so on. So we need to understand what intersectionality and circularity would be, but instead of going deeper into it, I'd rather just share what my experience was. So it's a small, the organization that I run, Garbage Can Sustainable Waste Management, it's a small sustainable entrepreneurship, and we maintain very lean operations. We work with corporations, schools, etc. And we just recently built a library that's made out of trash as well. That library was our CSR project. But I'd like to stress that waste management isn't CSR per se. Waste management isn't welfare work. Waste management is an essential business. So when I say, as far as circularity is concerned, we first need to change our culture. We need to see circularity as that. We need to see circularity or sustainability as essential. We need to see stuff like, spending money for picking up your own waste or polluters pay as the cost of doing business. If we're not looking at it as a cost of doing business, or if we're looking at it as a sort of a, not a responsibility, but something that an optional choice, then we're not really moving forward with circularity. So similarly, another challenge that I face is to convince people to pay for waste management. They all, there's the informal industry was there, like with the scavengers and with the Afghan community that we've seen. Whenever I went to a corporate office or whenever we went to restaurants or schools, etc., that we work with, they would simply claim that, well, we're paying 2,000 or 4,000 rupees to a scavenger. Why should we pay, say, 10,000 or 15,000 rupees to you? So again, it's a cultural change that we need as well. And that's where I believe organizations such as SEPA and Sindh Solid Waste Management Board and Sindh government and of course WWF come in, that should be the ones who should be pushing the cultural change. They should be pushing the narrative. They should be pushing policies. The second challenge is people ask for incentives from small scale businesses because for the past 2 decades or so, there's been a cultural sort of practice that waste pays, that we should purchase waste from the polluters. Whereas it should be the other way around, that polluters should pay. It shouldn't be that waste management industry purchases waste from polluters. It should be the other way around. The polluters should be paying to clean up their trash. So these are some of the challenges that we've seen as small businesses. And of course, the third one that pertains more to the public sector or pertains more to the government is, very quickly changing policy infrastructure. And we haven't really seen much support from organizations such as SEPA, organizations such as Sindh Solid Waste Management Board, except for in recent times. So my conversations with Tariq Saab at FPCCI recently, and Waqar Purpoda Saab, who apparently, unfortunately, hasn't been able to join us this time, for the past year or so has been encouraging, and we need trust building between the public and the private sector, which is hopefully through this platform and through other platforms we'll be able to do more. So those are some of the challenges that we face.
Thank you so much, Ahmed. I think it's very important what you said, that there is a dire need for that shift in narrative, that, and for the businesses to also think that this is definitely a business imperative. So I'll move on to Mr. Hamad Naqi. Mr. Naqi, water scarcity is one of the most critical challenges in Pakistan. In your view, how can businesses in Pakistan better integrate water stewardship into their operations, especially in water-stressed areas? And what are the key barriers to adopting such practices at scale in Pakistan? Can we have his presentation up?
I think I have few slides.
Can we have Hamad Naqi's presentation, please?
In the meantime, thank you, OICCI, for organizing this conference for the 4th consecutive year. Thank you for giving WWF an opportunity to share some of our thoughts. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. This has been a very kind of crowded last 5-6 hours, and I hope that they would be able to. If not, if you look at the topic of this session, I think this is such an important topic that it requires the entire day to discuss. And I also strongly feel that these are one of the most important environmental challenges being faced in this country. Okay, I'll wait. All right. Yeah, sorry. So very quickly, as someone representing the largest environmental group, we strongly feel that water is the major environmental challenge being faced in this country. And there are reasons. I'll, come to that. But in my next 5-6 minutes that I have, I'll focus on water stewardship. That's the topic that I've been asked to focus. But we have a large portfolio. We are implementing 50+ projects with offices in 28 cities and with physical presence. Our strength is our field presence. We demonstrate good practices in the field. We work very closely with the local communities, with the private sector, and relevant government entities and other smaller NGOs in the field. So I think that's where all the knowledge, the data, all the advocacy and lobby that we try to do is purely based on our field presence. If you look at the water crisis, I think, and we all say that we are one of the most vulnerable countries. For us, climate change is water change. We have a water economy, and that water economy is running dry. That water economy is being polluted. That water economy is not, giving the benefits now to the people. And that's the reason that, our focus is primarily on the water resource management, because we also strongly feel that this is a governance issue. We still feel there is a lack of coordination between departments. There's a lot of duplication where the public health engineering department, the agriculture department, the irrigation department at the provincial level, and the communication and works department, they all have projects which either impact the way we manage our water resources, or they try to do activities or projects where you can see a lot of duplication. As part of the water program, we are working on integrated water resource management, on promoting practices. We have a climate smart agriculture program. We are working with more than 300,000 farmers. Most of the agriculture in Pakistan is irrigated agriculture. More than 90% of the water is used for agriculture. And that's the reason that the main sector which consumes water, and if you look at the kind of resource allocation for R&D to improve not only the yield, but the water productivity, you don't see that happening. Along with, if you look at the other projects, they are about the River Dolphins project, the wetlands program, and now with the Recharge Pakistan, which is the largest ever grant from the Green Climate Fund, where the Green Climate Fund has given $78 million for a nature-based solution for flood risk management. And that's the flagship program where, everybody is literally looking at Pakistan for the successful implementation of this particular activity. I think this is also important, but we always talk about that we are vulnerable, give us money. But the donors also want to ensure that as a vulnerable country, we have the capacity and capability to implement those projects in a professional manner. And that's the reason that, we strongly feel that this particular project is very important. I think. Because we are in Karachi, just look at this figure. I mean, we came up with this report recently. The water demand is around 1,200 million gallons per day. The water supply is almost half, it's 650. And look at the wastewater which is generated is almost 500. Almost 90% of that wastewater, without any treatment, goes into the sea. 90%. And that represents the country. Except for export-oriented industry, except for some, the multinationals, the law of the land is same for everybody, but except for these two sectors, you don't see. Even the municipalities, the big cities like Lahore, last 78 years, not a single drop being treated. Same goes with many, 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 cities where untreated sewage combined with highly toxic effluent is contaminating our water body. This is just Karachi. Now, for that, when we started the water stewardship program, the idea was to work with the private sector, the business industry, to go beyond their fences. Yeah, a lot of them, maybe they're treating wastewater, they have plugged all the holes, and they are doing water conservation, but going beyond the fences. It's a phased approach. And when we coined this term, as a global organization which set up Alliance for Water Stewardship, and we launched Alliance for Water Stewardship like 10 or 12 years ago. And then there were companies who started joining hands. And I'll show you in the next 2-3 slides how in many cases, the private sector, the business industry is providing leadership. And that would be my culminating point to request all the people sitting in this room not to support WWF, but pick some of the ideas that are happening as part of the water stewardship and take those ideas forward, own them, endorse them, scale them up because of the benefits that these small initiatives are, yielding. And as part of that, there's a cocktail of interventions. They range from groundwater recharge, to ablution water treatment, to rainwater harvesting, to nature-based solution for like the gabion structures for flood prevention, to watershed management. It's a cocktail, and none of them were invented by WWF. This was the excellent research lying in the libraries of the research institutes, the universities of this country, or the regional other countries. We just put them together and, made them a package for the local private sector. Now, these, I think I've talked about this, but let me take you to the next slide. In Karachi, there is, these activities They are range from floating wetland treatment, from ablution water treatment from the mosques. And the good thing is that different, madaris, different mosques have taken this up, and they are now being expanded. Wazu ka pani, you partially treat them and you use that water for horticulture. We have the simple technology which can literally, completely treat that water, but because it's wazu ka water, so we are using it for horticulture purposes, kyunke, wo taharat ka, halanki science is very clear that it can be treated. Now, this is all the ablution water recycling system, different societies in Karachi, different neighborhoods where the mosques are using it. And I'll show you the figure, the quantity of water which you can save through such simple interventions. Filtration plants, and these were the areas in a very poor neighborhoods. And then that's where the business industry, it's either Reckitt, it's either GSK, other big companies, members of OICCI, providing the leadership and support to take this water stewardship agenda forward. Urban plantation. Now, this is the floating look. I mean, as an environmental engineer, I've been trained to design wastewater treatment plants, trickling filter, activated sludge. They are quite like energy intensive, high tech, and resource intensive. Upfront costs, you need millions of rupees. But these are the simple, and this is research done by NIPG, a Pakistani research institute. And we are using it in Faisalabad, we are using it in Lahore, we are using the Punjab government, we have signed this agreement with Punjab Municipal Development Company as part of the Sudhar Punjab. Every village has a pond, and you use these plants, you grow them, or the floating, as a floating constructed wetland, and they can treat the wastewater which can be reused for irrigation and agriculture purposes, instead of using raw sewage for agriculture to grow vegetables. So that's also being, practiced now. Recharge well. We waste a lot of urbanization. Everything is being concreterized. And that's the reason we have these flash floods. Through these recharge wells, we are trying to recharge the aquifers. And we have put up like more than almost 200 recharge wells in Lahore. Now we are doing this in Karachi. We have done this in Islamabad, and we are expanding it. And the research was done by Pakistan Council of Research in Water Resources. They had put one plant, and it was lying there. We just put that, and then just, scaling it up and expanding it. I think that's what we need to do. That's where the role of private sector is very important. So through these interventions, we've been able to replenish almost 400 cubic meters of water. And these are a lot of you, like your companies, you have targets, water replenishment targets, because you use water for your business, particularly the food and beverage industry. So you need to give that water back to the community. And through such interventions, you can give that water back to the communities. Rainwater conserved is more than 300,000 cubic meters. And this is not the data. This was like externally verified by the universities, external third party, so that they, through the globally acceptable standard that how. So there are, these millions of beneficiaries. You are, providing the potable water, you're conserving water, and you're also conserving the watershed area. Last, I think I would go to these are, I feel, the responsibility of the government. We all know the resources of the government. Again, as part of the water stewardship, I give you few examples where your members or your counterparts are providing leadership, facilitating the communities, to manage the water resources. I think my request is, because this is not a reputational risk. I think a lot of people have said that. It's a business risk. It's a climate risk. It's a social risk. It's an environmental risk. And we look towards business and industry to address this challenge and provide leadership as part of. We are organizing an international conference on water stewardship where the business industry leaders, not only from Pakistan, but we are trying to invite people from other countries to share their experiences, that the benefits as a business that they achieve through following either going for Alliance for Water Stewardship certification or through picking up interventions as part of their water stewardship journey. So I think you're more than welcome to join this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Naqi. Those were really great examples. We are working with your team in Lahore, so we know how impactful these are. Thank you. So we'll move on to Mr. Tariq Nizamani. So we know that there are a lot of different circular solutions out there. My question to you is very simple. How do we scale these solutions, and what role can the government play?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Tariq Ali Nizamani, Managing Director since Solid Waste Management Board. So first of all, we should be doing that. What is the current scenario of waste management overall in the context of Pakistan? Project International Pride Firm's survey report shows that some 50 million tons is generated in whole over on annual basis whole over Pakistan, and their reports further says that some 60% there exists efficiency with respect to collection and disposal of waste in terms of whole scenario. Their reports further says that there are 7 cities in Pakistan who have become by now 90% efficient with respect to collection and disposal. Amongst them, 3 of them pertains to Sindh, Karachi, Hyderabad, Sakkar, Lahore, Pindi, Islamabad, and Mardan. So that whole scenario shows that the overall scenario in terms of Pakistan is not so much encouraging. We need to do a lot much, still a lot much need to be done in the context of waste management. And in order to establish a proper state-of-art waste management system, there it requires some 4 things. One, an aware society. As last year, Lahore High Court passed orders that every institution, every week should be conducting a session on environment as well as waste management. Second, there comes discipline institutions. So every institutions dealing with the waste management should have the strategy of a proper strategy and proper discipline. So and thereafter comes a state-of-art infrastructure, and thereafter comes a innovative approach. As far as Sindh is concerned, Sindh has substantially moved forward and made a progress in the context of waste management. In 2014, SSWMB Act was passed. The purpose and the aims was to transform the conventional system into modern waste management system. And subsequent to that, SSWMB board was established, and who started with phase-wise tendering in 2016. 2 districts international tendering process was completed in 2017. 2 other districts of Karachi tender process was completed, and in the year 2021, remaining 2 districts, Sentinel and Korangis, tendering process was completed, and thus the 70% of the whole of the Karachi was came under the work scope of SSWMB. Beside that, we completed our international tendering process in Hyderabad, Karachi, and Sakkar, and also in Larkana. So we, prior to establishment of SSWMB, only 3,000 to 4,000 tons of garbage used to be collected and disposed of, as against the generation of 10 to 12,000 tons. We started with an at-source collection strategy, and for the businesses, hubs, and like vertical buildings, bins and collection strategy was proposed and suggested for settled area. Another mechanism that of a block collection strategy was adopted, and with regards to the slum squatter and Kachi Abadis, at-source collection strategy was adopted. Prior to SSWMB, there used to be some 3,000 TDPs existing in Karachi. Alhamdulillah, with our at-source collection strategy, we have successfully eliminated some 2,500 TDPs. Beside this, at present, some 4 modern GTSs are under construction and under World Bank funded sweep project, and in a near future, these are going to the part of our system. And beside, one sanitary engineering landfill site is under constructions and going to be completed and handed over in this very year. Along with that, some 4 recycling plants we have so far been successful in establishing it. One at Hyderabad, where every day some 100 main doors are being produced that from a discarded plastic, and also in Karachi, 2 recycling plants we have established with the collaboration of UK-based Tier 4 NGO, and our ISIS company has established in South. Beside that, we have successfully established 150 cubic meters biogas plant at Ibn Qasim Park, which will be providing a subsidized basis biogas plant alongside vertical building, as well as it will be lightening the whole Ibn Qasim Park. We, alhamdulillah, we have greatly been successful in terms of collection and disposal, and besides, once modern GTSs, which will be catering some 8,000 tons, and we will be scaling up our operations, and we will be diverting it and recycling the generated waste. That's all about us, and thanks to the organizers who have who organized this wonderful event. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nizam Amin Saab. And with that, our panel comes to a close. Thank you so much to our amazing panelists, and thank you for being a great audience.
Thank you very, very much to all of you, panelists and moderator. Thank you, Ramla. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to request Jason to join us once again on stage to present mementos to both the panelists as well as the moderator. part of our tradition. Ladies and gentlemen, you forgot to clap. Especially when the person is receiving the accolade, you must put that smile on their face. Just look at the way he immediately lit up when you did the needful. And finally, a shield is presented to Ms. Ramla, our moderator for this discussion. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Musaddiq Malik, the Federal Minister, Ministry of Climate Change, to share his purview of Pakistan's climate landscape. Let's give him a warm welcome.
آپ سارے دن کے یہاں تھکے ہارے بیٹھے ہیں تو مجھے آپ لوگوں پہ ترس آ رہا ہے کہ میں اب کیا لمبی بات کروں، لیکن حقیقت یہ ہے کہ میں بھی باتیں کر کر کے تھک گیا ہوں، کیونکہ ان باتوں سے بنتا کچھ نہیں ہے۔ اور یہ جو ہماری ماحولیات کا جو معاملہ ہے، یہ تو ہے بھی بہت سنگین۔ اگر آپ اس کا جائزہ لینے کی کوشش کریں اور آپ کو اندازہ ہو کہ اس کی ہمیں کیا کیا قیمت اٹھانی پڑتی ہے، تو آپ لوگ پریشان ہو جائیں۔ اگر آپ صرف اس کا جائزہ لیں معاشی طور پہ، تو ہم لوگ 3 سے 4، آج ایک آئی ہے بہت اچھی رپورٹ آئی ہے کہ پاکستان 3.5% کے اوپر گرو کرے گا، اور پاکستان کے بینکاری کا جو ادارہ ہے اس کی بڑی اچھی ریٹنگ آ رہی ہے۔ لیکن ہم 3 سے 4% پہ گرو کرتے ہیں، تالیاں بجاتے ہیں، پھر ایک سیلاب آتا ہے اور اس کے نقصانات 9.8% ہماری جی ڈی پی اڑا دیتے ہیں۔ یعنی ہر سال 2%، پھر 3%، پھر 4%، پھر 5%، پھر بسٹ، پھر 2%، 3%، 4%، 5%، پھر بسٹ، اور ہر 5-7 سال بعد ایک سیلاب آتا ہے جو تقریباً 10% ہماری جی ڈی پی اڑا دیتا ہے۔ تو وہ جو معاشی قیمت ہمیں ادا کرنی پڑتی ہے، اس کا تخمینہ یا اندازہ لگانا بہت زیادہ ضروری ہے۔ اور یہ تو ابھی میں آپ سے کم اہم چیز کی بات کر رہا ہوں، اس کی جو انسانی قیمت ہے، جو معاشرے کے اوپر اس کا بوجھ ہے، وہ اس کے علاوہ ہے۔ یہ پچھلے 4-5 سیلابوں میں لگ بھگ 6,000 لوگ مر چکے ہیں۔ 6,000۔ آج تک کسی جنگ میں تو 6,000 مرے نہیں۔ ابھی ہماری اتنی ہولناک دہشت گردی کی فضا چل رہی ہے، شاید اس میں بھی 1-2 سال میں 6,000 نہیں لوگ شہید ہوئے ہوں، لیکن یہ پچھلے 4 سیلابوں میں 6,000 لوگ مر چکے ہیں۔ تو میں تو اس کو بھی قدرتی دہشت گردی سمجھتا ہوں۔ جیسے دوسری دہشت گردی کے خلاف ہم جہاد کرتے ہیں، میں سمجھتا ہوں ہمیں ماحولیاتی دہشت گردی کے خلاف بھی جہاد کرنا چاہیے۔ ہمارے پچھلے 4 سیلابوں میں 19,000 لوگ تقریباً یا زخمی ہو چکے ہیں یا ڈسیبل ہو چکے ہیں۔ یہ سلیری صاحب بیٹھے ہوئے ہیں، میرے دوست ہیں، یہ نہ جانے کیا کیا انالیسس اپنی جوانی میں کرتے تھے، اب بھی نوجوان ہیں لیکن اس سے پہلے ذرا زیادہ جوان تھے، اب تو تھوڑا، لیکن اس زمانے میں یہ ڈسیبلٹی، ایڈجسٹڈ لائف ایئرز، انفنٹ مورٹیلٹی، میٹرنل مورٹیلٹی، یہ تو جب آپ کو کوئی کہتا ہے کہ 19-20 ہزار لوگ ڈسیبل ہو گئے ہیں تو یہ لغویات لگتی ہیں، اللہ مانی سی بات لگتی ہے کہ یہ کیا بات کر رہے ہیں، اور ہم ایسے کہہ دیتے ہیں جیسے کوئی بات ہی نہیں کہ 19,000 لوگ زخمی ہو گئے یا ڈسیبل ہو گئے۔ تو یہ جو ہماری تمام انسانی قیمتیں ہیں یہ اس اقتصادی یا معاشی قیمت کے علاوہ ہیں. اب اس کے علاوہ 4 کروڑ لوگ پچھلے کچھ سیلابوں میں ڈسپلیس ہو چکے ہیں. 40 ملین 4 کروڑ لوگ ڈسپلیس ہو چکے ہیں. اور اگر آپ اپنی ڈیموگرافی دیکھیں تو 50% وہ لوگ ہیں جو اسکول گوئنگ ایج کے. اس کا مطلب ہے کہ 20 ملین 2 کروڑ بچے جو انہوں اسکول جانا تھا وہ پچھلے کچھ سیلابوں میں در بدر ہو چکے ہیں, ڈسپلیس ہو چکے ہیں. اگر وہ 90 دن بعد واپس آئیں, 90 دن بعد واپس نہیں آتے سیلاب کے بعد. آپ کو معلوم ہے 90 دن تک تو ہمارا سیلاب بہتا ہے, اس کے بعد تو اسکول ہی نہیں رہتا, تو واپس کس کے پاس آنا ہے انہیں. لیکن اگر وہ واپس آ جائیں 90 دن کے بعد تو یہ تقریباً 1.8 بلین اسکول ڈیز بنتے ہیں جو ہم سے کھو گئے. 20 ملین اس کو ضرب کر لیں 90 دن سے, 1.8 بلین اسکول ڈیز لاسٹ. مگر حیرانگی کی بات ہے کہ اس سب کے باوجود ماحولیات کے اوپر کوئی مقدمہ نہیں بن پاتا, یعنی یہ سیاسی مسئلہ نہیں بن پاتا. یعنی 12 سال 13 سال مجھے سیاست کرتے ہو گئے, مجھ سے کسی نے رات کے ٹی وی کے پروگرام میں نہیں پوچھا کہ یہ 1.8 بلین یا 2 بلین یا 2.5 بلین ڈیپینڈ کرتا ہے 90 دن یا 6 مہینے. 6 مہینے ہوں تو یہ 4 بلین دن اسکول ڈیز کے بن جاتے ہیں. یہ گم گئے بچوں کی, ان کا بچپن لٹ گیا, ان کی آنے والے وقت میں لائیولیہڈ لٹ گئی. وہ شاید کبھی بھی اسکول واپس نہ جائیں جو 4-6 مہینے اسکول نہیں گئے. تو یہ سیاسی مقدمہ کیوں نہیں بنتا, یہ آواز کیوں نہیں اٹھائی جاتی؟ ایک پوری نسل لگتی ہے غربت مٹانے کو, ایک پوری نسل گزر جاتی, بعض مرتبہ 2 نسلیں گزر جاتی صرف غربت مٹانے کو. اور جس چیز کو میں غربت مٹانا کہہ رہا ہوں اس کا مطلب ہے کہ آپ کے پاس 1 بھینس 2 بکری یا 2 بھینسیں 4 بکریاں ہو گئیں جن کے ذریعے وہ جو آپ بالکل ہی ایک عجیب و غریب زندگی غربت کی گزار رہے تھے, اس سے کچھ چھٹکارا ہوا, کم از کم بچوں کو کھلا پلا سکتے ہیں, تھوڑا دودھ بیچ سکتے ہیں, کچھ اپنا گزارا کر سکتے ہیں. ایک سیلاب آیا, وہ گئی بھینسیں, وہ گئیں بکریاں, اور پوری ایک نسل دوبارہ غربت میں ڈوب گئی. ریلیپس انٹو پاورٹی. تو میں آپ کے سامنے, آپ جس زاویے سے دیکھنا چاہیں, ڈسپلیسمنٹ کے زاویے سے دیکھنا چاہیں, انسانیت کے اپنی ہیلتھ اور ایجوکیشن کے زاویے سے دیکھنا چاہیں جس کو ہم سوشل فیبرک کہتے ہیں, آپ معاشی طور پہ دیکھنا چاہیں, جی ڈی پی کے نقطہ نظر سے دیکھنا چاہیں, جس طریقہ کار غربت کے لینس سے دیکھنا چاہیں, میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ ماحول کی جنگ جو ہے یہ دہشت گردی کے خلاف, ماحولیاتی دہشت گردی کے خلاف جنگ ہے. اور اس میں جتنا ہمارا, جس طرح سیکیورٹی کے لیے بھی کہتے ہیں کہ سیکیورٹی تو کمیونٹی سے آتی ہے, تو ہماری کمیونٹی تو آپ لوگ ہیں, اور ہمیں اگر آگے بڑھنا ہے تو ہمیں تو آپ لوگوں کا ہاتھ تھام کے, یعنی آپ کو ہمارا ہاتھ تھام کے آگے لے کر چلنا ہے, کیونکہ آپ ہی پڑھے لکھے لوگ ہیں, آپ ہی صاحب حیثیت ہیں, آپ ہی لوگوں کی فیکٹریاں ہیں, آپ ہی لوگ ملٹی نیشنل ہیں. اگر آپ آگے چلیں گے تو ملک بھی آپ کے ساتھ چلے گا. آپ آگے چلیں گے تو آپ کے ساتھ ساتھ یہ جو چھوٹی چھوٹی فیکٹریاں, جو آپ کے سپلائرز ہیں, جو آپ کے وینڈرز ہیں, وہ بھی آپ کے ساتھ چلیں گے. آپ گرین ہوں گے تو وہ بھی آپ کے ساتھ گرین ہوتے چلے جائیں گے. تو ہمیں آپ کی لیڈرشپ کی ضرورت ہے اس مقدمے کو آگے بڑھانے کے لیے. اور یہ بات میں اس وجہ سے بھی کہتا ہوں کہ مجھے باہر کی دنیا سے کچھ اب زیادہ امید نہیں ہے, یعنی بالکل نا امیدی نہیں ہے, لیکن بین الاقوامی سطح پہ جو گلوبل ہپوکریسی چل رہی ہے, اب اس نے مجھے یعنی لاچار تو نہیں لیکن پریشان کر دیا ہے. پر کبھی کبھی میں سوچتا ہوں کہ یہ کیا باتیں کر رہے ہیں, یہ مجھے سمجھ نہیں آ رہی, یا یہ باتیں صحیح نہیں کر رہے, کیا ہے درمیان میں, یہ کیا گیپ ہے اتنا بڑا, کیوں ہے اتنا بڑا گیپ؟ یہ جس چیز کو میں آپ کے سامنے رکھ رہا ہوں, مقدمہ رکھ رہا ہوں, ماحولیاتی دہشت گردی یا ماحولیاتی سلسلہ جو رکھ رہا ہوں، یہ کیا ہے؟ پوری دنیا کاربن اڑاتی ہے، گرین ہاؤس گیسز اڑاتی ہے، تو اڑانے دیں، اس سے کیا ہوتا ہے؟ ارے بھائی اس سے ٹیمپریچر بڑھ جاتا ہے. تو ٹیمپریچر بڑھنے سے کیا ہوتا ہے؟ ٹیمپریچر بڑھنے سے ہمارے یہ جو گلیشیئرز ہیں یہ پگھل جاتے ہیں، اور اس رفتار پہ پگھلتے ہیں جس رفتار پہ ہمارے نہ دریا نہ ہماری کینالز ان کو اکوموڈیٹ کر سکتی ہیں. تو کیا ہوتا ہے؟ سیلاب آ جاتا ہے. اور جتنی ڈیوسٹیشن میں نے آپ کے سامنے رکھی ہے، یہ جتنی تباہی اقتصادی، معاشی، معاشرتی، ثقافتی، ہزاروں سال کی تہذیب بہہ کے ایک وقت میں تقریباً آدھے سے زیادہ سندھ جو ہے وہ ڈوبا ہوا تھا. کیا مسجد اور کیا مندر اور کیا سیولائزیشن اور کیا پرانے نشان صدیوں کے سب مٹ گئے، سب بہہ گئے. لیکن جب میں اپنے گرد و نواح میں دیکھتا ہوں تو یہ میری طرح کے تمام انگریزی بولنے والے لوگ جن سے جا کے میں کبھی جنیوا میں اور کبھی کینیا میں ملتا ہوں تو مجھے بڑی حیرانگی ہوتی ہے. ہمارے بارڈر پہ صاحب 2 ملک ہیں جو دنیا کی 40% کاربن ڈائی آکسائڈ ایمٹ کر رہے ہیں. 2 ملک. ڈاکٹر صاحب کل کتنے ممالک ہیں؟ 195 پارٹیز میں سے بھائی 2 ملک ہیں جو تقریباً اس وقت 40% دنیا کی کاربن ایمٹ کر رہے ہیں. ایک اور اگر ملک ڈال رہے ہیں جو کہتے ہیں کہ کلائمیٹ کوئی مقدمہ ہی نہیں ہے تو یہ 57% ہو جاتی ہے. اگر 3 ملک، 2 ملک 40% ہمارے بارڈر پہ، 3 ملک تقریباً 60 مان لیں، 57-58% راؤنڈ اپ کرنے کے لیے. اور دنیا کے 10 بڑے ممالک جو ہیں تمام ترقی یافتہ تقریباً، وہ 70 سے 75% کاربن ایمٹ کر رہے ہیں. اور حیرانگی کی بات یہ ہے کہ یہی 10 ممالک جو ہیں، یہی 10 ممالک یہ تقریباً 65% دنیا کا ہائیڈرو کاربن بھی استعمال کر رہے ہیں. مگر اس سے زیادہ بڑی حیرانگی کی بات یہ ہے کہ یہی 10 ملک دنیا کی 85% گرین فائنینسنگ لے رہے ہیں. کیا ستم ظریفی ہے کہ آپ ہی انوائرمنٹ کو تباہ کریں اور آپ ہی پھر انوائرمنٹ والے گرین پیسے جو ہیں اپنی جیب میں ہی ڈال لیں اور ہم سے کہیں سی بیم. ہم کہتے بھائی یہ سی بیم کیا ہے؟ پیسے تو تمہارے پاس ہیں. ہمارے لیے ایک ہرڈل کھڑی کرتے ہو، ہمیں کہتے ہو گرین سٹیمپنگ نہیں ہوگی، اگر گرین اوریجنز نہیں ہوں گے، اگر گرین آڈٹ نہیں ہوگا تو ہم تمہاری کوئی چیز آنے نہیں دیں گے یورپ میں. تو ہم کہتے پیسے تو تم ہی نے رکھ لیے ہیں. تو یہ گرین سٹیمپنگ جو کرنی ہے، یہ گرین آڈٹس جو کرنے ہیں، یہ گرین ٹرانسفارمیشن جو کرنی ہے، یہ گرین ٹیکنالوجی جو لانی ہے، ٹیکنالوجی بھی تمہارے پاس، پیسے بھی تمہارے پاس، اور ہم سے کہے جاتے ہو کہ اگلے سال سے یہ کر دیں گے، اگلے سال سے. ارے بھائی یہ صرف ایک انڈسٹریل پالیسی ہے، اس کا گرین سے کوئی تعلق نہیں. نہ یہ گرین کمپیکٹ ہے، نہ یہ کوئی گرین پالیسی ہے. یہ ایک انڈسٹریل پالیسی ہے جس میں جو نئے ایمرجنگ بلاکس ہیں اس میں کچھ لوگ جو خود اقتصادی طور پہ خود ہی بنا کے خود ہی استعمال کرنا چاہتے ہیں. وہ جو پرانے زمانے کی 1970-80 دہائی کی جو والز ہوا کرتی تھی انڈسٹریل پالیسی کی، وہ دوبارہ سے گرین کر کے، گرین ان کو لانڈر کر کے دوبارہ سے وہ دیواریں کھڑی کی جا رہی ہیں. تو بڑی مجھے تو بھائی بہت حیرانگی ہوتی ہے اس دوگلے پن پہ. اور آواز بھی اٹھاتا ہوں. آپ نے شاید دیکھا ہو میں تو جس انٹرنیشنل فورم پہ جاتا ہوں یہی جو آپ کو کہہ رہا ہوں یہی ان کو کہتا ہوں. وہ سامنے بیٹھے ہوتے ہیں پھر بھی ان کو کہتا ہوں کہ ایسا ہے، اور اگر ایسا نہیں تو مجھے بتا دو کیسا ہے. لیکن کچھ پھر سنائی نہیں دیتا. سمن بکمن امیون. نارتھ کہتا ہے میٹیگیشن، ساؤتھ کہتا ہے اڈیپٹیشن. ہوتا نہ میٹیگیشن ہے نہ اڈیپٹیشن، کیونکہ مقصد ہی نہیں ہے کچھ کرنے کا. تو جب مقصد ہی نہیں ہے تو پھر ہوگا کیسے؟ تو یہ مجھے بہت، اور مجھے امید یہ ہے کہ شاید میری کوئی کوتاہی ذہن کی ہے، مجھے کچھ بات سمجھ نہیں آ رہی کیونکہ میں اتنا ہوشیار نہیں ہوں. ورنہ اتنے ذہین لوگ اور اتنی شاندار انگریزی بولنے والے لوگ کیسے ہو سکتا ہے کہ اس طرح 4 سال 5 سال میں آؤٹ کمز کو ڈیفائن نہ کر سکیں. ایک آؤٹ کمز اگر آپ یہ جو آپ نے میلہ لگایا ہے اگر آپ اس کو بریک آؤٹ سیشنز میں لے جائیں اور کہیں کہ کلائمیٹ سے ریلیٹڈ کون سی آؤٹ کمز ہیں جس پہ دنیا کو یکجا ہونا چاہیے تو 4-6 گھنٹے میں فلپ چارٹس پہ وہ آؤٹ کمز آ جائیں گے. ہمیں 4-5 سال ہو گئے ہم سے ڈیفائن نہیں ہو رہی پوری دنیا سے. کون سی بات ہے ڈسپلیسمنٹ کی جو ڈیفائن نہیں ہو پا رہی؟ انفنٹ مورٹیلٹی کا نہیں پتہ, میٹرنل مورٹیلٹی کا نہیں پتہ, ڈسپلیسمنٹ کا نہیں پتہ, ڈیوسٹیشن کا نہیں پتہ, ریکنسٹرکشن کا نہیں پتہ. وہ کیا آؤٹ کم ہے جس پہ کنسنسس نہیں ہو پا رہا؟ مگر نہیں ہو پا رہا. اور جب ہم بہت زیادہ آہو فغاں کریں تو پھر آگے سے کہتے ہیں ایسا کیجئے کہ ری پرپزڈ لون لے لیں. یا آپ کو پتہ ہے ری پرپزڈ کیا ہے؟ یعنی وہ قرضہ جو ہمیں تعلیم اور صحت کے لیے دیا گیا ہے, وہ کہتے ہیں اب آپ کے ہاں سیلاب آ گیا ہے تو وہ قرضہ جو آپ کو دیا گیا تھا تعلیم کے لیے اور صحت کے لیے اس کو استعمال کر لیں ریکنسٹرکشن کے لیے. تو تعلیم اور صحت کا کیا کریں؟ ایک صوبے میں تقریباً 70%, 69% ٹو بی پریسائز, بچے جو ہیں اسکول نہیں جا رہے. اب وہاں سے اور پیسے نکال کے ان کو ری پرپز کر لیں, وہیں پہ ڈیوسٹیشن بھی آتی جو غریب علاقے ہیں. یا صحت سے نکال دیں. ہیومن ڈیولپمنٹ انڈیکس میں کل میرے خیال میں 190 کے قریب ملک جو ہیں پارٹیسپیٹ کرتے ہیں. ہم 165 ہیں یا 64 ہیں یا 66 ہیں. تو بھائی برا نمبر کیا ہے, ہم 180 ہو جائیں. تو کیسے تعلیم اور صحت سے پیسے نکال کے ہم انہیں ری پرپز کر لیں؟ لیکن انگریزی میں اتنا شاندار لگتا ہے ری پرپز لونز کہ ہمارا بھی جی چاہتا ہے کہ ایک دفعہ تو لے لیں. اسی طرح ایک اور بھی بڑی شاندار وہ بات چل رہی ہے, اس کا نام ہے گرین فائنینسنگ. یہ معلوم ہے کیا بھائی؟ یہ ہے قرضہ. اس کو کبھی ہم محبت سے گرین بانڈ کہتے ہیں, کبھی محبت سے گرین سکوک کہتے ہیں. یہ قرضہ ہے. اس وقت پاکستان میں ہم 16 ٹریلین روپے اکٹھے کرتے ہیں سالانہ. 16 ٹریلین. فائنانس منسٹر آئے تھے, ان کو نمبر زیادہ کہ میں غلط ہی نہیں بول دوں نمبر, لیکن یہ میرے سامنے بیٹھے ہیں, میں نے ان کو کہا ہے کہ مجھے روک دیں میں نے غلط نمبر بولوں. لیکن لگ بھگ 16 ٹریلین روپے ہم کماتے ہیں, جس میں سے بھائی 8.25 سے 8.5 ٹریلین جو ہے ہم قرضے واپس کرنے میں ڈیٹ سروسنگ میں دے دیتے ہیں, اور باقی 8.5 ٹریلین جو ہے وہ صوبوں میں دے دیتے ہیں. یہ ہمارا سٹارٹنگ پوائنٹ ہے وفاق کا. 16 کمایا, 8.5 قرضوں میں دے دیا, 8.5 پونے 9 صوبوں میں دے دیا, اور منفی 1 ٹریلین کے اوپر وفاقی حکومت شروع ہوتی. تو ہمیں کہتے ہیں اور قرضہ لے لے. وہ غالب کا شعر تو میں بھول گیا ہوں کہ قرض کی پیتے تھے میں اور نہ جانے وہ جو بھی تھا, کہ خوب لائے گی رنگ فاقہ مستی, کچھ ایسا شعر پہلی دفعہ غلط پڑھا ہے. اس میں اگر شعر ہاں مگر میں نے پڑھا نثر کی طرح ہے, شعر میں غلطی نہیں کرتا, مجھے یاد نہیں تھا تو میں نے نثری انداز میں پڑھ دیا. لیکن یہ فاقہ مستی ایسے چلے گی نہیں. یہ جو طریقہ کار ہے, مگر اس کو کبھی گرین بانڈ, کبھی پینڈا, کبھی سکوک, پتہ نہیں کیا کیا نامراد نام دے رکھیں. مگر بات یہی ہے کہ قرضہ اور لے لو, کیونکہ پیسے ویسے ہم تباہ کرتے رہیں گے کلائمیٹ کو, تم تباہ ہوتے رہو گے, پیسے چاہیے تو قرضہ لے لو. نہیں بھائی, یہ ایسے نہیں بات چلے گی, ایسے نہیں چلے گی. یہ تو ساؤتھ کو پورے کو اپنی آواز اٹھانی پڑے گی. یہ تو ہم ہاریں یا جیتے. ابھی کل ہم ایک مقدمہ ہارے, ایک جگہ پہ ہم نے پاکستان نے پہلی مرتبہ جا کے بھرپور انداز میں کیمپین کی اور ہار گئے. اس کی وجہ کیا ہو میں آپ کو پھر کبھی کسی وقت بتاؤں گا, مگر بات یہی تھی جو میں یہاں پر کہہ رہا ہوں. یہی ہے ہمارا مقدمہ جو اب ہم بین الاقوامی سطح پہ لے کر جا رہے ہیں, ہر جگہ لے کر جا رہے ہیں, ہر جگہ لڑائی کریں گے, ہر جگہ الیکشن لڑیں گے, اور ہر مرتبہ بھی ہارے تو کوئی بات نہیں, مگر اب آواز نہیں روکیں گے, کیونکہ اس سے ہمارے بچے, ہماری آنے والی نسلیں متاثر ہوتی ہیں. لیکن یہ صرف بات غیروں کی نہیں ہے, یہ کچھ آپس میں بیٹھے ہیں تو ہمیں بھی کچھ غور کرنا ہوگا. یعنی جب ہم بڑے ہو رہے تھے, میں لاہور میں بڑا ہوا, تو وہ ڈویژنل پبلک اسکول تھا, گلبرگ سے جایا کرتے تھے, وہاں پہ یہ بھی بیٹھے ہیں, وہاں یہ ہنس رہے ہیں, دیکھیں. تو صبح دھند ہوتی تھی, اسموگ نہیں ہوتی تھی. یعنی وہ جس پہ شاعر جو ہیں وہ اپنا پورا دباچہ لکھ دیتے ہیں کہ وہ کیا وہ اوس پڑی یا کیا وہ اشعار ہیں تمام, کہاں گئی وہ؟ کہاں گئی بھائی وہ جو اوس پڑتی تھی جسے شبنم کہتے تھے محبت سے, وہ کہاں گئی اب؟ وہ نہیں ہے. وہ جو آپ کے ہاں ہد ہد ہوتی تھی, یا آپ کے ہاں بلبل ہوتی تھی, یا آپ کے ہاں ہرے طوطے دیواروں پہ اور درختوں پہ بیٹھے ہوتے تھے, کہاں گئے؟ کسی کو دکھیں کبھی؟ وہ جو رات میں چھوٹے چھوٹے مکانوں کے پیچھے بھی بچے جگنو پکڑتے تھے اور ان کو بوتلوں میں بند کرتے تھے اور پھر کھول دیتے تھے, یا کبھی جو رومانٹک قسم کے لوگ ہوتے تھے ان کی کتابوں میں تتلیاں, جو سوکھی ہوئی تتلیاں کتابوں میں ہوتی تھیں, وہ کہاں گئیں تتلیاں؟ کسی نے کسی کتاب میں کوئی تتلی دیکھی ہے؟ کبھی جگنو دیکھا ہے؟ یہ ذرا ہماری جو کون سی جن زی ہے کیا ہے آج کل چل رہی, کسی سے پوچھیں جگنو کیا ہوتا ہے. ہمیں تو وہ یاد کروا کے ٹہنی پہ کسی شجر کی تنہا بلبل تھا کوئی اداس بیٹھا, ایسے سو ڈنڈے کھائے ہم نے وہاں اسکولوں میں یاد نہ کرنے پہ. تو یہ تو سب ہمارا کیا دھرا ہے نا, یہ تو کسی اور کا کیا دھرا نہیں ہے. اور آپ کوئی آؤٹ کم دیکھ لیں, برڈن آن انوائرمنٹ دیکھ لیں, یہ اسموگ کا مسئلہ دیکھ لیں, برڈن آف واٹر دیکھ لیں, تو آپ اپنے بچوں کو پلا نہیں سکتے. یعنی اتنے بڑے افسران گزرے ہیں, اتنے بڑے اکانومسٹ گزرے ہیں, کسی کے گمان میں یہ نہیں آیا کہ نلکا کھول کے کوئی بچہ ایک گلاس پانی پی سکے. ہم تو اسکول میں کرکٹ کھیلی, ہاکی کھیلی, وہیں سے نل کھولا, وہیں سے پانی پی لیا, تو کیا ہوا اس پانی کو؟ ہم تو نہیں مرے اس وقت. اب تو بچے گر جائیں گے. بچے کمزور نہیں ہوئے, پانی گندا ہو گیا. تو نہ اسموگ کے حوالے سے آپ دیکھ لیں, پانی کے حوالے سے آپ دیکھ لیں, یہ امونیا کے ایمیشن جو سالڈ ویسٹ ہے اس کے حوالے سے آپ دیکھ لیں, جو نہ جانے کتنے گنا زیادہ مضر ہے کاربن سے. اور یہ لاہور کے پہلو میں دنیا کا دوسرا یا تیسرا سب سے بڑا ڈمپ ہے. اور آپ کے ہاں بھی ایک ہے. میں بھی پچھلے دنوں آیا تھا, بہت اچھا کام ورلڈ بینک کے ساتھ مل کے سندھ اور پنجاب کی حکومت کر رہی ہے, ان کو ڈھانپ رہی ہے, اس میں سے گیس کو کنورٹ کر رہی ہے یا فلیئر اپ کر رہی ہے, بہت اچھا کام کر رہے ہیں. مگر ہم نے یہ پچھلے 20, 30, 50 سال میں کیا کیا؟ بین الاقوامی سطح پہ تو ہم انگلیاں اٹھاتے ہیں, مگر کچھ تھوڑی سی ہاؤس کیپنگ کی بھی تو ضرورت ہے. تو وہ بھی تھوڑی سی کیے دے رہے ہیں. اب یہ بات سکتے تو سیلاب کے راستے سے ہٹ تو سکتے ہیں. کیا ضروری ہے کہ اسی سیلاب کے راستے میں بستیاں آباد کریں؟ کیا ضروری ہے کہ اسی سیلاب یا گلوف کے راستے میں ہمارے میں سے جو طاقتور لوگ ہیں وہ اپنے ریزورٹ بنائیں, اور اس جگہ پہ ریزورٹ بنائیں کہ جب پانی کا ریلا آئے اور وہ جب اڑے تو ان کے جو وہ کیا ہوتے ہیں جو چھت میں لگے ہوتے ہیں لوہے کے گارڈر وغیرہ, وہ میزائل بن کے نیچے کی کچی آبادیوں کی طرف جائیں؟ کیا یہ ضروری ہے؟ یہ بالکل ضروری نہیں ہے. اور یہ سب چیزیں ہمارے اختیار میں ہیں. ہمارے ذہن کے اندر جو خاکہ ہے وہ یہ ہے کہ ہم نیچر کو فائٹ نہ کریں, نیچر کو امبریس کریں. اگر ہمیں بہت پیسے مل گئے تو ہم بہت کام کر لیں گے, لیکن اگر ہمارے پاس بہت پیسے نہ ہوئے تو کم پیسوں میں بھی تو ہم نے اپنا کام کرنا ہے, کیونکہ ہم تو یہ کام اپنے بچوں کے لیے کر رہے ہیں بھائی, فن لینڈ کے بچوں کے لیے تو نہیں کر رہے. تو اگر نہیں ہے پیسے تو جو ہیں اس میں ایک مؤثر اسٹریٹجی بنائیں گے, اور جہاں طوفان ہے, جہاں نقصان ہے, اس کے راستے سے ہٹ جائیں گے, اور باقی جگہوں پہ ایک طریقے سلیقے سے بستیاں آباد کریں گے. اپنے جنگل نہیں اجاڑیں گے, اپنی لکڑی نہیں کاٹیں گے. یہ کرنے سے تو ہمیں کسی نے نہیں روکا. یہ جو بھی ہمارے بھائی پانی کا مقدمہ آپ کے سامنے پیش کر رہے تھے, اس کو کرنے میں کیا لگتا ہے؟ کچھ بھی نہیں لگتا. اگر آپ چھوٹے چھوٹے بند بنائیں گے, یا آپ جہاں پہ گلوف آتا ہے یا جہاں پہ ٹورنشل رین آتی ہے, اگر وہاں پہ ٹیرسز بنائیں گے, اگر جنگلوں کو آباد کریں گے, اگر آپ کے ہاں یہ ساحلی طوفان جو آتے ہیں ان کے راستے میں مینگرووز کا ایک پورا جنگل آپ بچھائیں گے, اور اتنا خوبصورت کراچی کا مینگروو ہے کہ میں وہاں پر گیا تو ششدر رہ گیا. کمال, میں حیرت زدہ ہو گیا. مجھے ایسے لگے کوئی شہر ہے جس میں تنگ و تاریک گلیاں, اندرون شہر کی طرح چھوٹی چھوٹی گلیاں بھی ہیں, بڑی گلیاں بھی ہیں, شاہراہیں بھی ہیں, ایسا حسین منظر تھا کہ پہلے وہ بڑی کشتی میں تھا، میں نے کہا یار چھوٹی والی لاؤ، اندر جا کے دیکھتے ہیں ادھر کیا ہو رہا ہے. تو یہی آپ کو طوفان سے روکتا ہے، یہی جنگل آپ کو سیلاب سے روکتے ہیں، یہی جو ہم بستیاں آباد کر لیتے ہیں، یہ پانی تو اندھا ہوتا ہے، دریا تو اندھا ہے، پانی آئے گا آپ روکیں گے اس کو، وہ کسی اور طرف نکل جائے گا، جب کسی اور طرف جائے گا تو یہ جتنی تباہی میں نے آپ کے سامنے نقشہ کھینچا ہے یہ آ جائے گی. لیکن یہ تو رک سکتی ہے نا، اس میں تو پیسے نہیں لگتے، اس میں تو صرف انفورسمنٹ لگتی ہے. تو ہم نے ایک بڑا، ہم سوچتے ہیں کہ اب ایک ہم پیش کر چکے ہیں، یہ جو میں آپ کے سامنے بات کر رہا ہوں اس کی اسٹریٹجی ہم دے چکے ہیں. یعنی شارٹ ٹرم میں اپنے نقصانات کو کم کرنے کے لیے ایک مؤثر اسٹریٹجی بنائی گئی ہے، جس میں جو نقصان ہوئے ہیں، ہمارے ریورز جہاں سے بہتے ہیں، ریور کا اپنا ایک انداز ہوتا ہے بہنے کا، آپ صرف اس کی آؤٹر باؤنڈریز کو میں اس کو سٹیئر کرتے ہیں، اس کا رخ نہیں بدل سکتے آپ. اس کو وہ تمام نقصانات کا ازالہ کریں گے، انہیں ختم کریں گے. 1 سے 3 سال میں جو ہمارے پاس چیزیں ہیں، میں آپ کو ایگزامپلز دے رہا ہوں، جیسے کراچی میں جب بہت زیادہ کلاؤڈ برسٹ ہو جاتا ہے یا بارش ہوتی ہے تو ایک عجیب و غریب کیفیت طوفانی آ جاتی ہے، یعنی سیلابی آ جاتی ہے. تو اس کے لیے جو 3 سال میں تو ہم اپنا ڈرینیج سسٹم ایکسپینڈ کر سکتے ہیں نا، 1 سال میں صاف کر سکتے ہیں، 3 سال میں ایکسپینڈ کر سکتے ہیں. اور 5 سال میں جیسے ہمارے گجرات میں ڈیمیجڈ، ایکسپینڈ واٹ یو ہیو اینڈ بلڈ نیو. اور یہ ہر چیز پہ، یعنی ہر قسم کے نقصان، چاہے وہ گلوف ہو اس میں بھی ہم یہی اسٹریٹجی استعمال کر رہے ہیں، چاہے وہ ریورائن فلڈز ہوں اس میں بھی یہی کر رہے ہیں، چاہے وہ کوسٹل ان کے لیے بھی ایسے ہی کر رہے ہیں. ٹورینشل جو فلڈز ہیں، پہلے تو ہمارے پاس ٹیکنالوجی نہیں تھی، اب تو آپ کے پاس ڈیجیٹل ماڈلنگ اور AI ہے، اب تو آپ ڈیجیٹل ٹویننگ کر سکتے ہیں، اب تو آپ کنٹینجنسی پلاننگ کر سکتے ہیں جو پہلے ہو ہی نہیں سکتی تھی. اب کیا لگتا ہے 4 بچے اکٹھے کریں، ان کو ڈیٹا دے دیں اور ان کو بولیں ماڈل بناؤ اور مختلف پرمیوٹیشنز یا سیمولیشنز رن کرو تو وہ آپ کو ڈیجیٹل ٹوین کے اوپر بتا دیں گے کہاں کہاں نقصان ہو سکتا ہے. 5 لیولز پورے شہر میں کس جگہ ہیں جنہیں آپ نے وہ ڈی چوک کرنا ہے، جو بھی لفظ ہے اس کے لیے. تو یہ اسٹریٹجی ہم بنا کے صوبوں کی مشاورت سے دے چکے ہیں. Restore the damage, expand the infrastructure and build new to build resilience. یہ 3 pivots ہیں جن کے اوپر ہم نے یہ اسٹریٹجی بنائی. مگر یہ تو ڈیمیج کنٹرول کی اسٹریٹجی ہے. جو ہم نے جنگل آباد کرنے ہیں، جو ہم نے ریسٹور کرنا ہے اپنے ایکو سسٹم کو، اس کے لیے جو ہمارا اپ اسکیل پاکستان کا گرین پاکستان کا پروجیکٹ ہے، جسے کبھی ہم ایک نام دیتے ہیں، کبھی دوسرا نام دیتے ہیں، ہر سرکار آ کے نئے نام سے وہی کام کیے جاتی مگر کرتی نہیں ہے. اب یہ 2 دفعہ تو لیونگ انڈس ہم لانچ کر چکے ہیں. میرا جی چاہتا ہے میں بھی 1 دفعہ پھر کر دوں، کیونکہ ابھی تک تو ہوا کچھ نہیں. تو یہ تمام پروگرام ہمارے جو ہیں، چاہے وہ لیونگ انڈس کے ہیں یا ریچارج کے بھائی کر دیں نا آپ، اور اس میں ہمیں آپ کی مدد چاہیے ہوگی. فائنلی میں نے جیسے کہا، میں نے کہا تو یہ کہ میں اتنی لمبی بات نہیں کہوں گا، لیکن وہ میری بیگم مجھے کہتی ہے کہ یو ہیو واٹ از کالڈ این ایلیگیٹر سنڈروم، بگ ماؤتھ نو ایئرس. تو بات شروع کرتا ہوں تو وہ کہیں سے کہیں نکل جاتی ہے، پھر کہیں سے کہیں نکل جاتی ہے، تو پھر وہ رکتی نہیں ہے. تو آپ کو بھی میں نے بور کیا. لیکن آخر میں آپ کو یہ کہوں گا کہ ہماری اسٹریٹجی، یہ تو میں نے آپ کو ٹیکٹیکل اسٹریٹجی بنائی ہے، ریسٹور، ایکسپینڈ اینڈ بلڈ کی، جس میں ہر قسم کی آفت کے لیے انٹرونشن ڈیفائن کی گئی ہے صوبوں کی مشاورت سے. اسٹریٹجیکلی اب وزارت نے اپنے کام کو 2 حصوں میں تقسیم کر دیا ہے، اور یہ اب انشاءاللہ رمضان شریف کے بعد لانچ ہو جائے گا بھرپور انداز میں. جن چیزوں میں تو پبلک کا فائدہ ہے، جس کو ہم پبلک ریٹ آف ریٹرنز کہتے ہیں، وہاں پہ تو ہم اپنا کام کرتے رہیں گے. ایک ٹیم ہم لا رہے ہیں، شیخ صاحب بیٹھے ہیں اور ہمارے دوست ہیں، ان کی مشاورت سے بناتے رہیں گے نئے نئے پروجیکٹس اور نئے نئے پلانز اور نئی نئی گرانٹس کے لیے، جو ہمارے GCF کے فنڈز ہیں، جیف کے فنڈز ہیں، اڈیپٹیشن کے فنڈز ہیں. لاس اینڈ ڈیمیج کا تو کچھ نہیں ہونے والا. شیخ صاحب ہنستے کیونکہ سمجھتے ہیں ہو سکتا ہے، تو اس میں بھی کر لیں گے. لیکن یہ تو کام کرتے رہیں گے، مگر ایک جگہ جہاں پہ آپ اگر ہمارا ہاتھ پکڑیں گے تو صرف تبھی ہم کر پائیں گے، وہ ہیں وہ ایریاز جن میں پرائیویٹ ریٹ آف ریٹرنز آر ہائی، یعنی ایسی چیزیں جن میں اگر میں آپ کو کہوں کہ یہ ہمارے چند بچے یہ کام کرنا چاہتے ہیں تو آپ کو لگے گا، آپ کے جو انویسٹمنٹ فنڈز ہیں، کہ یار 17% ڈالر ڈینومینیٹڈ IRR یا 16% ڈالر ڈینومینیٹڈ IRR، وائی شوڈ آئی ناٹ انویسٹ ان دس؟ یہ ہمارا کام کہ وہ ہم بچے آپ کے سامنے پیش کریں، وہ آئیڈیاز آپ کے سامنے پیش کریں، آپ ان پہ بیٹس پلیس کریں، اور جہاں پہ IRR 15% ہوگی، اگرچہ 15% ڈالر ڈینومینیٹڈ IRR از ویری ہائی، شاید آپ اپنے کاروباروں میں بھی نہیں کما رہے ہوں، شاید کما رہے ہوں، اللہ آپ کو اور برکت دے آپ کے کام میں، لیکن جہاں پہ کچھ گیپ ہوگا، ہمارے پاس پورے انسٹرومنٹس ہیں کاربن فائنینسنگ کے، تو جو وائبلٹی گیپ ہے، یعنی 14-15% IRR کو 19 تک لے جانے کا، وہ کاربن کریڈٹس کے ذریعے وی ول چیمپئن، وی ول ورک ود یو اینڈ ٹیک اٹ اپ۔ آپ سے ہم صرف یہ کہتے ہیں کہ ہم پورے پاکستان میں سکاؤٹ کریں گے، اور عید کے بعد یہ کام شروع ہو جائے گا، اور ہم وہ آپ کے ہاں کیا ہوتا ہے، اس کو شارک ٹینک کہتے ہیں یا ڈریگنز ڈین کہتے ہیں، ہم اسے گرین فیلڈ کہہ رہے ہیں، تو ہم یہ کمپٹیشن کروائیں گے، اور آپ اپنے پیسے اپنی جیب میں رکھ کر آئیں، وہاں بیٹھیں، آپ سے کوئی پیسے نہیں مانگ رہے، صرف ان بچوں کی بات سنیں، these young starry-eyed people۔ میں نے تو پچھلی صدی کی PhD کی ہوئی ہے بھائی، تب سے تو سائنس بھی بدل گئی ہے، but the people who are graduating now with their doctoral works or master's works from LUMS and from ComSats and from Yale and Harvard and coming back, or Princeton or wherever not, who understand the new science, who understand new technology, who understand the new business models, who understand global value chains, who know basically how carbon credits would manifest into the viability gap, why don't you place bets with them? یعنی آپ سوچیں کہ اگر آپ 1000 ایسی کمپنیوں میں چھوٹے چھوٹے پیسے 1-1.5 لاکھ یا چلے مانے 50-60 لاکھ روپے یا کروڑ روپیہ آپ بیٹ کرتے ہیں، اور ان میں سے ایک بھی یونیکارن نکل آئی، تو آپ سوچیں اگر پاکستان میں 4 یا 5 یونیکارن کا مطلب ہے $1 بلین کارپوریشن، تو اگر ہر سال، ہر 2 سال 3 سال بعد پاکستان میں سے کوئی ایک آدھ یونیک، آج تک تو کوئی $1 بلین کارپوریشن بنی نہیں پاکستان میں، تو اگر ہر 2-3 سال میں اس طرح کی کمپنیاں اور اس طرح کے بچے اور اس طرح کے آئیڈیاز اور اس طرح کے بزنس ماڈل یہ سب اکٹھا ہو، تو یہی بچے پوری دنیا کو لیڈ کرتے ہیں۔ اگر پاکستان واپس نہیں آئے تو اگر پاکستان آئیں گے تو کیوں لیڈ نہیں کر پائیں گے بھائی؟ کوئی مجھے سمجھائے کیوں لیڈ نہیں کر پائیں گے؟ یہی لوگ سارے مینہٹن میں بیٹھتے ہیں، تو آپ جا کے ان کی شان دیکھیں، چونکہ مینہٹن ان کے ساتھ یا ویسٹ کوسٹ ان کے ساتھ انویسٹ کرتا ہے، تو آپ بھی کر ڈالیں، اینڈ اٹس ناٹ بگ منی۔ تو ہماری اب اسٹریٹجی کی بگیسٹ تھرسٹ جو ہے دیٹ وڈ بی ٹو برنگ دیز ینگ اسٹاری آئیڈ مین اینڈ ویمن ٹو دا فور، bring their ideas and request you to be tough on them, tough as hell, and negotiate as tough as you want to negotiate with them, but give them a shot, give them a chance, and get out of their way. تو یہ ہے وزارت کی اب اسٹریٹجی، کیونکہ ملٹی لیٹرلزم میں تو جو ہو رہا ہے وہ ہمارے اختیار میں نہیں ہے، جو گلوبل ہپوکریسی میں ہو رہا ہے وہ تو ہو رہا ہے، وہ ہمارے اختیار میں نہیں، لیکن جو ہمارے اختیار میں ہے وہ تو کر ڈالیں، اور یہ ہم آپ کے بغیر نہیں کر سکتے، کیونکہ کسی بیوروکریٹ کو کہیں گے نا، یا کسی سیاستدان کو کہیں گے کہ تو یہ $100 ملین کا فنڈ لے لے، تو وہ غارت کر دے گا، تو ہم سے یہ پیسہ دور رکھیں، اور بیوروکریٹ سے بھی دور رکھیں، اپنے پاس رکھیں، کیونکہ آپ کاروباری لوگ ہیں، آپ کو یہ بیٹ پلیس کرنی آتی ہے، آپ اپنے کاروبار میں بیٹ پلیس کرتے ہیں، پروڈکٹ لانچ کرتے ہیں، اپنی ٹیمز بناتے ہیں، تو ان بچوں کے ساتھ آپ کیوں بیٹس نہیں پلیس کریں گے؟ تو اس وقت جو ہماری پیوٹل اسٹریٹجی ہے دیٹ از ٹو بیٹ آن آور یوتھ، تو ہم اس کے لیے ایک بھرپور پروگرام مرتب کر رہے ہیں۔ ایک ہم ورچوئل گرین یونیورسٹی بھی بنا رہے ہیں جہاں پہ آئیڈیاز جنریٹ ہوں، اور اس میں ہم یورپ کی بالخصوص انگلستان کی کچھ یونیورسٹیز سے بات کر رہے ہیں، کچھ امریکی یونیورسٹی سے بات کر رہے ہیں، جہاں پہ شیئرڈ اور جوائنٹ ریسرچ پلیٹ فارم ہوگی، یعنی ہماری تمام یونیورسٹیز کے جو اسکالرز ہیں، جو گریجویٹ اسٹوڈنٹس ہیں، وہ دوسرے گریجویٹ اسٹوڈنٹس جن کے پاس ڈیٹا نہیں ہے، کیونکہ ڈیٹا تو وہاں ہے جہاں پہ 24 کروڑ لوگ ہوں گے. واہ، سوچیں آپ 24 کروڑ کا بھی فائدہ ہونے لگا ہے، ابھی تک تو نقصان ہی تھا. لیکن جہاں پہ اتنا ڈیٹا ہے اور جہاں پہ اتنی ٹیکسنگ انوائرمنٹ ہے، میں آپ کو 2 ایگزامپلز دے کے بات ختم کرتا ہوں. یہ میری فیوریٹ ایگزامپلز ہیں کہ 1980 میں فن لینڈ جو تھا ایک جنگل تھا، جنگل، اور پچھلی سینچری میں انہوں نے اپنے جنگل بچانے کے لیے ہائیسٹ انوائرمنٹل سٹینڈرڈز دنیا میں انٹروڈیوس کیے. یہ وہ وقت تھا جب نوکیا جو ہے وہ ایک ربر اور ٹائر کمپنی ہوا کرتی تھی، کیونکہ وہاں پر ربر کی بہت زیادہ ہارویسٹنگ ہوتی تھی. جب میں نے ان کی نیشنل انوویشن ایکالوجی اسٹڈی کی 2004 میں، وہاں پہ جا کے اسٹڈی کی، تو they were exporting 1/3 of the world's environmental technology. Because the technology that they had created, because of the highest standards, didn't exist anywhere else. And the world was waking up to environment and climate. اسی طرح آج سے 10-15 سال پہلے the most polluted cities in the world were not Delhi and Lahore. They were Beijing and Shanghai. And in order to meet that taxing environment, they came up with solar technology, and right now they're exporting 70% of the world's solar technology. بھائی اگر فن لینڈ 1/3 دنیا کے انوائرمنٹل ٹیکنالوجی ایکسپورٹ کر سکتا ہے، اگر 10-15 سال میں 70% دنیا کی سولر جو ہے وہ چائنا ایکسپورٹ کر سکتا ہے، تو ہمارے جو سیلاب اور جو میں نے آپ کے سامنے نقشہ کشی کی ہے، جس طرح کی ٹیکسنگ انوائرمنٹ ہے، جس کا مطلب ہے جتنی سوفسٹیکیٹڈ ڈیمانڈ ہے، اس کو میٹ کرنے کے لیے جو بھی آلہ بنائے گا، ٹیکنیک بنائے گا، طریقہ کار بنائے گا، تنظیم بنائے گا، وہ تو 100% یونیکارن بنے گی. بیکاز یہاں پہ جو سولوشن کام کرے گا وہ دنیا کی ہر جگہ پہ کرے گا. یہاں پہ کلائمیٹ اور انوائرمنٹل کنڈیشنز اتنی ٹیکسنگ ہو چکی. So all I'm asking you to do is listen to your heart and place bet with these young people, these young starry-eyed people, because these are the future of Pakistan. These are the people who are going to do jihad against the environmental dahshatgardi. Thank you very much for your attention.
So that was a very captivating speech. I'm sure we all agree with that. And if we do, can we please give him a big round of applause? And perhaps Mrs. Malik should add, along with the alligator syndrome, that you're also a very captivating speaker and you had us, you had a real grip on us. اور آپ نے اس قدر نفیس اردو میں بات کی ہم سے کہ سن کر مزہ آیا. بہت بہت شکریہ. ہم آپ کو ایک بار پھر دعوت دیں گے کیونکہ اب ہمارے ایوارڈز ہونے والے ہیں اور ہم چاہتے ہیں کہ ایوارڈ آپ کے ہاتھ سے دیا جائے. اور آپ کے ساتھ ہم دعوت دیں گے عبد القیوم صاحب کو بھی کہ وہ اس ایوارڈ سیریمنی ہمارا ساتھ دیں. Please join us on stage and we shall get through this briskly. Jason, can we have you up here for a moment as well? I believe that you will present a token of appreciation from all of us to the Federal Minister. And then we'll proceed to the awards. Let's make him smile. Thank you very much. All right, it's time for the awards now. We've been waiting all day for these, and we're finally there. I see.
Jury chair.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our presenters are on stage. Now, before we get on to announcing the awards, we will request Farooq Sahab to also join us on stage and give us a purview of what the criteria was for these awards and how you went about adjudicating these. Come on, istiqbal kare, purjosh.
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. Minister Saab, management and key team from the OICCI, bahut shukriya. Thank you very much. Privilege and honor to address you all today at the 4th Pakistan Climate Conference. I'm told in the morning there was a tribute to the chairperson at the PSX. I just need to remind all of you who don't know me, I also moonlight as the CEO of Pakistan Stock Exchange while I'm not being chair of the jury here. She's clearly left an indelible mark, not only on the economy and Pakistan Corporate Inc., but really on the subject of ESG. And as I keep telling my team at the PSX, on the subject of women empowerment and diversity. So God bless her soul. Thank you very much, OICCI, for paying tribute to her. Very quickly, how did we go about? So I will jump and skip to the process, really, of how we went around adjudicating the winners this year. Firstly, as chairman of the jury, I was accompanied by 4 very able, competent jury members. I just want to highlight who they were. And if they are in the audience, they can just raise their hand. I've met 2 of them. I think Musarat is not in today. She spoke from Islamabad. But here are the members, Ms. Khurshid Kotwal, who is from the ICAP, Ms. Musarat Jabin, who is the executive director at SECP, Memosh Khwaja, who's there, sitting right there. He's ex-CEO and director of PICG, and Ms. Yasmin Heather, CEO, New World Concepts, Pakistan. I see her at the back there. So we took the very challenging and rewarding task of evaluating these submissions on a methodology, which is the traffic light assessment framework. So based on whatever submissions you made, the credibility of evidence, the completeness of that submission, and the alignment with sustainability objectives, we gave you a green, yellow, or red mark. Red really sidelined for responses which we felt were either partial, so you got a yellow, or insufficient, which meant that you got a red. And this is just to ensure consistency, fairness, and rigor across all categories. So while the overall, I need to point out, overall quality of participation was really very encouraging, I think we need to delve a little deeper on a subject matter where we didn't see much responses, which is the category of sustainable finance. Also, I need to highlight the responses in total, which you mentioned, which was 80 submissions across 6 categories, 37 companies in total. This is actually not a bad number. I just need to pinpoint at PSX, we are doing, and this is something that I can relate to with the Minister Saab's speech as well, you need a lot of deliberation from the top. So there was another event that ACCA did on climate finance and ESG. I think the conclusion was that unless there is a lot of conviction from leadership, whether it's at the board level or top management, you will not see the responses to ESG and climate change as you want to see. Also, what we've done is consistent with last year's approach, where a company demonstrated excellence in more than one category, the jury awarded it in the category of its strongest performance. So this follows a clear one company, one award principle. In most categories, 3 awards were conferred: first place, a runner-up, and a small company award, reinforcing inclusivity and recognizing meaningful initiatives regardless of the organization's size. I'd also like to take a moment to acknowledge and appreciate the contribution of Mr. Davar Hamid, who is the sustainability lead for Climate Finance Pakistan, and his team for their invaluable technical support throughout the process. Congratulations once again to all the winners, and my sincere thanks to everyone who has contributed to making these awards a success. Together, we can help build a more sustainable, competitive, and resilient Pakistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you for clarifying and setting out the criteria for these awards. And now it's time for the awards. So our first category is Supporting Biodiversity Award. And in this, we begin with the Special Recognition Award, which goes to Engro Vopak Terminal Limited. And I will request Sayyid Amar Shah Sahab, the CEO of the company, along with Ahmed Muneeb, Rida Baqai, Qasim Hussain, Fiza Akhtar, Kamran, and Hassan Riaz to come and receive the accolade. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make the recipient smile. And we know how to do that. Here they come. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this one more time. Many congratulations on the Special Recognition Award to the Engro Vopak Terminal Limited team. Wish you many more successes, and हम दूसरों की खुशियों में शरीक होंगे तो लोग हमारी खुशियों में शरीक होंगे. Let's continue this positivity as we move on to the runner-up in the category of Supporting Biodiversity. And the award goes to, the runner-up award goes to Engro Polymer and Chemicals Limited. And beginning with Abdul Qayyum Sheikh Sahab, the CEO, I would like to request Rabia Wafa Khan, Amir Salim, Rizwan Ahmed, Hamad Tahir, and Muhammad Saad Khan to come and receive the award. Good timing. All right, as the picture's about to be taken, ladies and gentlemen, let's make this memorable. You see the effect that has. Thank you very much, and many congratulations to the Engro Polymer and Chemicals Limited team. And now, on to the winner in Supporting Biodiversity. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner is Atak Refinery Limited. And we request Asad Hassan Sahab, the Managing Director, along with any other members of his team who might be present on the occasion? They're not. So, let's make it count. Don't forget, this is the top prize in the category. We can go a bit louder than that. Moving on to our next category in tonight's awards, Sustainable Finance and Investment. There are only 2 awards. The runner-up is Bank Al Falah Limited. And I'll ask Madiha Javed Qureshi, Sayyid Talha Haider, Sohail Haider, Rida Manzoor, Ali Javed, Nadira Saeed, Sidra Altaf, Farhan Ali, and Muhammad Sadiq to come up and receive this on behalf of Bank Al Falah. This is an award for sustainable finance and investment. All right, let's put that smile on their faces. Many congratulations to the Bank Al Falah Limited team on winning the runner-up prize in Sustainable Finance and Investment. And now on to the winner, Mobilink Microfinance Bank Limited. And I will request Ramin Hussain Malik, Assistant Manager Climate Finance and Sustainability, along with Saif Ali Khan and Umar Azim Daud Pota. There they are. Mobilink Microfinance Bank Limited have won the award for sustainable finance and investment. And where's the applause? There it comes. Thank you very much, and many congratulations to the winning team, Mobilink Microfinance Bank Limited. What an evening they'll have. And now, on to our next category, Promoting Circular Economy Award. And the runner-up in this category is Tetra Pak Pakistan Limited. And we request Mr. Mohammed bin Shahzad to come up and receive the award. He's Head of Sustainability at Tetra Pak Pakistan Limited. All right, ladies and gentlemen. आप हर दफा खास वेट क्यों करवाते हैं वैसे? I think he wants to get a different looking picture from everyone else. It's a nice journalistic technique. Let's move on to the winner. In promoting circular economy, Pepsi Cola International Private Limited. Fahad Adil, Sustainability Lead Pakistan, and Basit Pirzada, please make your way to the stage. And here they are. This is the top award in the category of promoting circular economy. All right, let's make them proud. Now there's also a special recognition award in the category, which goes to Engro Power Gen Thar Private Limited. Ekta Sitani, Chief Financial Officer, EEL, EPQL, and Head of Finance, EPTL. It's a mouthful. With Fazal Rahman Thebo, Taimur Amir, Adnan Salamat, and Asim Rashid Qureshi. Many congratulations, gentlemen. And here's the award. Yeah. No, I'll follow the traditional order, which is from the bottom up. Yeah. This page पे? This page पे actually ऐसे. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the category of water stewardship and management. Our special recognition award in the category goes to Lotte Chemicals Pakistan Limited. Mr. Tariq Nazir Virk, Director Manufacturing, along with Qamar Alam, Shehzad Ibrahim Ansari, Asad Ahmad Khan, Mr. Raja Wahidullah Khan, and Talal Aidenwala. From Lotte Chemicals Pakistan Limited, winning the Special Recognition Award in the category of Water Stewardship and Management. आप लोगों ने तालियां नहीं बजाई भाई. Many congratulations, Mubarak ho. Ladies and gentlemen, in the category of water stewardship and management, our runner-up is Rekit Benkiza Pakistan Limited. We request Sayyid Naveed Hussain, Zubair Ahmed, Sayyid Samiruddin, Shayan Khan, Qais Ali, Zain Zia, and Zia Khan to receive this on behalf of Rekit Benkiza Pakistan Limited. Congratulations to the winners of the silver medal in the category. And now on to the gold. The winner of the Water Stewardship and Management Award is Pakistan Tobacco Company Limited. And we request Mr. Hassan Munis, ESG Manager at Pakistan Tobacco Company Limited, PTCL, to come up and receive the award. ख़वातीन व हज़रात, आपकी तालियों की गूंज में इस्तकबाल होना चाहिए हमारी फातेह कंपनी को. आप चीज कह दिया करें. This wait and hold doesn't sound nice. Many congratulations, sir. Since you're the only man to receive the accolade on behalf of your company, and with that, we move on to Renewable Energy and Conservation Award. Our special recognition award in the category goes to KSB Pumps Company Limited. And I request Mr. Fahad Saeed, Business Manager, to come and receive the award on behalf of his great company. And this is your moment, ladies and gentlemen. Many congratulations to the good people at KSB Pumps Company Limited. And now on to the runner-up in the category of renewable energy and conservation. And they are Metro Pakistan Private Limited. Mr. Hamad Haider, Division Manager, Corporate Affairs, will receive this on behalf of his company. Here he is. Please don't do that every time. Nope. Many congrats. आइए साइमा. आपकी तालियां इस बार भरपूर होनी चाहिए because they are joint winners. And the fact that they're here first to receive the award does not make them not the winner. आप सबको बहुत-बहुत मुबारक हो. It's an important award, renewable energy and conservation. It's what we're all striving for. And our joint winner, Atlas Honda Limited. And from Atlas Honda, we have Mr. Mohammad Arsalan Azhar, Senior Manager, Corporate and Sustainability Reporting. And now I think you should make them feel like the winner. Because they are the winners in this category. Renewable Energy and Conservation Award has been shared between Atlas Honda Limited and Martin Dow Marker Limited. And now, the Climate Action Award. There are 3 awards in this category, and the Special Recognition Award goes to L'Oréal Pakistan Private Limited. I would like to ask Mr. Babar Hashmi, CFO, to make his way to the stage, if he is still present. I'm afraid not. All right, we'll get the award to them. Our runner-up in this category is Unilever Pakistan Limited. And I will request Fatima Arshad Hussain Talib, Head of Communication, Corporate Affairs and Sustainability, along with Ramla Tariq, Sustainability and Business Communication, and also our moderator for one of the sessions towards the end. Let's give them a big round of applause. From Unilever Pakistan Limited, our runners-up in the category of Climate Action Award. Many congratulations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the winner. Any guesses? It's Dollars Private Limited. Mr. Umar Ehsan Khan, CEO of the company, along with Amin Ahmed. Aapko bahut mubarak ho. The Climate Action Award. It's a big one, and to be the winners of that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's not be economical with the praise. Many congratulations to the winners. Dollars Private Limited, many congratulations to you. And finally, we're on to the last and biggest award of the night. the main award, Climate Champion. And who could it be? Well, this year it's Nestle Pakistan Limited. Mr. Jason Avensena, CEO of the company, along with Waqar Sheikh, Rahat Hussain, Public Affairs and Communications. And this being the largest award, the biggest one of them all, this is the equivalent of best film at the Oscars. Come on, let's give it everything we've got. For it's going to be the last time we'll clap tonight. And may I also request jury members वैसे आप लोग क्लाइमेट चैंपियंस के लिए और तालियां बजा सकते थे आज. And now, before we end tonight's ceremony, I would like to request, well, first I'd like to request Jason, who's already up on stage, because he will be presenting, along with the other gentlemen on stage, prizes to our jury members who've been a very important part of this award ceremony, beginning with Mr. Farrukh H. Sabzwari. I'll call their names one by one. आप इनका भरपूर इस्तकबाल कीजिएगा पुरजोश अंदाज से. Farrukh H. Sabzwari Sahab has played a very, very key role as a jury member. Moments ago, he spelt out the criteria for these awards, and now we know what it is. Sir, आपका comedy show ना अब खत्म हो जाना चाहिए. Let's request another one of our jury members, Mr. Mehrosh Khwaja. Khaja. Mr. Mehmosh Khaja, one of our jury members. उम्मीद है कि आपने इनके लिए भरपूर तालियां बजाई होंगी. अगर नहीं बजाई थी तो एक बार फिर खिराज तहसीन पेश कीजिए. Mehmosh Khaja Sahab, many congratulations on this wonderful achievement that I think we can all take credit for today. Miss Yasmeen Haider is our next jury member to make her way to the stage. Miss Yasmeen Haider, are you still present? Has she? Okay. I'm afraid she has left. We will get the award to her. I'm afraid Miss Musarrat Jabeen and Mr. Khurshid Kotwal are also not present today. However, our technical partner, Dawar Hamid, is. And for the last time tonight, let's give it up for Dawar Hamid. बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो आपको इस ज़बरदस्त तकरीब का हिस्सा होने पर. इसे कामयाब बनाने में आपका बड़ा हाथ रहा है हमारे जूरी मेंबर्स का. और अब मैं काशिफ हमीद साहब को दावत दूंगा कि वो स्टेज पर आएं और अपना क्लोजिंग नोट हमसे शेयर करें. Is he okay? Thank you, gentlemen. A wonderful day's work.
All right, so before you all go, I just like to thank the Federal Minister for coming and staying and giving out the awards tonight. Bahut shukriya to the panelists, the speakers, the judges that we have. And I'd like now to call the staff of OICCI who have been in the background helping us, and of course the different partners that we have. I just want to call on Kashif, please come on stage. Sakina, please. Haris, Shaham, Hazik, and of course the member companies that we have. Mariam Durrani, Fatma, Kausar, Sadaf, Ramla, Rahat, Mariam, Sabine, Sayyar Khalid, Nida, Saima, Ifat, and to all of our suppliers, planners, and guests today. Thank you for your patience, for staying until late today. And I hope all of our actions will not only help the companies that are part of OICCI, but of course the country, the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. So congratulations, Bahut shukriya, and let's give the staff a round of applause. Faisal, also, please come on stage. Thank you so much for your effort. Yeah, thanks for including me. So let's have a group photo maybe. Okay, bahut shukriya and have a nice evening. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a wonderful day at work, I think for all of us who were present here. And now it's time for the tea break that we never took. So it comes at the end of the ceremony. Thank you very much for being a part of this and giving us so much of your precious time. Thank you very much. I'm Faizan Haqqi, and I look forward to seeing you again. All the best. Khuda Hafiz.